Section 0 of the Monomaniac, La Bête Humaine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Monomaniac, La Bête Humaine, by Émile Zola, translated by Edward Visitelli. Section 0. Preface. This striking work, now published for the first time in England, but 100,000 copies whereof have been sold in France, is one of the most powerful novels that Monsieur Émile Zola has written. It will be doubly interesting to English readers because for them it forms a missing link in the famous Rougon-Macquart series. The student of Zola literature will remember in the Assommoir that handsome Lantier, whose heartlessness was to cost Gervaise so many tears. Jacques Lantier, the chief character in this bête humaine, this human animal which I have ventured to call the monomaniac, is one of their children. It is he who is the monomaniac. His monomania consists in an irresistible prurience for murder, and his victims must be women, just like that baneful criminal who was performing his hideous exploits in the streets of the city of London, in utter defiance of the police. About the time Monsieur Zola sat down to pen this remarkable novel, and from whom, maybe, he partly took the idea. Every woman this Jacques Lantier falls in love with, nay, every girl from whom he culls a kiss, or whose bare shoulders or throat he happens to catch a glimpse of, he feels an indomitable craving to slaughter. And this abominable thirst is, it appears, nothing less than an irresistible desire to avenge certain wrongs of which he has lost the exact account, that have been handed down to him, through the males of his line, since that distant age when prehistoric man found shelter in the depths of caverns. Around this peculiar being, who in other respects is like any ordinary mortal, Monsieur Émile Zola has grouped some very carefully studied characters. All are drawn with a firm, masterly hand. All live and breathe. Madame Lebleu, caught with her ear to the keyhole, is worthy of Dickens. So is Aunt Phaisy, who has engaged in a desperate underhand struggle with her wretch of a husband about a miserable hoard of 40 pounds, which he wants to lay hands on. The idea of the jeering smile on her lips, which seems to be repeating to him, "Search, search," as she lies a corpse on her bed in the dim light of a tallow candle, is inimitable. The unconscious Séverine is but one of thousands of pretty French women tripping along the asphalt at this hour, utterly unable to distinguish between right and wrong, who are ready to do anything, to sell themselves body and soul for a little ease, a few smart frocks, and some dainty linen. The warrior girl, Flore, who thrashes the males, is a grand conception, but the gem of the whole bunch is that obstinate, narrow-minded, self-sufficient examining magistrate, Monsieur Denizet. And in dealing with this character, the author lays bare all the abominable system of French criminal procedure. Recently, this was modified to the extent of allowing the accused party to have the assistance of counsel while undergoing the torture of repeated searching cross-examinations at the hands of his tormentor. But in the days of which Monsieur Émile Zola is writing, the prisoner enjoyed no such protection. He stood alone in the room with the examining magistrate and his registrar, and while the former craftily laid traps for him to fall into, the latter carefully took down his replies to the incriminating questions addressed to him. It positively makes one shudder to think how many innocent men must have been sent to the guillotine, or to penal servitude for life, like poor Caboche. During the length of years this atrocious practice remained in full vigor. The English reader, accustomed to open, even-handed justice for one and all alike, and unfamiliar with the ways that prevail in France, will start with amazement and incredulity at the idea of shelving criminal cases to avoid scandal involving persons in high position. But such is by no means an uncommon proceeding on the other side of the straits. Georges Honnet introduces a similar incident into his novel Les Droits de l'Enfant. Monsieur Émile Zola has made most of his books a study of some particular sphere of life in France. In this instance, he introduces his readers to the railway and railway servants. They are all there, from the station master to the porter, and all are depicted with so skillful a hand that anyone who has traveled among our neighbors must recognize them. By frequent runs on an express engine between Paris and Havre, and vice versa, the author has mastered all the complicated mechanism of the locomotive, and we see his trains vividly as in reality, starting from the termini, gliding along the lofty embankments, through the deep cuttings, plunging into and bursting from the tunnels amidst the deafening riot of their 100 wheels, while the dumpy habitation of the gatekeeper, Massard, totters on its frail foundations as they fly by in a hurricane blast. The story teems with incident from start to finish. Each chapter is a drama in itself. To name but a few of the exciting events that are dealt with, there is a murder in a railway carriage, an appalling railway accident, a desperate fight between driver and fireman on the footplate of a locomotive, which ends in both going over the side to be cut to pieces, while the long train of cattle trucks under no control, crammed full of inebriated soldiers on their way to the war, who are yelling patriotic songs, dashes along full steam straight ahead, with a big fire just made up. Onward, to stop no one knows where. This is certainly one of the best and most dramatic novels that Monsieur Émile Zola has ever penned, and I feel lively pleasure at having the good fortune to be able, with the assistance of my enterprising publishers, to present it to the English reading public. Edward Visitelli, Surbiton, August 20, 1901. End of Section 0. Section 1 of the Monomaniac. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Monomaniac by Émile Zola. Section 1. The Monomaniac. Chapter 1. Rubad, on entering the room, placed the loaf, the pâté, and the bottle of white wine on the table. But Mother Victoire, before going down to her post in the morning, had crammed the stove with such a quantity of cinders that the heat was stifling, and the assistant station-master, having opened a window, leant out on the rail in front of it. This occurred in the Impasse to Amsterdam, in the last house on the right, a lofty dwelling, where the Western Railway Company lodged some of their staff. The window on the 5th floor, at the angle of the mansarded roof, looked on to the station, that broad trench cutting into the Quartier de l'Europe, to abruptly open up the view, and which the gray mid-February sky, of a gray that was damp and warm, penetrated by the sun, seemed to make still whiter on that particular afternoon. Opposite, in the sunny haze, the houses in the Rue de Rome became confused, fading lightly into distance. On the left gaped the gigantic porches of the iron marquees, with their smoky glass. That of the main lines on which the eye looked down appeared immense. It was separated from those of Argenteuil, Versailles, and the Saint-Cyr Railway, which were smaller, by the buildings set apart for the post office and for heating water to fill the foot-warmers. To the right, the trench was severed by the diamond-pattern ironwork of the Pont de l'Europe, but it came into sight again, and could be followed as far as the Batignolles tunnel. And below the window itself, occupying all the vast space, the 3 double lines that issued from the bridge deviated, spreading out like a fan, whose innumerable metal branches ran on to disappear beneath the span roofs of the marquees. In front of the arches stood the 3 boxes of the pointsmen, with their small bare gardens. Amidst the confused background of the carriages and engines encumbering the rails, a great red signal formed a spot in the pale daylight. Rubad was interested for a few minutes, comparing what he saw with his own station at Havre. Each time he came like this to pass a day at Paris, and found accommodation in the room of Mother Victoire, love of his trade got the better of him. The arrival of the train from Mantes had animated the platforms under the marquee of the main lines, and his eyes followed the shunting engine, a small tender engine with 3 low wheels coupled together, which began briskly bustling to and fro, branching off the train, dragging away the carriages to drive them onto the shunting lines. Another engine, a powerful one this, an express engine, with 2 great devouring wheels, stood still alone, sending from its chimney a quantity of black smoke, which ascended straight and very slowly through the calm air. But all the attention of Rubad was centered on the 3:25 train for Caen, already full of passengers and awaiting its locomotive, which he could not see, for it had stopped on the other side of the Pont de l'Europe. He could only hear it asking for permission to advance, with slight hurried whistles like a person becoming impatient. An order resounded. The locomotive responded by one short whistle to indicate that it had understood. Then, before moving, came a brief silence. The exhaust pipes were opened, and the steam went hissing on a level with the ground in a deafening jet. He then noticed this white cloud bursting from the bridge in volume, whirling about like snowy fleece flying through the ironwork. A whole corner of the expanse became whitened, while the smoke from the other engine expanded its black veil. From behind the bridge could be heard the prolonged, muffled sounds of the horn, mingled with the shouting of orders and the shocks of turning tables. All at once the air was rent, and he distinguished in the background a train from Versailles and a train from Auteuil, one up and one down, crossing each other. As Roubaud was about to quit the window, a voice calling him by name made him lean out. Below, on the fourth-floor balcony, he recognized a young man about 30 years of age, named Henri d'Auvergne, a head guard, who resided there with his father, deputy station-master for the main lines, and his two sisters, Claire and Sophie, a couple of charming blondes, one 18 and the other 20, who looked after the housekeeping with the 6,000 francs of the two men, amidst a constant stream of gaiety. The elder one would be heard laughing, while the younger sang, and a cage full of exotic birds rivaled one another in roulades. "By Jove, Monsieur Roubaud! So you are in Paris, then? Ah, yes, about your affair with the sub-prefect." The assistant station-master, leaning on the rail again, explained that he had to leave Havre that morning by the 6:40 express. He had been summoned to Paris by the traffic manager, who had been giving him a serious lecture. He considered himself lucky in not having lost his post. "And Madame?" Henri inquired. Madame had wished to come also, to make some purchases. Her husband was waiting for her there, in that room which Mother Victoire placed at their service whenever they came to Paris. It was there that they loved to lunch, tranquil and alone, while the worthy woman was detained downstairs at her post. On that particular day they had eaten a roll at Mantes, wishing to get their errands over first of all. But 3 o'clock had struck, and he was dying with hunger. Henri, to be amiable, put one more question. "And are you going to pass the night in Paris?" No, both were returning to Havre in the morning by the 6:30 express. Ah, holidays indeed. They brought you up to give you your dose, and off back again at once. The two looked at one another for a moment, tossing their heads, but they could no longer hear themselves speak. A devil-possessed piano had just broken into sonorous notes. The two sisters must have been thumping on it together, laughing louder than ever, and exciting the exotic birds. Then the young man, gained by the merriment, said good-bye to withdraw into the apartment, and the assistant station-master, left alone, remained a moment with his eyes on the balcony whence ascended all this youthful gaiety. Then, looking up, he perceived the locomotive, whose driver had shut off the exhaust pipes and which the pointsman switched on to the train for Cannes. The last flakes of white steam were lost amid the heavy whirling cloud of smoke soiling the sky, and Roubaud also returned into his room. Standing before the cuckoo clock pointing to 3:20, he gave a gesture of despair. What on earth was keeping Séverine so long? When she once entered a shop, she could never leave it. To stay his famishing hunger, he thought of laying the table. He was familiar with this large apartment lighted by 2 windows, which served as bedroom, dining room, and kitchen, and with its walnut furniture, its bed draped in turkey-red material, its sideboard, its round table, and Norman wardrobe. From the sideboard he took napkins, plates, knives and forks, and 2 glasses. Everything was extremely clean, and he felt as much pleased to perform this little household duty as if he had been a child playing at dining. The whiteness of the linen delighted him, and being very much in love with his wife, he smiled to himself at the idea of the peal of laughter she would give on opening the door. But when he had placed the pâté on a plate, and set the bottle of white wine beside it, he became uneasy and looked about him. Then he quickly drew a couple of small parcels from his pockets which he had forgotten, a little box of sardines and some Gruyere cheese. The half-hour struck. Roubaud strode up and down with an ear attentive to the staircase, turning round at the least sound. Passing before the looking-glass as he waited with nothing to do, he stopped and gazed at himself. He did not appear to be growing old. Although getting on for 40, the bright reddishness of his curly hair had not diminished. His fair beard, also verging on red, which he wore full, had remained thick. Of medium height, but extremely vigorous, he felt pleased with his appearance, satisfied with his rather flat head and low forehead, his thick neck, his round ruddy face lit up by a pair of large sparkling eyes. His eyebrows joined, clouding his forehead with the bar of jealousy. There was a sound of footsteps. Roubaud ran and set the door ajar. but it was a woman who sold newspapers in the station, returning to her lodging hard by. He came back and examined a box made of shells standing on the sideboard. He knew that box very well, a present from Séverine to Mother Victoire, her wet nurse, and this trifling object sufficed to recall all the story of his marriage, which had taken place almost 3 years previously. Born in the south of France at Plassans, he had a carter for father. He had quitted the army with the stripes of a sergeant major, and for a long time had been general porter at the station at Mantes. He had then been promoted head porter at Barentin, and it was there that he had first seen his dear wife, when she came from Danville, in company with Mademoiselle Berthe, the daughter of President Grandmorin. Séverine Aubry was nothing more than the younger daughter of a gardener, who had died in the service of the Grandmorins, but the president, her godfather and guardian, had taken such a fancy to her, making her the playmate of his own daughter, sending them both to the same school at Rouen, and moreover she possessed such an innate air of superiority herself, that Roubaud for a long time had been content to admire her at a distance, with the passion of a workman freed from some of his rough edge, for a dainty jewel that he considered precious. This was the sole romance of his existence. He would have wedded the girl without a sou for the joy of calling her his own, and when he had been so bold as to ask her hand, the realization of his hopes had surpassed his dream. Apart from Séverine and a marriage portion of 10,000 francs, the president, now pensioned off, a member of the board of directors of the Western Railway Company, had extended to him his protection. Almost immediately after the wedding he had become assistant station-master at Havre. No doubt he had good notes to his credit. Firm at his post, punctual, honest, of limited intelligence, but very straightforward. All excellent qualities that might explain the prompt attention given to his request and his rapid promotion. But he preferred to believe that he owed everything to his wife whom he adored. When Roubaud had opened the box of sardines, he positively lost patience. It had been agreed that they should meet there at 3 o'clock. Where could she be? She would not have the audacity to tell him that it required a whole day to purchase a pair of boots and a few articles of linen. And as he again passed before the looking-glass, he perceived his eyebrows on end, and his forehead furrowed with a harsh line. Never had he suspected her at Havre. In Paris he pictured to himself all sorts of danger, deceit, and levity. The blood rushed to his head. His fists of a former porter were clenched, as in the days when he shunted the carriages. He became the brute again, unconscious of his strength. He would have crushed her in an outburst of blind fury. Séverine pushed open the door and presented herself quite fresh and joyful. "Here I am. You must have fancied me lost," she exclaimed. In the lustre of her 25 years, she looked tall, slim, and very supple. But she was plump, notwithstanding her small bones. At first sight she did not appear pretty, with her long face and large mouth set with beautiful teeth. But on observing her more closely she fascinated one by her charm, by the peculiarity of her blue eyes, crowned with an abundance of raven hair. And as her husband, without answering, continued to examine her with the troubled, vacillating look she knew so well, she added, "Oh, I walked very fast. Just imagine, it was impossible to get an omnibus. Then, as I did not want to spend money on a cab, I walked as fast as I could. See how hot I am." "Look here," he said violently. "You will not make me believe you come from the Bon Marché." But immediately, in the delightful manner of a child, she threw herself on his neck, closing his mouth with her pretty little plump hand. "Oh, you wicked creature, you wicked creature!" she exclaimed. "Hold your tongue, you know I love you." She was so full of sincerity, he felt her still so candid, so straightforward, that he pressed her passionately in his arms. His suspicions always ended thus. She abandoned herself to him, loving to be petted. He covered her with kisses, which she did not return. And it was this that caused him a sort of vague uneasiness. This great, passive child, full of filial affection, had not yet awakened to love. "So you ransacked the Bon Marché?" said he. "Oh, yes. I'll tell you all about it," she replied. "But first of all, let us eat. You cannot imagine how hungry I am. Ah, listen, I've a little present. Repeat, where is my little present?" and she laughed quite close to his face. She had thrust her right hand in her pocket. Where she held an object she did not take out of it. "Say quick, where is my little present?" she continued. He also was laughing like a good-natured man, and did as she asked him. "Where is my little present?" he inquired. She had bought him a knife to replace the one he had lost, and which he had been regretting for the past fortnight. He uttered an exclamation of delight, pronouncing this beautiful new knife superb with its ivory handle and shining blade. He wanted to use it at once. She was charmed at his joy, and in fun made him give her a sou, so that their friendship might not be severed. To lunch, she repeated. No, no, she exclaimed, as he was about to shut the window. Don't close it yet, I beg of you. I am too warm. She joined him at the window and remained there a few seconds, leaning on his shoulder, gazing at the vast expanse of the station. For the moment the smoke had disappeared. The copper-colored disk of the sun descended in the haze behind the houses in the Rue de Rome. At their feet a shunting engine was bringing along the Mantes train, all made up, which was to leave at 4:25. The engine drove it back beside the platform under the marquee and was unhooked. In the background, beneath the span roof of the censure line, the shocks of buffers announced the unforeseen coupling on of extra carriages. And alone in the middle of the network of rails, with driver and fireman blackened with the dust of the journey, the heavy engine of some slow train stood motionless as if weary and breathless, with merely a thin thread of steam issuing from a valve. It was waiting for the line to be opened to return to the depot at Batignolles. A red signal clacked, disappeared, and the locomotive went off. "How gay those little taverniers are," remarked Roubaud. "Do you hear them thumping on their piano? I saw Henri just now, and he asked me to give you his compliments." To table, exclaimed Séverine. And she fell upon the sardines with a hearty appetite, having eaten nothing since she bought the roll at Mantes. Her visits to Paris always made her excited. She was quivering with pleasure at her run through the streets, and still enraptured with her purchases at the Bon Marché. Each spring she spent all her winter savings at one stroke, preferring to purchase everything at the capital, and thus economize the cost of the journey, as she said. Without losing a mouthful, she never paused in her chatter. A trifle confused, and blushing, she ended by letting out the total of the sum she had spent, more than 300 francs. "The deuce!" remarked Roubaud, startled. "You get yourself up well for the wife of an assistant station-master. But I thought you were only going to buy a little linen and a pair of boots." "Oh, my dear, but I have got such bargains! The piece of silk with such lovely stripes, a hat in exquisite taste, something to dream of, ready-made petticoats with embroidered flounces, and all this for next to nothing. I should have paid double at Havre. They are going to send the parcel, and you'll see." She looked so pretty in her delight with her confused air of supplication that he resolved to laugh. And besides, this little scratch dinner was so charming in this room where they were all alone, and much more comfortable than at a restaurant. She, who usually drank water, threw off restraint, and swallowed her glass of white wine without knowing what she was about. The box of sardines being empty, they attacked the pâté with the beautiful new knife. It cut so admirably that it was a perfect triumph. "And you, what about your affair?" she inquired. "You make me chatter, and you don't tell me how your matter with the sub-prefect ended." Thereupon he related in detail how he had been treated by the traffic manager. Oh, he had received a thorough good wigging. He had defended himself, he had told the truth. He had related how this little whipper-snapper of a sub-prefect had insisted on getting into a first-class carriage with his dog, when there was a second-class carriage reserved for sportsmen and their animals, and had given an account of the quarrel that had resulted, and the words that had been exchanged. In short, the manager had said he was right to have insisted on the regulations being complied with, but the bad part of the business was that sentence which he confessed having uttered. "You others will not always be the masters." He was suspected of being a Republican. The discussions that had just marked the opening of the session of 1869 and the secret alarm about the forthcoming elections had made the government distrustful. And had not President Grand-Morin spoken warmly in his favor, he would certainly have been removed from his post. As it was, He had been compelled to sign the letter of apology which the latter had advised should be sent, and had drawn up himself.
"Ah, you see," broke in Séverine. "Wasn't I right to drop him a line and pay him a visit along with you this morning before you went to receive your wigging? I knew he would get us out of the trouble."
"Yes, he is very fond of you," resumed Rubard, "and is all-powerful in the company. What is the use of being a good servant? Ah, the manager did not stint me of praise. Slow to take the initiative, but of good conduct, obedient, courageous, briefly, all sorts of qualities. Well, my dear, if you had not been my wife, and if Gromeran had not pleaded my cause out of friendship for you, it would have been all up with me. I should have been sent to do penance at some small station." She was staring fixedly into space and murmured, as if speaking to herself, "Oh, certainly, he is a man with great influence." There was a silence, and she sat with her eyes wide open and lost in thought. She had ceased eating. No doubt she was thinking of the days of her childhood, far away at the chateau of Donville, 4 leagues from Rouen. She had never known her mother. When her father, the gardener Aubry, died, she was commencing her 13th year, and it was at this period that the president, already a widower, had placed her with his daughter Berthe in charge of his sister, Madame Bonahon, herself the widow of a manufacturer, from whom she had inherited the chateau. Berthe, who was 2 years older than Séverine, had been wedded 6 months after the marriage of the latter with Rubard to Monsieur de Lachenay, a little shriveled-up, sallow-complexioned man, judge at the Rouen Court of Appeal. In the preceding year President Gromeran was still at the head of his court at Rouen, which was his own part of the country, when he retired on a pension after a brilliant career. Born in 1804, substitute at Digne on the morrow of the events in 1830, then at Fontainebleau, then at Paris, he had afterwards filled the posts of procurator at Troyes, advocate general at Rennes, and finally first president at Rouen. A multi-millionaire, he had been member of the county council since 1855, and on the same day as he retired, he had been made commander of the Legion of Honor. As far back as she could recollect, she remembered him just as he was now, thick-set and strong, prematurely gray, but the golden gray of one formerly fair, his hair cut Brutus fashion, his beard clipped short, no mustache, a square face, which eyes of a hard blue and a big nose rendered severe. He was harsh on being approached, and made everyone about him tremble. Séverine was so absorbed that Rubard had to raise his voice, repeating twice over, "Well, what are you thinking about?" She started, gave a little shudder, as if surprised, and trembled with alarm.
"Oh, of nothing,"
she answered. "But you are not eating. Have you lost your appetite?" he inquired.
"Oh, no, you'll see,"
she replied. Séverine, having emptied her glass of white wine, finished the slice of pâté on her plate, but there was a cry of alarm. They had eaten the small loaf. Not a mouthful remained for the cheese. They clamored, then laughed, and finally, after disturbing everything, found a piece of stale bread at the back of the sideboard cupboard of Mother Victoire. Although the window was open, it continued very warm, and the young woman, seated with her back to the stove, could not get refreshed, and she had become more rosy and excited by the unforeseen talkative lunch in this room. Speaking of Mother Victoire, Rubard had returned to Gromeran. There was another who owed him a famous debt of gratitude. The mother of a child who had died, she became wet nurse to Séverine, whose birth had sent her mamma into the grave. Later on, as wife of a fireman of the company who spent all he earned in drink, she was leading a wretched existence in Paris by the aid of a little sewing. When happening to meet her foster daughter, the former intimacy had been renewed, while the president at the same time took her under his protection. He had now obtained for her the post of attendant at the lavatory for ladies. The company gave her no more than 100 francs, but she made nearly 1,400 francs out of the gratuities, without counting the lodging, this room where they were lunching, and her coals. Indeed, she had a most comfortable post. And Rubard calculated that if Picu, the husband, had brought home the 2,800 francs which he earned as fireman, wages and gratuities together, instead of running riot at both ends of the line, they would have had between them more than 4,000 francs a year, double what he received as assistant station master at Havre.
In the meanwhile, their sharp hunger had become appeased, and they dawdled over the rest of the meal, cutting the cheese into small pieces to make the feast last longer. Conversation also flagged. "By the way," said he, "why did you decline the invitation of the president to go to Danville for 2 or 3 days?" In the comfort of a good digestion, he had just been running over in his mind the incidents of their visit in the morning to the mansion in the Rue de Rocher, quite close to the station. He had seen himself again in the large stern study, and he again heard the president telling them that he was leaving on the morrow for Danville. Then, as if acting on a sudden impulse, the latter had suggested taking the 6:30 express with them that evening, and conducting his goddaughter on a visit to his sister, who had been wanting to see her for a long time. But the young woman had given all kinds of reasons which prevented her, she said, from accepting the invitation. "For my part," he remarked, "I saw no inconvenience in this little trip. You might have remained there till Thursday. I should have been able to manage without you. Don't you think so? We have need of them in our position. It is rather silly to show indifference to their politeness, and the more so as your refusal seemed to cause him real pain. And that was why I never ceased pressing you to accept until you tugged at my coat, and then I spoke as you did, but without understanding what it meant. Why wouldn't you go?" Séverine, with restless eyes, gave a gesture of impatience. "How could I leave you all alone?" she exclaimed. "That isn't a reason," he replied. "During the 3 years we have been married, you have paid 2 visits of a week to Danville. There was nothing to prevent you going there a 3rd time." The young woman, more and more uneasy, turned away her head. "Well, I didn't care about it," said she. "You don't want to force me to do things that displease me." Roubaud opened his arms as if to say that he had no intention of forcing her to do anything. Nevertheless, he resumed. "Look here, you are hiding something. Did Madame Bonneton receive you badly the last time you went there?" "Oh, no. Madame Bonneton had always welcomed her with great kindness. She was so amiable. Tall and well-developed, with magnificent light hair, she still remained beautiful, notwithstanding her 55 years. Gossip had it that since her widowhood, and even during the lifetime of her husband, her heart had frequently been occupied. They adored her at Danville, where she made the chateau a perfect paradise. All Rouen society visited there, particularly the magistracy, and it was among this body that Madame Bonneton had met with a great many friends." "Then own that it was the Lachenais who gave you the cold shoulder," continued Roubaud. It was true that since Berthe had married Monsieur de Lachenais, she had not been on the same terms with Séverine as before. This poor Berthe, who looked so insignificant with her red nose, was certainly not improving in character. The ladies at Rouen extolled her noble bearing in no mean measure. But a husband such as she had, ugly, harsh, and miserly, seemed likely to communicate his bad qualities to his wife, and make her ill-natured. Still, Séverine had nothing in particular to reproach her with. Berthe had been agreeable to her former companion. "Then it's the president who displeases you down there," remarked Roubaud. Séverine, who had been answering slowly and in an even tone, became impatient again. "He? What an idea!" she exclaimed. And she continued in short, nervous phrases. They barely caught sight of him. He had reserved to himself a pavilion in the park, having a door opening on a deserted lane. He went out and came in without anybody knowing anything about his movements. His sister never even knew positively on what day he arrived. He took a vehicle at Barentin, and drove over by night to Danville, where he remained for days together in his pavilion, ignored by everyone. Ah, it was not he who troubled them down there. "I only mention it," said Roubaud, "because you have told me over and over again that in your childhood he frightened you out of your senses." "Oh, frightened me out of my senses," she replied. "You exaggerate as usual. It is a fact that he rarely laughed. He stared at you so with his great eyes that he made you hang your head at once. I have seen persons confused to the point of being unable to say a word to him. So deeply were they impressed by his great reputation for severity and wisdom. But as for me, I was never scolded by him. I always felt he had a weakness for me." Once more her speech became slow, and her eyes were lost in space. "I remember," she resumed, when I was a little girl, and happened to be having a game with playmates on the paths, that if he chanced to appear, everyone ran into hiding, even his daughter Bert, who was always trembling with fear lest she should be caught doing something wrong. For my part, I calmly awaited him. He came along, and seeing me there, smiling and looking up, gave me a pat on the cheek. Later on, at 16, whenever Bert wished to obtain some favor from him, she always entrusted me with the mission of asking it. I spoke, I never looked down, and I felt his eyes penetrating me, but I did not care a fig. I was so sure he would grant whatever I wanted. Ah, yes, I remember it all. There is not a piece of brushwood in the park, not a corridor, nor a room in the chateau that I cannot see when I close my eyes. She ceased speaking, and lowered her lids. The thrill of incidents of former days seemed to pass over her warm, puffy face. She remained thus for a few moments, with a slight beating of the lips, something like a nervous twitch that drew down the corner of her mouth as if she were in pain. "He has certainly been very good to you," said Rubard, who had just lit his pipe. "Not only did he bring you up like a young lady, but he very shrewdly invested the little money you had, and increased it when we were married, without counting what he is going to leave you. He said in my presence that he had mentioned you in his will." "Ah, yes," murmured Séverine. "That house at La Croix de Mouffra, the property, the railway cut in two. We used to go there occasionally for a week. Oh, I don't much count on that. The Lachenays must be at work to prevent him leaving me anything. And besides, I would rather have nothing. Nothing at all." She had uttered these last words in such a sharp tone that he was astonished, and taking his pipe from his mouth, he stared at her with rounded eyes. "How funny you are," said he. "Everyone knows that the president is worth millions. What harm would there be in him putting his goddaughter in his will? No one would be surprised, and it would be all right for us." "Well, I've had enough of the subject," answered Séverine. "Let us talk about something else. I will not go to Donville because I will not, because I prefer to return with you to Havre." He tossed his head and appeased her with a motion of the hand. Very good, very good. As the subject annoyed her, he would say no more about it. He smiled. Never had he seen her so nervous. No doubt it was the white wine. Anxious to be forgiven, he took up the knife, went into another fit of ecstasy about it, and carefully wiped the blade. To show that it cut like a razor, he began to trim his nails with it.
End of section 1. Section 2 of The Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2.
"Already 4:15, murmured Séverine, standing before the cuckoo clock. "I have a few more errands to do. We must think about our train." But as if to get quite calm before making the room tidy, she went to the window and leant out of it. Then he, leaving his knife, leaving his pipe, also rose from the table, and approaching her, took her gently from behind in his arms, and holding her enlaced, placed his chin on her shoulder, pressing his head against her own. Neither moved, but remained gazing at the scene below them. The small shunting engines went and came without intermission, similar to sharp and prudent housewives. The activity of their movements could barely be heard as they glided along with muffled wheels and a discreet whistle. One of them ran past and disappeared under the Pont de l'Europe, dragging the carriages of a Trouville train to the coach-house. Over there, beyond the bridge, it brushed by a locomotive that had come alone from the depot, like a solitary pedestrian, with its shimmering brass and steel, fresh and smart for the journey. This engine was standing still, and with a couple of short whistles appealed to the pointsman to open the line. Almost immediately he switched it on to its train, which stood ready made up, beside the platform, under the marquee of the main lines. This was the 4:25 train for Dieppe. A stream of passengers hurried forward. One heard the roll of the trucks loaded with luggage, and the porters pushing the foot-warmers one by one into the compartments. The engine and tender had reached the first luggage van with a hollow clash, and the head porter could then be seen tightening the screw of the spreader. The sky had become cloudy in the direction of Batignolles. An ashen crepuscule,
effacing the facades, seemed to be already falling on the outspread fan of railway lines, and in this dim light one saw in the distance the constant departure and arrival of trains on the Bonlieu and Saint-Cyr lines. Beyond the great sheet of span roofing of the station, shreds of reddish smoke flew over darkened Paris. Séverine and Roubaud had remained some minutes at the open window without speaking. He had taken her left hand, and was playing with an old gold ring, a golden serpent with a small ruby head, which she wore on the same finger as her wedding ring. He had always seen it there. "My little serpent," she murmured, in an involuntary dreamy voice, thinking he was looking at the ring, and feeling an imperative necessity to speak. "He made me a present of it at La Croix de Maufras when I was 16. Roubaud raised his head in surprise. "Who was that?" he inquired. "The president?" As the eyes of her husband rested on her own, she awoke, with an abrupt shock, to a sense of reality. She felt a little chill turn her cheeks icy cold. She wished to answer, when, choked by a sort of paralysis, she could say nothing. "But," he continued, "you always told me it was your mother who left you that ring." Even at this second, she could have annulled the sentence she had thoughtlessly let slip. She had only to laugh, to play the madcap. But losing her self-command, unconscious of the gravity of what she was doing, she obstinately maintained her statement. "I never told you, my dear," she replied, "that my mother left me that ring." Thereupon Roubaud, also turning pale, stared at her threateningly. "What do you mean?" he retorted. "By saying you never told me so? Why, you've told it me 20 times over. There's no harm in the president giving you a ring. He has made you other presents of much greater value. But what need was there to hide it from me? Why lie in speaking of your mother?" "I never mentioned my mother, my darling," she persisted. "You are mistaken." This obstinacy was idiotic. She was aware that she was ruining herself, that he could clearly see through her, and she then wanted to retrieve her position, to swallow her words. But it was too late. She felt her features becoming discomposed. Do what she would, the truth burst from all her being. The chill on her cheeks had spread all over her face, and a nervous twitch dragged down her lip. Roubaud looked frightful. He had suddenly become red again, so red that it seemed as if his veins were about to burst. He had grasped her by the wrists, looking close into her face so as to be better able to follow, in the terror-stricken distraction of her eyes, what she dared not utter aloud. He stammered a great oath, which threw her into a fright, and foreseeing a blow, she bowed her head, covering her face with her arm. A trifling, wretched, insignificant incident, the failure to recollect the falsehood she had told about this ring, had just now, in the few words they had exchanged together, supplied evidence of a matter she had every desire to conceal, and a minute had sufficed to bring this about. With a jerk, he threw her across the bed and struck her haphazard with his 2 fists. In 3 years, he had not given her so much as a flip, and now he was beating her black and blue, in the brutish fit of passion of a man with coarse hands who had formerly shunted railway carriages. Uttering another frightful oath, he exclaimed, "You did something wrong! Something wrong! Something wrong!" As he repeated the words, his rage increased, and he belabored her with his fists each time he pronounced them, as if to drive them into her flesh. His voice at last became so thick with anger that it hissed, and ceased to be intelligible. It was only then that he heard her, quite weak from his blows, saying, "No!" She could imagine no other defense. She denied the accusation, so that he might not kill her, and this utterance, this obstinate clinging to the lie, made him completely furious. "Confess that you did something wrong," said he. "No, no," she answered. He had caught hold of her again, supporting her in his arms, preventing her from resuming her position with her face against the bed covering. Like some poor creature hiding herself, he forced her to look him in the face.
"Confess that you did something wrong," he repeated. But slipping down, she escaped and tried to gain the door. In a bound, he was upon her again, his fist raised, and furiously, at one blow near the table, he felled her. He threw himself beside her. He seized her by the hair to nail her to the boards. For an instant they remained thus, on the ground, face to face, without moving, and in the frightful silence could be heard, ascending from the floor below, the singing and laughter of the young Dauvergnes, whose piano, fortunately, frantically poured forth its notes, stifling the sound of the struggle. It was Claire singing nursery rhymes, while Sophie accompanied her with all her might. "Confess that you did something wrong," said he. No longer daring to say no, she remained silent. "Confess that you did something wrong," he exclaimed with an oath, "or I'll rip you open." He would have killed her. She could see it distinctly in his eyes. In falling, she had perceived the knife open on the table, and now she fancied she saw the flash of the blade again. She thought he was extending his arm. She was overcome by cowardice, by an abandonment of herself and everything, a necessity to have done with the matter. "Well, yes," said she. "It's true. Let me go." What followed was abominable. This avowal, which he had so violently exacted, had just come upon him point blank, like something impossible and monstrous. It seemed that he could never have imagined such an infamy. He caught hold of her head and knocked it against a leg of the table. She struggled, and he dragged her across the room by the hair, scattering the chairs. Each time she made an effort to rise, he knocked her back on the floor by a blow from his fist, and he did this panting, with clenched teeth, in savage and senseless fury. The table, thrust away, almost upset the stove. Blood and hair were sticking to a corner of the sideboard. When they recovered breath, stupefied and reeking with this horror, weary of striking and of being struck, they had got close to the bed again, she still stretched on the floor, he squatting down, holding her by the shoulders, and they had breathing time. Below, the music continued. The laughter rippled away, sonorous and very youthful. Roubaud, with a jerk, raised Séverine into a sitting posture, setting her back against the bedstead. Then, still on his knees, weighing down on her shoulders, he could at last speak. He had ceased beating her. He tortured her with questions. She wept. She was so upset that she could not utter a word, and raising his hand, he half stunned her with a blow from his palm. 3 times, at intervals, receiving no answer, he slapped her face. Why should she struggle any longer? She was already half dead. He would have torn out her heart with those horny fingers of a former workman. And so the cross-examination proceeded, with the threatening fist uplifted, ready to strike if she hesitated in her replies. All at once he shook her and inquired with an oath, "Why did you marry me? Don't you know it was infamous to deceive me in this manner? There are thieves in prison who have not half what you have on their conscience. So you despised me? Were you not in love with me? Why did you marry me?" She gave a vague gesture. She did not exactly know now. She was happy to marry him, hoping to get rid of the other. There are so many things one would rather not do, and which one does, because they are after all the wisest. No, she did not love him, and she carefully avoided telling him that had it not been for this business, never would she have consented to become his wife. Séverine, by an effort, had risen to her feet. With a vigor that was extraordinary in such a weak, vanquished creature, she had thrust Roubaud from her, and as she freed her hand, he felt the ring, the little golden serpent with the ruby head, forgotten on her finger. He tore it off, crushed it beneath his heel, in another fit of rage. Then he began striding up and down, from one end of the room to the other, mute and distracted. She sank down, seated at the edge of the bed, staring at him with her great fixed eyes, and a terrible silence ensued. The fury of Rubad was not calmed. No sooner did it seem to moderate a little, than it returned at once in great waves of increased volume, which bore him along in their vertiginous flood. No longer under self-control, he struck about in space, a victim to all the gusts of the violent tempest lacerating him, only to awaken to the imperative necessity of appeasing the howling brute within him. It was a physical, an immediate necessity, a thirst for vengeance that wrung his body, and which would leave him no repose until it had been satisfied. Without stopping in his walk, he struck his temples with his two fists, and he stammered out in a voice of anguish, "What shall I do?" As he had not killed this woman at once, he would not kill her now. His cowardice in allowing her to live exasperated his anger, for it was cowardly. It was because he still cared for her that he had not strangled her. Nevertheless, he could not keep her with him after what he had discovered. Then he would have to drive her out, put her into the street, never to see her again. And at this thought, a fresh flood of suffering overwhelmed him. He experienced an execrable feeling of disgust when he recognized that he would not even do this. What then? It only remained for him to accept the abomination, and to take this woman back to Havre, there to continue to live quietly together, as if nothing had occurred. No, death rather. Death for both of them that very instant. He was stirred with such intense distress that his head seemed to have gone astray, and he cried out louder than before, "What shall I do?" Séverine, from the bed, where she remained seated, continued following him with her great eyes. She had always felt the calm affection of a comrade for him, and the excessive grief in which she now saw him plunged aroused her pity. The ugly words and blows she would have excused, if this wild fit of passion had caused her less surprise, a surprise that she had not yet got over. Passive and docile, she had consented to her marriage simply from a desire to settle down, and she was at a loss to understand such an outburst of jealousy about a former error which she repented. She watched her husband, going and coming, turning furiously round, as she would have watched a wolf or an animal of some other species. What was the matter with him? There were so many husbands without anger. The thing that terrified her was to perceive the brute, whose presence she had suspected for 3 years, from certain sullen growls, at this moment unchained, mad and ready to bite. What could she say to him to avert a misfortune? At each turn he came near the bed before her. She awaited him there, and had sufficient courage to address him. "My dear, listen," said she, but he heard not. He went back to the other end of the room, like a bit of straw beaten about in a storm. "What shall I do? What shall I do?" he continued asking. At last she seized him by the wrist, and retained him a minute. "My dear, listen," she said. "You know it was I who refused to go to Danville. I should never have gone there again. Never, never. It is you I love." "Look here," he answered. "If I am to live, I must kill the other. I must kill him. Kill him." His voice rose louder. He repeated the word, erect, grown taller, as if this utterance, in bringing him to a resolution, also brought him calm. He ceased speaking. He walked slowly to the table, and there, with a gesture of indifference, looked at the knife, whose shimmering blade was wide open. He closed and put it in his pocket. Then, with his arms swinging at his sides, his eyes lost in space, he remained at the same place thinking. Obstacles that presented themselves to some plan he was elaborating in his brain caused 2 great wrinkles to appear on his forehead. To get the better of his difficulty, he went and opened the window. Standing before it, with his face in the chilly air of twilight, his wife, in another fright, stood up behind him, and not daring to question him, waited with her face to the expansive sky, endeavoring to guess what was passing in that hard skull. In the falling shades of night, the distant houses stood out black, and a violescent mist clouded the vast site of the station. The deep cutting seemed as if smothered in dust, particularly in the direction of Batignolles, and the ironwork of the Pont de l'Europe began to fade away. Towards Paris, a final gleam of daylight whitened the windows of the great iron marquise, but within they became densely obscure. Suddenly one saw a glitter of sparks. The men were lighting the gas lamps along the platforms. Here a great white spot was formed by the lantern on the engine of the Dieppe train, crowded with passengers. The doors of the compartments were already closed, and the driver only awaited the order of the assistant station-master on duty to start. But some hindrance had occurred. The red signal of the pointsman closed the line, while a small locomotive came and picked up a few carriages which a defective maneuver had left behind. Trains flew along without intermission, in the increasing darkness, over the complicated network of rails, threading their way through lines of carriages standing motionless on sidings. One started for Argenteuil, another for Saint-Germain. A very long train arrived from Cherbourg. Signals succeeded one another, accompanied by whistles and blasts of the horn. Lights appeared on every side one by one, red, green, yellow, white. There seemed to be a regular confusion at this troubled hour when day glides into night, and it looked as if a tremendous smash would ensue. But everything passed on. The trains brushed by each other, detaching themselves from the entanglement in a smooth, creeping motion that could only be perceived indistinctly in the deep crepuscule. But the red light of the pointsman was effaced. The Dieppe train blew its whistle and rolled off. A few drops of rain began to fall from the wan sky. It was going to be a wet night. When Roubaud turned round, it was with a face cloudy and obstinate, as if overcast by the shadow of this night that was drawing in. He had made up his mind. His plan was formed. In the vanishing darkness, he looked at the cuckoo clock and exclaimed aloud, 20 minutes past 5. He was astounded. 1 hour, barely 1 hour, and so much to do. It seemed to him that they had been devouring one another there for weeks. 20 minutes past 5, he muttered. We shall have enough time. Séverine, without daring to ask a question, continued following him with her anxious eyes. She saw him rummage in the cupboard and bring out some notepaper, a small bottle of ink, and a pen. "What?" she exclaimed. "Are you going to write a letter? To whom?" "To him. Sit down." And as she instinctively drew away from the chair, ignoring as yet what he was about to exact from her, he brought her back and weighed her down so heavily as he seated her at the table that she remained there. "Write this. Leave tonight by the 6:30 express, and do not show yourself before you arrive at Rouen." She held the pen, but her hand trembled. Her fright increased at the thought of all the unknown gaping before her in those 2 simple lines, and she had the courage to raise her head and say in a pleading tone, "What are you going to do, my dear? I beg you to tell me." He only repeated, in his loud, inexorable voice, "Write! Write!" Then, with his eyes on her eyes, without anger, without ugly words, but with such obstinacy that she felt the weight crushing and annihilating her, he answered, "What I am going to do you will see well enough. And listen, what I am going to do, I mean you to do with me. In that way, we shall remain together. There will be something binding between us." He terrified her. She drew back again. "No, no, I want to know," she exclaimed. "I will not write without knowing." Then, ceasing to speak, he took her hand, the small, delicate hand of a child, and pressed it in his iron fist, with the continuous pressure of a vice, until he almost crushed it. He was driving his will into her flesh with the pain. She uttered a cry. All her spirit was broken. All her will surrendered. Ignorant creature as she had remained, in her passive gentleness, she could but obey. Instrument of love, instrument of death. Right, right, he repeated again. And she wrote, painfully, with her poor sore hand. That's all right, you are very good, said he when he had the letter. Now tidy the place up a bit and get everything ready. I'll come back and fetch you. He was quite calm. He arranged the bow of his tie before the looking-glass, put on his hat, and took himself off. She heard him double-lock the door and remove the key. Night was drawing in more and more. For an instant she remained seated, her ear catching every sound outside. A continual low whine came from the adjoining room in occupation of the newspaper woman. No doubt a little dog forgotten by its mistress. Below, in the apartment of the Duvergnes, the piano had become silent. There was now a merry clatter of stew-pans and crockery. The two little housekeepers were busy in their kitchen, Claire looking after a mutton stew, Sophie picking a salad. And Séverine, prostrated, listened to their laughter and the frightful distress of this falling night. At 6:15, the locomotive of the Havre Express, issuing from the Pont de l'Europe, was switched on to its train and there secured. Owing to the metals being occupied, they had been unable to lodge this train under the marquee of the main lines. It waited in the open air beside a prolongation of the platform forming a sort of narrow jetty in the gloom of an inky sky, where the poorly furnished row of gas lamps displayed but a line of smoky stars. A shower had just ceased, leaving behind a trace of icy dampness spread over this vast uncovered space, which the mist threw back as far as the pale glimmers on the facades in the Rue de Rome. This immense, dreary expanse, bathed in water, here and there studded with a gory light, was broken up by opaque lumps, engines, and solitary carriages, parts of trains in repose on the shunting lines, and from the depths of this sheet of darkness came sounds, giant-like respirations, breathless with fever, whistles resembling the piercing shrieks of women, distant, lamentable blasts of horns mingled with a rumble in the adjoining streets. Orders were shouted out to add on a carriage. The engine of the express stood motionless, losing by a valve a great jet of steam, which ascended into all this obscurity, to spread into small clouds and sprinkle the boundless veil of morning drawn across the sky with white tears. At 6:20, Roubaud and Séverine appeared. She had just returned the key to Mother Victoire as she passed by the lavatory, near the waiting rooms, and Roubaud, impatient and blunt, his hat on the back of his head, urged her on, after the fashion of a husband with no time to lose, who is being delayed by his wife, while she, with her veil drawn tight over her face, advanced slowly as if broken down with fatigue. Joining the flood of passengers streaming along the platform, they followed the line of carriages, on the lookout for an empty first-class compartment. The footway became alive with porters rolling trucks of luggage to the van at the head of the train. An inspector was busy finding seats for a numerous family. The assistant station-master on duty, with his signal lantern in his hand, glanced at the couplings to see that the spreaders had been properly screwed up, and Roubaud, having at length found an empty compartment, was about to assist Séverine to get in when he perceived Monsieur Van Dorp, the head station-master, strolling along in company with Monsieur Duvergnes, his deputy chief of the main lines, both watching the maneuver connected with the carriage that was being added to the train. Roubaud, exchanging greetings with them, found it necessary to stop and have a chat. First of all, they spoke of the business with the sub-prefect, which had terminated to the satisfaction of everyone. Then the conversation turned to an accident that had happened in the morning at Havre, the news having come by telegraph. A locomotive, called La Licence, which on Thursday and Saturday took the 6:30 express, had broken its connecting rod, just as the train entered the station, and the repairs would give 2 days' holiday to Jacques Lantier, the driver, who came from the same part of the country as Roubaud, and to his fireman, Pécure, the husband of Mother Victoire. Séverine remained standing before the door of the compartment, while her husband affected great freedom of mind in conversation with these gentlemen, raising his voice and laughing. But there came a shock, and the train recoiled a few yards. It was the locomotive, driving back the first carriages to the one that had just been added on, the number 293, so as to have a reserved coupé. And Henri d'Auvergne, the son who accompanied the train as head guard, having recognized Séverine through her veil, had prevented her from receiving a knock from the wide-open door, by pulling her away without ceremony. Then, excusing himself, smiling, very amiable, he explained that the coupé was for one of the directors of the company, who had sent to ask for it half an hour before the time for the train to start. She gave a little senseless laugh, and he ran off to attend to his work. The clock marked 6:27. 3 minutes more. Roubaud, who was watching the doors of the waiting rooms in the distance while chatting with the station-master, suddenly left the latter to return to Séverine. But the carriage having moved back, they had to make their way to the empty compartment a few paces off. Roubaud pushed his wife along, and with an effort of the wrist made her get into the carriage, while she, in her anxious docility, looked instinctively behind her to see what was going on. A passenger behind time had just arrived, carrying only a rug in his hand. He had the broad collar of his blue topcoat turned up, and the rim of his bowler hat brought down so low over his eyebrows that nothing could be seen of his face in the vacillating gaslight but a bit of white beard. Monsieur Vandorp and Monsieur d'Auvergne advanced and followed the passenger, notwithstanding his evident desire to avoid being seen. He only greeted them 3 carriages further on when in front of the reserved coupé, in which he hurriedly took a seat. It was the president. Séverine, in a tremble, sank down on a seat. Her husband bruised her arm in his grasp, as if in a final act of taking possession of her, exulting, now that he was certain of doing the thing he had thought out in his mind. A minute later the half-hour would strike. A newspaper seller stubbornly offered the evening editions. A few passengers still strolled along the platform finishing cigarettes. But all took their seats. The inspectors could be heard coming from both ends of the train, closing the doors, and Roubaud, who had met with the disagreeable surprise of perceiving a somber form occupying a corner in the compartment which he had thought empty, no doubt a woman in mourning, who remained mute and motionless, could not restrain an exclamation of real anger when the door opened again and an inspector pushed in a stout man and a stout woman, who flopped down on a seat, gasping. They were about to start. The very fine rain had recommenced, drowning the vast dark expanse which was crossed incessantly by trains that presented nothing distinguishable but a moving line of small bright windows. Green lights had been lit. A few lanterns danced on a level with the ground. And there was nothing else, nothing but black immensity, where alone appeared the marquees of the main lines, pale with a dim reflex of gas. All had disappeared. Even the sounds had become muffled. The roar of the engine, opening its exhaust pipes to let out a whirling wave of white steam, alone could be heard. A cloud ascended, unrolling like the winding sheet of an apparition, and divided by dense black smoke springing from some invisible source. The sky was once more obscured. A volume of soot flew over nocturnal Paris, ablaze with luminosity. Then the assistant station-master on duty raised his lantern for the engine-driver to inquire if the line was free. 2 whistles were heard, and away, near the box of the pointsman, the red light vanished, to be succeeded by a white one. The head guard, standing at the door of his van, awaited the order to start which he transmitted. The driver gave a long whistle, and opening the regulator set the locomotive moving. They were off. At first the motion was imperceptible. Then the train rolled along. Darting under the Pont de l'Europe, it plunged towards the Batignolles tunnel. All that could be seen of it were the 3 lights behind, the red triangle looking like gaping wounds. For a few seconds longer, it could be followed in the chilling darkness of night. Now it flew on its way. And nothing now could stop this train, launched at full speed. It disappeared.
End of section 2. Section 3 of The Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3.
Chapter 2. The house at La Croix de Maufras stands aslant, in a garden which the railway has cut in two, and is so near the metals that it feels the shock of every train passing by. A single journey suffices to bear it away in memory. The entire multitude, who have flown along the line, are aware of its existence at this spot, without knowing aught about it. Always closed, it looks as if deserted in distress, with its grey shutters turning green through the effects of the rain beating against them from the west. Standing in a wilderness, it seems to increase the solitude of this out-of-the-way corner, where scarcely a soul breathes for 3 or 4 miles around. The only other house there is that of the gatekeeper, at the angle where the road crosses the rails on its way to Donville, 4 miles off. Low in build, the walls seamed with cracks, the tiles of the route devoured by moss, it lies crushed with a neglectful aspect of poverty in the middle of the garden surrounding it. A garden planted with vegetables, enclosed by a quick-set hedge, and where a great well rises almost as high as the habitation itself. The level crossing is just halfway between the 2 stations of Maloney and Barenton, being 3 miles from each. It is but little used. The old decaying gate rarely rolls back, save for the stone drays from the quarries at Becourt, half a league distant in the forest. It would be difficult to imagine a more out-of-the-way place, or one more completely separated from humanity, for the long tunnel in the direction of Maloney cuts off every road, and the only way to communicate with Barenton is by a neglected pathway beside the line. Visitors, therefore, are scarce. On this particular evening, as night was drawing in, a traveller who had just left a train from Havre at Barenton followed with long strides the pathway of La Croix de Maufras. The country thereabouts is but one uninterrupted set of hills and dales, a sort of waving of the soil, which the railway crosses on embankments and in cuttings alternately. The continual unevenness of the ground, the ascents and descents on either side of the line, make walking difficult, and add to the feeling of deep solitude. The impoverished whitish land lies fallow. The hillocks are crowned with small woods, while brooks, shaded with willows, run at the bottom of the narrow ravines. Certain chalky elevations are absolutely bare, and sterile hills succeed one another in the silence and abandonment of death. The young, lusty traveller hastened his steps, as if to escape from the sadness of the twilight, falling so gently over this desolate country. In the garden of the gatekeeper, a girl was drawing water at the well, a tall lass of 18, fair, robust, with thick lips, greenish eyes, a low forehead, and a heavy head of hair. She was not pretty, and had the heavy hips and muscular arms of a young man. As soon as she perceived the traveller coming down the path, she let go the pail and ran to the garden gate, exclaiming, "Hello, Jacques!" He raised his head. He had just completed his 27th year. He also was tall and very dark, a handsome fellow, with his round face and regular features, which nevertheless were marred by too heavy a jaw. His thick hair curled, as did his mustache, which was so full, so black, that it seemed to add to the pallidness of his complexion. From his delicate skin, carefully shaved on the cheeks, anyone would have taken him for a gentleman, had it not been for the indelible imprint of the workman that he bore on his engine-driver hands, which were already turning yellow with grease, although remaining small and flexible. "Good evening, Flore," he simply said. But his large dark eyes, studded with golden sparks, had become troubled with a reddish cloud, which made them dim. The lids were blinking, the eyes turned away in sudden constraint, and he experienced a feeling of uneasiness that went so far as to cause him suffering. His whole frame instinctively made a movement as if to draw back. She, standing motionless, her eyes looking straight at him, had perceived this involuntary shudder that came on him, and which he endeavored to master, each time that he approached a woman. It seemed to make her quite serious and sad. Then, when he asked her, in view of concealing his embarrassment, if her mother was at home, although knowing she was unwell and unable to leave the house, the girl only answered with a nod, standing aside so that he might come in without touching her, and erect and proud she returned without a word to the well. Jacques crossed the small garden at his rapid stride, and entered the dwelling. There, in the center of the first room, a sort of large kitchen, where the family took their meals and lived. Aunt Phaisy, as he had called her from infancy, was alone, seated near the table on a rush-bottomed chair, with her legs wrapped in an old shawl. She was a cousin of his father, Alantia, who had stood godmother to him, and who, when he was no more than 6, had taken care of him, at the time when his father and mother had flown off to Paris, and there disappeared. He had then remained at Plassans, where later on he had followed the classes of the École des Arts et Métiers. He bore Aunt Phaisy great gratitude, and was in the habit of saying that if he had made his way, it was entirely due to her. When he became a driver of the first class in the Western Railway Company, after passing a couple of years on the Orleans Railway, he had found his godmother married again to a level-crossing gatekeeper named Missard, and exiled with the 2 daughters of her first marriage to this out-of-the-way place called La Croix de Maufras. At the present time, Aunt Phaisy, although barely 45, and who formerly had been so tall and strong, looked 60. Moreover, she had grown thin and yellow, and was a prey to constant shivers. She welcomed Jacques with joy. "What, is it you, Jacques?" she exclaimed. "Ah, my bonny lad, what a surprise!" He kissed her cheeks, explaining that he had suddenly come into a couple of days' enforced holiday. La Licence, his engine, on reaching Havre in the morning, had broken its connecting rod, and as the repairs would take 24 hours, he would not resume his duty until the following evening for the 6:40 express. So he had come over to see her. He would sleep there and catch the 7:26 train from Barrington in the morning, and he kept her poor withered hands in his own, telling her how anxious her last letter had made him. "Ah, yes, my lad, I am not well. I am not at all well. How nice of you to have guessed my desire to see you. But I know what little time you have of your own, and I did not dare ask you to run over. Anyhow, here you are, and I have so much on my mind." She broke off to cast a timid glance out of the window. On the other side of the metals, in the twilight, her husband could be perceived in his box, one of those wooden huts erected every 4 or 5 miles along the line, and connected by telegraph to ensure the satisfactory running of the trains, while his wife and later on Flore had been placed in charge of the gate at the level crossing. Missard had been made a watchman of the line. In fear of him hearing her, she lowered her voice, and said with a shudder, "I verily believe he is poisoning me." Jacques started in surprise at this disclosure, and his eyes, also turning towards the window, were again deadened by the peculiar trouble to which he was accustomed, that little reddish haze which dimmed their brilliant black full of golden sparks. "Oh, Aunt Phaisy, what an idea!" he murmured. "He looks such a gentle, weak creature." A train had just passed, going in the direction of Havre, and Missard had left his box to block the line behind it. Jacques looked at him as he pulled up the lever to show the red signal. He was a puny little man, with thin, discolored hair and beard, and a lean, hollow-cheeked face. Moreover, he was silent, retiring, never angry, and obsequiously polite in presence of his chiefs. But he had returned to his box to note down in his register the hour at which the train had passed, and pressed the 2 electric buttons, one opening the line at the preceding post, the other announcing the coming of the train at the box after his. "Ah, you don't know him," resumed Aunt Phaisy. "I tell you that he must be giving me some filth. I, who was strong, who would have eaten him up. And it is he, this bit of a man, this insignificant creature, who is devouring me." She was burning with concealed timorous spite, and unbosomed herself, delighted to have at last found someone who would listen to her. What could she have been thinking of to have married such a cunning fellow, without a sou and miserly? She who was more than 5 years his senior, with 2 daughters, one already 8 and the other 6? It was now close on 10 years since she had done this famous business, and not an hour had passed without her repenting it. A poverty-stricken existence, exiled to this icy quarter in the north, where she was shivering with cold, wearied to death at not having a soul to speak to, not a single neighbor. He, formerly a plate-layer, now earned 1,200 francs a year as watchman. She, from the commencement, had received 50 francs for the gate, which was now in charge of Flore. Such was the present and future, no other hope. The certainty of living and dying in this hole, far away from their fellow creatures. "I tell you," she repeated to conclude, "that it is he who is tampering with me, and that he'll do for me, little as he is." The sudden tinkling of an alarum made her cast the same anxious glance outside as before. This was the preceding post informing Missard that a train was coming in the direction of Paris, and the needle of the apparatus standing in front of the window pointed that way. Stopping the ringing, he went out to signal the train by 2 blasts of the horn, while Flore, at the same moment, came and closed the gate. Then, planting herself before it, she held the flag up straight in its leather case. The train, an express, hidden by a curve, could be heard advancing with a roar that grew louder as it approached. It passed like a thunderbolt, shaking, threatening to carry away the low habitation in a tempestuous gust of wind. Flore returned to her vegetables, while Missard, after blocking the up line behind the train, went to open the down line by lowering the lever to efface the red signal, for another tinkling, accompanied by the rise of the other needle, had just warned him that the train which had gone by 5 minutes previously was clear of the next post. He returned to his box, communicated with the 2 watchmen, jotted down the passing of the train, and waited. It was always the same kind of work that he did, for 12 consecutive hours, living there, eating there, without reading 6 lines of a newspaper, without appearing even to have a single thought in his slanting skull. "Perhaps he is jealous," suggested Jacques. But Aunt Phaisy shrugged her shoulders in pity.
"Ah, my lad, what is that you say? He jealous?"
Then, with the old shiver upon her, she added,
No, he never cared for me. All he cares for is money. Why we quarreled, you see, was because I would not give him the 1,000 francs I inherited from father last year. Then, just as he threatened me that it would bring me bad luck, I fell ill, and the complaint has not left me since. Yes, it is exactly from that time that I have been unwell."
The young man understood her idea, and attributing it to the gloomy thoughts of a sick woman, he still endeavored to dissuade her. But she obstinately shook her head, like a person who has made up her mind, so that he ended by saying, "Very well, then, the remedy is as simple as can be. If you want to put an end to the thing, give him your 1,000 francs. By an extraordinary effort she rose to her feet, and resuscitated, as it were, she violently answered, "My 1,000 francs? Never! I would sooner burst. Ah, they are hidden, and well hidden, take my word. The house may be turned upside down, but I defy anyone to find them. And he has had a good try, the demon. I have heard him at night-time, sounding all the walls. Search, search! The mere pleasure of watching his nose grow longer would suffice to give me patience. We shall see who will give up first, him or me. I am on my guard, and swallow nothing that he touches. And if I kick the bucket, well, he will not even then get my 1,000 francs. I prefer leaving them to the earth." She sank back into the chair, exhausted, shaking at another sound of the horn. It came from Missard, who, standing at the door of his box, this time signaled the train on its way to Havre. In spite of her obstinate determination to withhold the legacy, she had a secret and increasing fear of him, the same kind of fear as that of a giant for the insect he feels devouring him. The train signaled. The slow train which had left Paris at 12:45 was coming along in the distance with a dull rumble. It could be heard issuing from the tunnel and puffing louder in the open country. Then it passed amidst the thunder of its wheels and its mass of carriages with the invincible might of a hurricane. Jacques, with his eyes raised towards the window, had watched the small squares of glass file past. Wishing to turn aside the gloomy ideas of Aunt Phaisy, he resumed in a joking vein, "Godmother, you complain that you never see a soul in this hole, but there are people for you." Failing at first to catch his meaning, she looked astounded, and inquired, "Where are there any people?" Then, understanding, she added, "Ah, yes, those folk who go by. What good are they? One does not know them, one cannot chat with them." He continued in a merry tone, "But me,
You know me well enough. You often see me pass. You. That's true. I know you. And I know the time of your train, she answered. Only, you fly along. Yesterday you did so with your hand. I can't even answer. No, that's no way of seeing people.
Nevertheless, this idea of the multitude the up and down trains carried along daily before her, amidst the deep silence of her solitude, made her pensive, and she turned her eyes to the line where night was drawing in. When in good health, and she went and came, planting herself before the gate, her flag in her hand, she never thought of such things. But since she had been remaining for days on this chair, with naught to think of but her underhand struggle with this man, confused reveries, barely formulated, had set her head topsy-turvy. It seemed to her so strange that she should be living here, lost in the depths of this desert, without a soul in whom she could confide, when so many men and women filed past in the tempestuous blast of the trains, shaking the house, tearing along full steam, day and night continually. Certainly all the inhabitants of the earth went by there, not only Frenchmen, foreigners also, persons come from the most distant lands, as no one could now remain at home, and as all people, according to what had been written, would soon be but one. This was progress, brothers all, rolling along together yonder towards a land of plenty. She endeavored to count them, to arrive at an average, so many for each carriage. But there were too many. She could not manage it. Frequently she fancied she recognized faces. That of a gentleman with a light beard, doubtless an Englishman who traveled to Paris every week. That of a little dark lady, who went by regularly on Wednesday and Saturday. But the flash bore them off, and she was not quite sure she had seen them. All the faces became confused, blended together as if alike, disappearing one in the other. The torrent ran on, leaving nothing of itself behind, and what made her sad at the sight of this constant movement, amid so much well-being and so much money, was to feel that this panting multitude was ignorant of her being there, in danger of death, so that if her husband some night polished her off, the trains would continue passing one another, close to her corpse, without anyone even suspecting the crime within the solitary habitation. Aunt Phaisy had remained with her eyes on the window, and she summed up what she felt, but her feelings were too vague to be explained at length. Ah, it's a fine invention, there's no doubt of it. People go along quick and become more learned, but wild beasts remain wild beasts. And people may invent even finer machines still, but nevertheless there will be wild beasts in spite of it all. Jacques tossed his head to say that he thought as she did. For a few moments he had been watching Flore, who had opened the gate for a quarry dray loaded with 2 enormous blocks of stone. The road only served for the Bicourt quarries, so that the gate was padlocked at night, and Flore rarely had to get up to unlock it. Observing her chatting familiarly with the quarryman, a young dark fellow, Jacques exclaimed, "Hullo, Caboche must be ill, as his cousin Louis is in charge of the horses. Poor Caboche. Do you often see him, godmother?" She raised her hands without answering, having a great sigh. The previous autumn there had been a regular drama which had not contributed to improve her health. Her younger daughter, Louisette, in service as housemaid with Madame Bonneton at Donville, had ran away at night, half crazy in black and blue, to go and die at the hut which her sweetheart, Caboche, occupied in the middle of the forest. All manner of tales had got about reflecting on President Grandmarin, but no one dared repeat them aloud. Even her mother, who knew what had happened, did not like returning to the subject. Nevertheless, she ended by saying, "No, he never looks in. He is becoming as shy as a wolf. Poor Louisette, who was such a pet, so white, so sweet. She really loved me, and would have nursed me, she would. Whereas Flore, well, I don't complain of her. But she has certainly something wrong with her head. Always doing just as she likes, disappearing for hours together, and then proud and violent. It is all very sad, very sad." Jacques, while listening, continued following the stone dray with his eyes. It was now crossing the line, but the wheels had got clogged by the metals,
and the driver had to clack his whip, while Flore shouted to excite the horses. "The deuce!" exclaimed the young man. "It wouldn't do for a train to come along now. There would be a smash." "Oh, there is no fear of that," replied Aunt Phaisy. "Flore is sometimes funny, but she knows her business. She keeps her eyes open. It is now 5 years since we had an accident, thank God. A long time back a man was cut to pieces. We have only had a cow, which almost upset a train. Ah, the poor creature! We found its body here and its head over there near the tunnel. With Flore one can sleep soundly." The stone dray had passed on. The loud shocks of the wheels in the ruts could be heard growing less distinct in the distance. Then Aunt Phaisy returned to the subject that constantly occupied her thoughts, the question of health, in regard to others as much as herself. "And you?" she inquired. "Are you quite well now? You remember, when you were with us, that complaint you suffered from, and of which the doctor could make neither head nor tail?" His eyes became restless. "I am very well, godmother," said he. "Truly? It has all disappeared?" she inquired again. "That pain boring into your skull behind the ears, and the abrupt strokes of fever, and those periods of sadness which made you hide yourself like an animal at the bottom of a hole?" As she proceeded, he became more and more troubled, and got so dreadfully uneasy that at last he interrupted her, saying in a brief tone, "I assure you I am very well. I feel nothing of all that. Nothing at all." "Well, so much the better, my lad," said she. "The fact of you being ill would not cure me. And then you're of an age to enjoy good health. Ah, health, there is nothing like it. It is all the same very kind of you to have come to see me when you could have been enjoying yourself somewhere else. You'll have dinner with us, won't you? And you'll sleep up there in the loft, next to the room Flore occupies?" But another blare of the horn interrupted her. Night had closed in, and turning towards the window they could only confusedly distinguish Misard talking with another man. 6 o'clock had just struck, and he was giving over his service to the night watchman. At length he was about to be free after 12 hours passed in this hut, furnished only with a small table under the shelf supporting the apparatus, a stool, and a stove which threw out so much heat that he was obliged to almost constantly keep the door open. "Ah, here he is. He is returning home," murmured Aunt Phaisy, in a fright again. The train signaled was coming, very heavy, very long, roaring louder and louder as it approached, and the young man had to bend forward to hear what the invalid said, feeling pained at the wretched state she was putting herself in and anxious to relieve her. "Listen, godmother. If he really has bad intentions, perhaps it would stop him if he was to know that I have taken up the matter. You would do well to entrust your 1,000 francs to me." She gave a final outburst. "My 1,000 francs!" she exclaimed. "Not to you any more than to him. I tell you I'd sooner die." At this moment the train passed in its storm-like violence, as if it would sweep everything before it. The house shook, enveloped in a gust of wind. This particular train, on its way to Havre, was very crowded, for there was to be a fête on the following day, a Sunday, in connection with a launch. Notwithstanding the speed, by the lit-up glass of the doors one caught sight of the full compartments, of the lines of heads side by side, close together, each with its particular profile. They followed one another and disappeared. What a multitude! The crowd again, the crowd without end, amidst the rolling of the carriages, the whistling of the locomotives, the tinkling of the telegraph, the ringing of the bells. It was like a huge body, a gigantic being stretched across the earth, the head at Paris, the vertebrae all along the line, the limbs expanding with the embranchments, the feet and hands at Havre and at the other termini, and it passed, mechanically, triumphant, advancing to the future with mathematical precision, careless as to what remained of man on either side of it, who, although concealed, was still replete with life, the embodiment of eternal passion and eternal love. Flore came in first and lit the lamp, a small petroleum lamp without a shade, and laid the table. Not a word did they exchange. She barely threw a glance at Jacques, who stood before the window with his back turned. A soupe aux choux was being kept warm on the stove. When Misard made his appearance she was serving it. He showed no surprise to find the young man there. Perhaps he had seen him arrive. He displayed no curiosity to know what had brought him there, and asked no questions. A pressure of the hand, 3 brief words, and nothing more. Jacques had to take the initiative of repeating the tale about the broken connecting rod, and how he had then thought of running over to kiss his aunt. Missard was content to gently toss his head as if to say he considered this quite proper, and they sat down, eating slowly and at first in silence. Aunt Phaisy, who since the morning had not taken her eyes from the pot where the soup au choux was simmering, accepted a plateful. But her husband, having risen to give her the iron water forgotten by Flore, a decanter in which a few nails were rusting, she did not touch it. He, humble, puny, coughing with a nasty little cough, did not seem to remark the anxious look with which she followed his slightest movement. When she asked for salt, there being none on the table, he told her she would repent of eating so much, that it was this that made her ill, and he rose to take some, bringing her a pinch in a spoon, which she accepted without distrust, salt purifying everything, as she said. Then they spoke of the really mild weather that had prevailed for some days, and of a train that had run off the rails at Maromme. Jacques began to think that his godmother must suffer from nightmare while wide awake, for he could see nothing suspicious about this bit of a man, who was so civil and had such expressionless eyes. They remained more than an hour at table. Twice Flore disappeared, for a few moments, at the signal of the horn. The trains went by, making the glasses ring on the table, but no one paid the least attention. Another blare of the horn, and Flore, who had just cleared the cloth, withdrew and did not return. She left her mother and the 2 men seated at table before a bottle of cider brandy. All 3 remained thus another half-hour. Then Missard, whose ferreting eyes had been resting for a minute or 2 on a corner of the room, took his cap and went out, with a simple good night. He was in the habit of poaching in the little neighboring brooks, which harbored superb eels, and never went to bed without examining his lines. As soon as he had gone, Aunt Phaisy looked fixedly at her godson and exclaimed, "Eh, what do you think of that? Did you see him searching over there with his eyes in that corner? He has got an idea that I have hidden my hoard behind the butter jar. Ah, I know him. I am certain he will move the jar tonight to have a look." But she began perspiring and trembling from head to foot. "You see, there it is again. He must have drugged me. My mouth is as bitter as if I had been swallowing old Sue's, though God knows I have taken nothing from his hand. It's enough to make one drown oneself. I can't sit up any longer tonight. It's better for me to go to bed. So good-bye, my lad, because if you leave at 7:26, it will be too early for me. And come again, won't you, and let's hope I shall still be here." He had to assist her to her room, where she got into bed and went off to sleep exhausted. Left by himself, he hesitated, thinking whether it would not be as well if he were to retire for the night also, and stretch himself out on the hay awaiting him upstairs in the loft. But it was only 10 minutes to 8. He had plenty of time for sleep, and so he too went out, leaving the little petroleum lamp alight in the empty slumbering house, shaken ever and anon by the abrupt thunder of a train. Jacques was surprised at the mildness of the air outside. No doubt it would rain again. A uniform milky cloud had spread over the sky, and the full moon, concealed behind it, lit up the whole vault of heaven with a reddish reflex. He could clearly distinguish the country. The land around him, the hills, the trees stood out in black against this equal deadened light, soft as that of a night lamp. He walked round the little kitchen garden. Then he thought of going towards Donville, as the road in that direction was not so steep as the other way. But the sight of the solitary house planted aslant on the opposite side of the line having caught his attention, he crossed the meadows, passing by the side gate, the big one being already closed for the night. He knew this house very well. He gazed at it on each of his journeys, amid the roar and jolting of his engine. It haunted him, without him being able to understand why, save for a confused sensation that it had something to do with his existence. Each time he went up and down the line, he first of all experienced a sort of dread, lest he should find it no longer there. Then he felt a kind of uneasiness when he perceived it still in the same place. He had never seen either the doors or windows open. All he had learnt about it was that it belonged to President Grandmorin, and on this particular night he was beset by an irresistible desire to wander round about it, so as to ascertain something more. Jacques remained a long time on the road, facing the iron railings. He stepped back, raising himself on his toes, endeavoring to form some idea of the place. The railway, in cutting through the garden, had only left a small plot enclosed by walls in front of the house, while behind was a rather large piece of ground, simply surrounded by a quickset hedge. The dwelling, with its distressful-looking appearance, had an air of lugubrious sadness in the red reflex of this fumy night, and Jacques was about to leave it, with a shiver running over his skin, when he noticed a hole in the hedge. The idea that it would be cowardly not to go in made him push through. His heart was beating. But, immediately, as he passed beside a greenhouse in ruins, he stopped at the sight of something dark, in a heap at the door. "What? Is that you?" he exclaimed, astonished, recognizing Flore. "What are you doing here?" She also started with surprise. Then she answered tranquilly, "You can see. I'm taking cords. They have left a heap there that are rotting, without being used by anybody. And as I am always in need of them, I run over and take them." And indeed, seated on the ground, with a stout pair of scissors in her hand, she was undoing the bits of cord, cutting the knots, when she failed to get them apart. "Doesn't the owner come here any more, then?" inquired the young man. She began laughing. "Oh, since that affair of Louisette," she replied, "there is no fear of the president risking the tip of his nose at La Croix de Maufras. I can pick up his cords without fear." He remained silent for a moment and seemed troubled by the thought of the tragic adventure she alluded to. "And do you believe what Louisette said?" he asked. Ceasing to laugh, she suddenly became violent and exclaimed, "Louisette never lied, nor did Cabouche. He is my friend." "Perhaps your sweetheart?" suggested Jacques. "He indeed," she replied. No, he is my friend. I have no sweetheart, and I don't want one."
End of section 3. Section 4 of The Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4.
She raised her powerful head, with its thick yellow mane curling very low on the forehead, and from all her massive supple body burst a savage energy of will. Already a legend was growing up about her in the neighborhood. Stories were related of heroic deeds of salvage. A cart torn with a mighty jerk from before a train. A railway carriage stopped while descending the declivity at Barrington alone, like some furious beast bounding along to encounter an express. Then there was the tale of her adventure with a pointsman at the Dieppe embranchment. At the other end of the tunnel, a certain Ozil, a man about 30, whom she seemed to have encouraged for a short time, but who, having been so ill-advised as to attempt to take a liberty, had almost met his death from a blow she dealt him with a club. Virgin and warlike, she disdained the male, which finally convinced people that she certainly had something wrong with her head. Jacques, hearing her declare that she did not want a sweetheart, continued his fun. "Then your marriage with Ozil can't be in a good way? Yet I've heard it said that you run to meet him every day through the tunnel." She shrugged her shoulders. "Ah, to Jericho, my marriage," she retorted. "What you say about the tunnel makes me laugh. 2 miles to gallop over in the darkness, with the thought that you may get cut in two by a train if you don't keep your eyes open. You should hear them snorting in there. But Ozil worried me. He's not the one I want." "Then you want someone else?" I don't know. Faith, no." She had burst into a laugh again, while a slight embarrassment made her give her attention to a knot in the cords, which she could not manage to undo. Then, without raising her head, as if very much absorbed by her occupation, she said, "And you? Have you no sweetheart?" Jacques, in his turn, became serious. He avoided looking at her. His eyes moved restlessly from side to side, and were at last fixed on space in the night. Abruptly he answered, "No." "Just so," she continued. "They told me you held women in abomination. And besides, I've known you for a very long time, and you have never said anything nice. Why? Tell me." As he gave no answer, she made up her mind to leave the knot and look at him. "Do you only love your engine?" she inquired. "People joke about it, you know. They pretend you are always polishing and making it shine, as though you had caresses for nothing else. If I tell you this, it is because I am your friend." He looked at her now in the pale light of the fumy sky, and he remembered her when she was a child. Even then she was violent and self-willed, but she sprang to his neck, as soon as he entered the house, with all the passionate impulse of a madcap. Later on, having frequently lost sight of her, he had found her grown taller each time he saw her. She continued to put her arms round his neck, troubling him, more and more, by the flame of her great light eyes. She was now a superb woman, and no doubt she had loved him a long time. From childhood, his heart began to beat. A sudden sensation told him that he was the one she awaited. He felt a swimming in the head. His first impulse, in the anguish he experienced, was to flee. Love had always made him mad, and he felt bent on murder. "What are you doing there on your feet?" she resumed. "Why don't you sit down?" Again he hesitated. Then his legs suddenly became very tired, and himself vanquished by the desire to try love once more, he sank down beside her on the heap of cords. But he said nothing. His throat was quite dry. It was she now, the proud, the silent one, who chattered merrily until she lost breath, deafening herself with her own verbosity. "You see, the mistake Mamma made was to marry Missard," she began. "He'll play her a nasty trick. I don't care a fig, because one has quite enough to do with one's own business. Don't you think so? And besides, Mamma sends me off to bed as soon as I want to cut in. So she must do the best she can by herself. I pass my time outside the house, I do." "I am thinking of things for later on." "Ah, you know, I saw you go by this morning on your engine. Look, over there, from those bushes where I was seated. But you never look. I'll tell you the things I'm thinking of. But not now, later, when we have quite become good friends." She had let the scissors slip away from her, and he, still silent, had caught hold of her 2 hands. Delighted, she abandoned them to him. But when he carried them to his burning lips, she gave an affrighted start. The warrior woman awoke, prepared and warlike. "No, no, leave me alone," she exclaimed. "I won't have it. Keep quiet, let's talk." Without heeding her, without hearing what she said, he grasped her brutally in his arms, crushing her lips beneath his own. She uttered a feeble cry, which was more like a moan, so deep, so sweet, that it revealed the tenderness she had so long concealed. Then, as he, breathless, ceased his kisses and looked at her, he was all at once seized with frenzy, with such frightful ferocity, that he glanced round about him in search of a weapon, a stone, something, in fact, to kill her with. His eyes fell upon the scissors, shining among the bits of cord. At a bound he secured them, and he would have buried them in her bosom, had not an icy chill brought him suddenly to his senses. Casting the scissors from him, he fled, distracted, while she imagined he had left her because she had resisted his caress. Jacques fled in the melancholy night. He ascended at full speed a path on the hillside, which brought him down to a little dale. The stones he scattered beneath his feet alarmed him, and he tore off to the left among the bushes. There he bent round to the right, and came to a bare plateau. Abruptly descending from the high ground, he fell into the hedge bordering the line. A train flew along, roaring and flaming. At first he failed to understand what it could be, and felt terrified. Ah, yes, all this multitude that was passing, the continual flood, while he stood there in anguish. He started off once more, climbing the hill and descending again. He now constantly encountered the railway line, either at the bottom of deep cuttings, resembling unfathomable depths, or else on embankments that shut out the horizon with gigantic barricades. This desert country, broken up into hillocks, was like a labyrinth without issue, where he, in his folly, wheeled round and round in the mournful desolation of the fallow land, and he had been beating up and down the inclines a long time, when before him he perceived the round opening, the black jaw of the tunnel. An up-train plunged into it, howling and whistling, leaving behind when it had disappeared absorbed by the earth a prolonged concussion that made the ground quake. Then Jacques, with weary feet, fell down beside the line, and groveling on the ground, his face buried in the long grass, he burst into convulsive sobs. Great God! So this abominable complaint of which he fancied himself cured had returned. He had wanted to murder that girl, kill a woman. Kill a woman! This had been ringing in his ears from his earliest youth. He could not deny that he had taken the scissors to stab her, and it was not because she had resisted his embrace. No, it was for the pleasure of the thing, because he had a desire to do so, such a strong desire that if he had not clutched the grass, he would have returned there, as fast as he could, to butcher her. Her, great God, that Flore whom he had seen grow up, that wild child by whom he had just felt himself so fondly loved. His twisted fingers tore the ground. His sobs rent his throat in a horrifying rattle of despair. Nevertheless, he did his utmost to become calm. He wanted to understand it all. When he compared himself with others, how did he differ from them? Down there at Plassans in his youth, he had frequently asked himself the same question. It is true that his mother, Gervaise, was very young at the time of his birth, barely 15 and a half, but he was the second. She had only just entered her 14th year when his elder brother Claude made his appearance, and neither Claude nor Etienne, who came later, seemed to suffer from having such a child for a mother, or a father as young as herself, that handsome Lantier whose heartlessness was to cost Gervaise so many tears. Perhaps his two brothers also had his complaint, and said nothing about it, particularly the elder one, who was dying with such incensement to become painter, that people said he had gone half crazy over his genius. The family was not at all right. Several of its members were wrong in the head. Himself, at certain hours, felt this hereditary flaw. Not that he had bad health, for it was only the apprehension and shame of his attacks that formerly had made him thin. But he was apt to suddenly lose his equilibrium, as if there existed broken places, holes in his being, by which his own self escaped from him amidst a sort of great cloud of smoke that disfigured everything. Then, losing his self-control, he obeyed his muscles, listening to the mad animal within him. Nevertheless, he did not drink. He even deprived himself of an occasional dram of brandy, having remarked that the least drop of alcohol drove him mad. And he began to think that he must be paying for others, the fathers, the grandfathers who had drunk, the generations of drunkards, whose vitiated blood he had inherited. It seemed like a slow poison, which reduced him to savagery, taking him back to the depths of the woods, among the wolves, devourers of women. Jacques had raised himself on an elbow, reflecting, watching the dark entrance to the tunnel. Heaving another great sob, he sank down again, rolling his head on the ground, crying out with grief. That girl he had wanted to kill. The incident returned to him, acute and frightful, as if the scissors had penetrated his own flesh. No reasoning appeased him. He had wanted to kill her. He would kill her now if she happened to be there. He remembered the first time the complaint had shown itself. He was barely 16, and one evening, while playing with a young girl, a relative, his junior by a couple of years, she happened to fall, and he at once sprang at her. In the following year he recollected sharpening a knife to bury it in the neck of another girl, a little blonde, whom he noticed pass before his door every morning. This one had a very fat, rosy neck, and he had already selected the place, a beauty spot under one of the ears. Then there were others, and others still, quite a procession of nightmares, all those whom he had glanced at with an abrupt desire to murder them. Women he had brushed against in the street, women whom accident made his neighbors, one particularly, a newly married bride seated beside him at the theater, who laughed very loud, and from whom he had to run away in the middle of an act, so as not to rip her open. As he did not know them, why was he so furious against them? For each occasion, it seemed like a sudden outburst of blind rage, an ever-recurring thirst to avenge some very ancient offenses, the exact recollection of which escaped him. Did it date from so far back, from the harm women had done to his race? From the rancor laid up from male to male since the first deceptions at the bottom of the caverns? And in his access, he also felt the necessity to fight in order to conquer and subjugate the female, the perverted necessity to throw her dead on his back, like a prey torn from others forever. His head was bursting in the effort to understand. He could find no answer to his inquiry. Too ignorant, the brain too sluggish, thought he, in this anguish of a man urged to acts wherein his will stood for nothing, and the reason whereof had disappeared from his mind. A train again passed by with the flash of its lights, and plunged like a thunderbolt that roars and expires into the mouth of the tunnel, and Jacques, as if this anonymous, indifferent, and hasty crowd had been able to hear him, stood up, swallowing his sobs, and taking an innocent attitude. How many times at the end of one of his attacks had he started thus, like the guilty, at the least sound? He only lived tranquil and happy when detached from the world on his locomotive, when the engine bore him along in the trepidation of its wheels at express speed, when he had his hand on the reversing wheel, and was entirely engaged in watching the metals and looking out for the signals. He ceased thinking, and took deep draughts of the pure air, which always blew a gale, and this was why he was so fond of his engine. On leaving the École des Arts et Métiers, he selected this occupation of engine driver, notwithstanding his bright intelligence, for the solitude and distraction it gave him. Without ambition, having in 4 years attained the position of driver of the first class, he already earned 2,800 francs a year, which, coupled with the gratuities he received for economy in fuel and grease, brought the annual amount of his wages up to more than 4,000 francs, and that satisfied him. He saw his comrades of the second and third class, those instructed by the company, the engine fitters they took as pupils. He saw almost all of them merry work-girls, women who kept in the background, whom one only occasionally caught sight of at the hour of departure, when they brought the little baskets of provisions, while the ambitious comrades, particularly those who came from a school, waited until they were heads of depots to get married, in the hope of meeting with someone of the middle class, a lady who wore a hat. For his part, he avoided women. What did he care? He would never marry. His only future was to roll along alone, to roll along always, always without stay. His chiefs pointed him out as a model driver, who did not drink and who did not run after petticoats. His tipsy comrades made fun of his exaggeration of good conduct, and the others were secretly alarmed when they saw him fall into his silent, melancholy fits, with eyes dim and ashy countenance. How many hours did he recollect having passed, all those hours of freedom, shut up like a monk in his cell, in that little room in the Rue Cardanet, whence the depot at Batignolles, to which his engine belonged, could be seen? Jacques made an effort to rise. What was he doing there in the grass, on this mild and hazy winter night? The country remained plunged in shadow. There was only light above, where the moon lit up the thin fog, the immense ground-glass-like cupola, which concealed it from view, with a pale yellow reflex. Below, the black earth slumbered in the immobility of death. Come, it must be near 9 o'clock. The best thing to do would be to return to the house and go to bed. But in his torpor, he saw himself back at the Missards, ascending the staircase to the loft, stretching himself on the hay against the plank partition separating him from the room occupied by Flore. She would be there. He would hear her breathing, and as he was aware that she never locked her door, he would be able to join her. His shivering fit returned. He was racked again with such a violent sob at the image of this girl that he once more sank to the ground. He had wanted to kill her. Wanted to kill her. Great God, he was choking in anguish at the thought that he would go and kill her in her bed presently if he returned to the house. He might well be without a weapon. He might cover his head with his 2 arms to render himself powerless. But he felt that the male, independent of his own will, would thrust open the door and strangle the girl, urged to the crime by a thirst to avenge the ancient wrong. No, no! He had better pass the night beating about the neighborhood than return there. Bounding to his feet, he fled again. Then once more, for half an hour, he tore across the dark country as if an unchained pack of devils followed howling at his heels. He ascended the hills, he plunged down into the narrow gorges. He went through 2 streams, one after the other, drenching himself to the hips. A bush, barring his progress, exasperated him. His only thought was to go straight on. Further, still further, to flee from the other one, the mad animal he felt within him. But the beast accompanied him. It flew along as fast as he did. For months he had fancied he had driven it from him. He had pursued the same life as other people, and now he had to begin again. He would have to resume the struggle to prevent the brute leaping upon the first woman he chanced to brush against in the street. Nevertheless, the intense silence and vast solitude appeased him a little, and made him dream of a life as mute and lonely as this desolate land, where he would stroll about always, without ever meeting a soul. He must have turned round without noticing it, for he found himself kicking against the metals on the opposite side of the line, after describing a wide circle among the slopes, bristling with bushes, above the tunnel. He started back in the irritable uneasiness of once more falling upon the living. Then, with the intention of taking a short-cut behind a hillock, he lost his way, to find it again before the railway hedge, just at the exit from the tunnel on the down line, opposite the field where he had been sobbing a short time previously, and tired to death he remained motionless, when the thunder of a train issuing from the bowels of the earth, at first slight, but becoming louder and louder every second, attracted his attention. It was the Havre Express which had left Paris at 6:30 and passed by there at 9:25, the train he drove every 2 days. Jacques first of all saw the dark mouth of the tunnel lit up, like the opening to an oven ablaze with faggots. Then the engine burst out with a tremendous crash amidst the dazzling splendor of its great round eye, the lantern in front whose fire bored into the country, illuminating the metals for a long way ahead, with a double line of flame. It came like a thunderbolt. The carriages followed one another immediately afterwards. The small square windows of the doors, brilliant with luminosity, displayed compartments full of travelers, flying past at such a whirling speed that there afterwards remained a doubt in the mind of the spectator as to what the eye had seen. And Jacques, very distinctly, at that precise quarter of a second, perceived through the flaming glass of a coupe window one man holding another down on the seat and plunging a knife into his throat, while a dark heap, perhaps a third person, perhaps some articles of luggage fallen from the rack, weighed with all its weight on the convulsed legs of the victim. But the train had already dashed past, and was disappearing in the direction of La Croix de Maufras, displaying naught of itself in the dense obscurity but the 3 lights at the back, the red triangle. The young man, riveted to the spot, followed the train with his eyes as its thunder gradually died away, leaving the death-like peacefulness of the surroundings undisturbed. Was he sure he had seen what he thought? And now he hesitated. He no longer dared affirm the reality of this vision, which came and went in a flash. Not one single feature of the 2 actors in the drama remained vivid. The dark heap must have been a traveling rug that had fallen across the body of the victim. Nevertheless, he thought he had first of all caught sight of a pale profile beneath waves of thick hair, But all this became confused and evaporated as in a dream. For an instant, the profile he had evoked reappeared, and then definitely vanished. Doubtless, it was nothing more than imagination, and all this gave him an icy chill. It seemed to him so extraordinary that at last he admitted he must have been the victim of hallucination due to the frightful crisis he had just passed through. Jacques walked about for nearly another hour, his head loaded with confused thoughts. He felt broken down, but relief came, and his fever left him. He ended by turning in the direction of La Croix des Maufras, but without having decided to do so. Then, when he found himself before the house of the gatekeeper, he was determined he would not go in, that he would sleep in the little shed built against one of the walls. But a ray of light passed under the door, and pushing it open, without giving a thought to what he was doing, a strange sight stopped him on the threshold. Missard had disturbed the butter jar in the corner, and on the ground on all fours, a lighted lantern beside him. He was sounding the wall with little taps of the knuckle, searching. The noise made by the door opening made him stand up, but he did not show the least confusion. He merely remarked, in the most natural tone of voice imaginable, "Some matches have fallen down." And when he had put the butter jar back in its place, he added, "I came to fetch my lantern, because a little while ago, as I came along, I perceived a man stretched across the line, and I believe he's dead." Jacques, at first struck at the idea of surprising Missard searching for the hoard of Aunt Phaisy, which abruptly transformed his doubt respecting the accusations of the latter into certainty, was then so violently upset by this news of the discovery of a corpse that he forgot the other drama, the one that was being performed there, in this little out-of-the-way dwelling. The scene in the coupé, the brief vision of one man slaughtering another, returned to him in a vivid flash. "A man on the line!" he exclaimed, turning pale. "Where?" Missard was about to relate that he was returning with a couple of eels which he had taken from his ground lines, and that he had first of all run home as fast as he could to hide them. But he reflected that there was no necessity to confide in this young man, and with a vague gesture he replied, "Over there, about half a mile away. It requires a light to find out more." At this moment Jacques heard a thud overhead. He was so nervous that he started. "It's nothing," said Missard. "It's only floor moving." And in fact the young man recognized the pit-pat of 2 naked feet on the floor. She had come to listen at the half-open door. "I'll go with you," Jacques resumed. "Are you sure he's dead?" "Well, he looked like it," answered the other. "We shall soon see with the lantern." "What's your opinion?" inquired Jacques. "An accident?" "Maybe," replied Missard. "Some chap who's got cut in two, or perhaps a passenger who jumped out of a carriage." Jacques shuddered. "Come along, quick, quick," he exclaimed. Never had he been agitated with such a fever to see and know. Outside the house, while his companion, without any concern, walked along the line swinging his lantern, he ran on ahead, irritated at the delay. It was like a physical desire, the fire within that precipitates the steps of lovers at the hour of meeting. He feared what awaited him yonder, and yet he flew there with all the muscles of his limbs. When he reached the spot, when he almost stumbled over a dark heap lying near the down line, he remained planted where he stood, with a shiver running from his heels to the nape of his neck, and his anguish at being unable to see distinctly turned to oaths against the other, who was loitering along 30 paces behind. Come on," he shouted. "If he's still alive, we may be able to do something for him." Missard waddled forward in his sluggish way. Then, when he had swung the lantern to and fro over the body, he muttered, "The devil take me. It's all up with him." The man, no doubt tumbling out of a carriage, had fallen with his face downwards, a couple of feet at the most from the metals. Nothing could be seen of his head but a crown of thick black hair. His legs were apart. His right arm lay as if dislocated, while his left was bent under his chest. He was very well attired, in a big blue cloth overcoat, neat boots, and fine linen. The body bore no trace of having been crushed, but a quantity of blood had run from the throat, and soiled the shirt collar. "Some gentleman whom they've done for," tranquilly resumed Missard, after a few seconds' silent inspection. Then, turning towards Jacques, who stood motionless and thunderstruck, he continued, "He must not be touched. It's forbidden. You will have to remain here and watch over him, while I go to Barrington to tell the station-master about it." He raised his lantern and looked at a milepost. "Good," said he. "Just at post 153. And placing his lantern on the ground beside the corpse, he took himself off at his usual loitering gait. Jacques, left by himself, did not move, but continued gazing at this inert mass that had fallen there, and which the uncertain light just above the ground only revealed indistinctly. The agitation that had made him rush forward, the horrible attraction that held him there, ended in this keen thought which burst from all his being. The other one, the man he had caught sight of with the knife in his hand, had dared. He had gratified his desire. He had killed. Ah, what would he give not to be a coward? To be able to satisfy himself at last, to plunge in the knife. He who had been tortured by this thirst for 10 years. In his fever, he felt contempt for himself and admiration for the other, and above all he felt the necessity to gaze on the victim, the quenchless thirst to feast his eyes on this human remnant, this broken dancing-jack, this limp rag, which the stab of a knife had made of a creature. What he dreamed of, the other had realized, and it was that. If he killed, he would have that on the ground. His heart beat fit to break. His prurience for murder became violent as concupiscence at the sight of this tragic corpse. He took a step, approached nearer, after the manner of a child making himself familiar with an object he fears. Yes, he would dare. He would dare in his turn. But a roar behind his back made him spring aside. A train arrived which he had not heard, being so taken up with the contemplation of the body. He would have been crushed to pieces had not the warm steam and the formidable puffing of the engine warned him in time. The train flew past in its hurricane of noise, smoke, and flame. This one also carried a great many people. The flood of travelers continued streaming towards Havre, for the fête on the morrow. A child was flattening his nose against a window, looking out at the black country. Profiles of men appeared, while a young woman, lowering one of the glasses, threw out a paper stained with butter and sugar. Already the joyous train was flying away in the distance, listless of the corpse its wheels had almost grazed, and the body continued lying there on its face, indistinctly lit up by the lantern, amidst the melancholy peacefulness of night. Then Jacques had a desire to see the wound, while he was alone. But he hesitated, in the anxiety that if he touched the head it would perhaps be noticed. He reckoned that Missard could not be back with the station-master before 3/4 of an hour, and as the minutes passed, he thought of this Missard, of this puny fellow, so slow, so calm, who also dared, who was killing as tranquilly as possible with doses of poison. Then it was easy enough to kill? Everybody killed. He drew nearer the corpse, and the idea of looking at the wound stung him so sharply that he was burning all over. He wanted to see how it had been done, and what had run from it, to see the red hole. By carefully putting the head back into its position, nobody would know anything about it. But at the bottom of his hesitation was another fear which he had not owned, the dread of blood. He had still 1/4 of an hour to himself, and he was on the point of making up his mind to look, when a slight sound beside him made him start. It was Flore, standing gazing at the corpse like himself. She was keen on accidents. As soon as ever the news arrived that an animal had been pounded to atoms, or a man cut in two by a train, she hurried to the scene of disaster. She had just dressed again, and wanted to see the corpse. Unlike Jacques, she did not hesitate. After a first glance, she stooped down, raising the lantern with one hand, while with the other she took the head and threw it back. "Mind what you're doing," murmured Jacques. "It's forbidden." But she shrugged her shoulders. The face appeared in the yellow light, the face of an old man, with a large nose and the blue, wide-open eyes of one formerly fair. A frightful wound was gaping beneath the chin. The throat had been cut with a deep, jagged gash as if the knife had been twisted round, probing it. The right side of the chest was drenched in blood. On the left, in the buttonhole of the greatcoat, the rosette of Commander of the Legion of Honor looked like a clot of blood that had spurted there. Flore uttered an exclamation of surprise. "Hello, the old man," said she. Jacques advanced, bending forward as she was doing, mingling his hair with her hair to see better. He was choking, gorging himself with the sight. Unconsciously he repeated, "The old man. The old man?" "Yes, old Grandmorin, the president." For another moment she examined his livid face, with the distorted mouth and the great terrifying eyes. Then she let go the head, which was beginning to turn icy cold in cadaverous rigidity, and the wound closed. "He's done larking with the girls," she resumed in a lower tone. "It's got something to do with one of them for sure. Ah, my poor Louisette! Ah, the pig! Serve him right." A long silence ensued. Flore, who had set down the lantern, waited, slowly casting glances at Jacques while he, separated from her by the corpse, did not move. He seemed as if lost, completely prostrated by what he had just seen. It must have been 11 o'clock. The embarrassment due to the scene in the evening prevented him speaking the first. But a sound of voices was heard. It was her stepfather returning with the station-master, and, not wishing to be seen, she made up her mind to break the ice. "Aren't you going back to bed?" she inquired. He started, and seemed agitated by an inner struggle. Then, with an effort, with a recoil full of despair, he answered, "No, no." She made no movement, but her look, with her robust arms hanging down beside her, expressed great sorrow. As if to ask pardon for her resistance of a short time before, she became very humble, and added, "Then if you are not going back to the house, I shall not see you again?" "No, no," he replied. The voices approached, and without seeking to press his hand, as he seemed to purposely place this corpse between them, without even giving him the familiar goodbye of their comradeship of childhood, she withdrew, disappearing in the darkness, and breathing hard as if to stifle her sobs. The station-master appeared on the scene almost at once, along with Missard and a couple of porters. He also proved the identity. It was President Grandmorin, sure enough. He knew him by seeing him get down at his station each time he went to Madame Bonneton, at Donville. The body could remain where it had fallen, but he would have it covered with the cloak a man had brought with him. One of the staff had taken the 11 o'clock train at Barenton to inform the imperial procurator at Rouen. But they could not count on the latter before 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, for he would have to bring the examining magistrate, the registrar of the court, and a doctor with him. And so the station-master arranged for the body to be guarded. The men would take turns throughout the night, one man being constantly there on the watch with the lantern. And Jacques, before making up his mind to go and stretch himself under some shed at the Barenton station, whence he would not set out for Havre before 7:20, remained for a long time where he stood, motionless and worried. Then he became troubled at the idea of the examining magistrate who was expected, as if he felt himself an accomplice. Should he say what he had seen as the train went by? At first he resolved to speak, as after all, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, there could be no doubt as to his duty. But then, he asked himself, what was the good of it? He could not bring one single decisive fact to bear on the matter. He would not dare affirm any detail respecting the murderer. It would be idiotic to mix himself up in the business, to lose his time and worry himself, without profit to anyone. No, he would say nothing. At last he took himself off, but he turned round twice to see the black heap the body made on the ground in the circle of yellow light shed by the lantern. Sharper cold fell from the fumy sky on the desolation of this desert with arid hills. More trains had passed. Another, a very long one, arrived for Paris. All crossed in their inexorable mechanic might, flying to their distant goal, to the future, almost grazing, without taking heed of it, the half-severed head of this man whom another man had slaughtered.
End of Section 4. Section 5 of the Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5.
Chapter 3. The following day, a Sunday, 5 o'clock in the morning had just struck from all the belfries of Havre, when Roubaud came down under the iron marquee of the station to resume duty. It was still pitch dark, but the wind, blowing from the sea, had increased, and drove along the haze, smothering the hills which extend from Saint-Adresse to Tourneville, while westward, above the offing, appeared a bright opening, a strip of sky where shone the last stars. The gas lamps under the marquee were still alight, but looking pale in the damp chill of this matutinal hour. Shunters were engaged in making up the first train for Montevilliers, under the orders of the assistant station-master on night duty. The doors of the waiting rooms had not yet been opened, and the platforms stretched forward, deserted, in this drowsy awakening of the station. As Roubaud left his apartments upstairs over the waiting rooms, he found Madame Lebleu, the wife of the cashier, standing motionless in the middle of the central corridor, on which the lodgings of the members of the staff opened. For weeks past, this lady had been in the habit of getting up during the night to watch Mademoiselle Guichon, the office-keeper, whom she suspected of carrying on an intrigue with Monsieur Dabadie, the station-master. As a matter of fact, she had never surprised the least thing. Not a shadow, not a breath. And again, on this particular morning, she had quickly returned to her own quarters, taking no news back with her save the expression of her astonishment at what she had caught sight of in the rooms occupied by the Roubauds during the 2 or 3 seconds the husband had required to open and shut the door. There she had seen the beautiful Séverine, who was in the habit of lying abed until 9 o'clock in the morning, standing up in the dining-room dressed, combed, and booted, and she had roused Lebleu to tell him of this extraordinary occurrence. On the previous night they sat up until the arrival of the Paris express at 11:05, burning to learn what had become of the affair with the sub-prefect, but they were unable to read anything in the attitude of the Roubauds, who returned with faces wearing their everyday expression, and in vain did they listen until midnight. Not a sound came from the rooms occupied by their neighbors, who must have gone to bed at once and fallen fast asleep. Their journey could certainly not have been attended with a good result, otherwise Séverine would not have risen at such an early hour. The cashier having inquired how she looked, his wife had been at pains to describe her. Very stiff, very pale, with her great blue eyes appearing so bright against her black hair, she was standing quite still, and had the aspect of a somnambulist. But they would find out all about it in the course of the day. Down below, Roubaud found his colleague Moulin, who had been on duty during the night, and as he took over the service, Moulin walked along with him for a minute or two, posting him up in the few small events that had occurred since the previous evening. Some vagrants had been surprised as they were effecting an entrance into the cloakroom. 3 porters had been reprimanded for indiscipline. A coupling hook had just broken while the Montevilliers train was being made up. Roubaud listened in silence, and with calm countenance. He was only a trifle pale, due no doubt to a remainder of fatigue, which was also visible in his heavy eyes. When his colleague ceased speaking, he still seemed to look at him inquiringly, as if he expected something more. But what he had heard was all, and he bent his head, gazing for an instant on the ground. As the 2 men walked along the platform, they reached the end of the corrugated iron roofing, and on the right stood a coach-house where the carriages in constant use remained, such as came in one day, and served to make up the trains on the morrow. Roubaud raised his head, and was looking fixedly at a first-class carriage with a coupé, bearing the number 293, which, as it happened, a gas lamp lit up with its vacillating glimmer, when Moulin remarked, "Ah, I forgot." The pale face of the other colored, and he was unable to restrain a slight movement. "I forgot," repeated Moulin. "That carriage must not leave. Do not put it on the 6:40 express this morning." A short silence ensued before Roubaud, in a very natural voice, said, Indeed, why is that? Because, replied Moulin, a coupé has been booked for the express of this evening. We are not sure that one will come in during the day, so we may just as well keep this one. Certainly, replied Roubaud, staring at his colleague. But he was absorbed by another thought, and all at once, flying into a rage, he exclaimed, It's disgusting! Just see how those fellows do the cleaning. That carriage looks as if it had the accumulated dust of a week on it. Ah, resumed Moulin, when the trains arrive after 11 o'clock at night, there is no fear of the men giving the coaches a brush-up. It's as much as they will do to cast a glance inside of them. The other night they overlooked a passenger asleep on one of the seats, and he only awoke the next morning. Then, stifling a yawn, he said he was going up to bed. But as he went off, an abrupt feeling of curiosity brought him back. By the way, what about your affair with the sub-prefect? He inquired. It's all settled, I suppose? Yes, answered Roubaud. I made a very good journey. I'm quite satisfied. Well, so much the better. And bear in mind that the 293 does not start, replied the other. When Roubaud found himself alone on the platform, he slowly went back towards the Montevilliers train, which was ready. The doors of the waiting rooms were open, and some passengers appeared. A few sportsmen with their dogs, and 2 or 3 families of shopkeepers taking advantage of the Sunday. Only a few people altogether. But when that train had gone, the first of the day, Roubaud had not much time to lose. He immediately had to make up the 5:40 slow train for Rouen and Paris. At this early hour not many servants of the company were about, and the work of the assistant station-master on duty was complicated by all sorts of details. When he had superintended the making up of the train, consisting in each carriage being taken from the coach-house and placed on a truck, which a gang of men pushed along under the marquee, he had to run off to the main building to give a glance at the ticket office and the luggage booking department. A quarrel breaking out between some soldiers and one of the staff necessitated his intervention. For half an hour, in the icy draughts, amid the shivering public, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and in the ill humor of a man jostled at every moment in the obscurity, he hurried hither and thither without a moment to himself. Then, when the departure of the slow train had cleared the station, he hastened to the box of the pointsman to make sure that all was right in that quarter. For the through train from Paris, which was behind time, was coming in. He returned to the platform to see the stream of passengers leave the carriages, give up their tickets, and crowd into the omnibuses from the hotels, which in those days entered the station, to wait under the marquee, where they were separated from the line by a mere paling, and then only did he find leisure to breathe for a moment, the station having again become silent and deserted. 6 o'clock struck. Roubaud sauntered out of the main building, and beyond, with space before him, he raised his head and inhaled the fresh air, watching day at last breaking. The wind from the offing had completely driven away the mist. It was the clear morning of a fine day. He looked northward, in the direction of Ingouville, as far as the trees of the cemetery, standing out in a violescent line against the whitening sky. Then, turning towards the south and west, he observed a final flight of light white clouds floating slowly in a squadron across the sea, while the entire east, the immense opening formed by the mouth of the Seine, began to be embraced in approaching sunrise. In a casual way he removed his cap, embroidered with silver, as if to refresh his forehead in the sharp, pure air. This outlook to which he was accustomed, this vast flat sweep of dependencies of the station, the arrival on the left, then the engine depot, to the right the departure, a regular little town, seemed to appease him, to bring him back to the calmness of his daily occupations, which were ever the same. Factory chimneys were smoking above the wall of the Rue Charles Lafitte, and enormous heaps of coal could be seen following the line of the Vauban basin. A hum already began to rise from the other docks. The whistling of the goods train, the awakening of the town, the briny smell of the sea wafted by the wind, made him think of the fête of the day, of this vessel they were about to launch, and around which the crowd would be crushing. Roubaud, returning inside the station,
found the gang of shunters commencing to make up the 6:40 express, and thinking the men were putting number 293 on the truck, all the calm that the fresh morning air had brought him disappeared in a sudden burst of anger. With an oath, he shouted, "Not that carriage! Leave it alone! It is not to go till tonight!" The foreman of the gang explained to him that they were merely pushing the carriage along to take another from behind it. But deafened by his own passion, which was out of all proportion, he did not hear. "You clumsy idiots!" he exclaimed. "When you are told to leave the thing alone, do so!" Having at length been made to understand, he continued furious, turning his wrath against the inconvenience of the station, where it was not even possible to turn a carriage round. In fact, the station, one of the first built on the line, was not equal to modern requirements. It was unworthy of Havre, with its old timber coach-house, glazed with small panes of glass, and its dismal, naked buildings full of cracks. "It's a disgrace. I can't comprehend why the company has not knocked it all down." The shunters looked at him, surprised to hear him speak so freely. He who was generally so well disciplined. Perceiving their attitude, he all at once ceased his remarks, and silent and stiff continued to watch the maneuvers. A line of discontent furrowed his low forehead, while his round-colored face, bristling with the reddish beard, took an expression of intensely strong will. From that moment, Rubard was in possession of all his equanimity. He gave active attention to the express, busying himself with every detail connected with it. The couplings appearing to him to be badly attached, he insisted on having them screwed up before his eyes. A mother and 2 daughters, on terms of intimacy with his wife, wanted him to seat them in the compartment for ladies only. Then, before whistling to give the signal to start, he again made sure that the train was in perfect trim, and he stood watching it as it moved away, with that clear gaze of a man whose least carelessness might involve the loss of human lives. He had at once to cross the line, to be present at the arrival of a train from Rouen, which was just entering the station. There he met a man from the post office, with whom he every day exchanged news. This was a short rest for him in his busy early hours, and as no immediate duty required his attention, he had time to draw breath. On this morning, as was his habit, he rolled a cigarette and chatted gaily. Day had broadened, and the gas lamps under the marquee had just been extinguished, but the glazing of this extension of the station was so bad that the light continued gloomy. Outside, the vast stretch of sky on which the building opened was already ablaze with a fire of sun rays, while the entire view became rosy, and the smallest objects stood out crisp in this pure air of a fine winter morning. M. Dabadie, the station-master, usually came down from his rooms at 8 o'clock, when the assistant station-master went to him to make his report. The former was a handsome man, very dark, neat in his attire, with the bearing of a commercial magnate engrossed in business. Indeed, he willingly left the passenger department of the station to his assistants, so that he might give particular attention to the movement in the docks, to the enormous transit of merchandise, and he was in constant contact with the high commerce of Havre and of the entire world. Today he came late. Rubard had already pushed the door of his office ajar twice, without finding him. On the table lay his letters, which had not even been opened. Among them Rubard had just noticed a telegram. Then, as if drawn to the spot by fascination, he had been unable to leave the threshold, returning in spite of himself to cast rapid glances at the table. At last, at 10 minutes past 8, Monsieur Dabadie appeared. Rubard seated himself without speaking, to allow him to open the telegram. But the chief was in no hurry. Wishing to be pleasant with his subordinate, whom he esteemed, he said, "I suppose all went well in Paris?" "Yes, sir, I thank you," replied Rubard. He had ended by opening the telegram, but he did not read it. He continued smiling at his assistant, whose voice thickened in the violent effort he was making to get the better of a nervous twitch contracting his chin. "We are very pleased to keep you here," said the station-master. "And I, sir, am very glad to remain with you," answered Rubard. Then, as Monsieur Dabadie made up his mind to run his eye over the telegram, Rubard, who felt a slight perspiration moistening his face, watched him. But the agitation which he expected to see on the countenance of his chief did not appear. The latter placidly continued perusing the telegram, which he eventually threw back on the table. No doubt it had to do with a simple detail connected with the service. He at once began to open his letters, while his assistant, in accordance with daily custom, made his verbal report on the events of the night and morning. Only, on this occasion, Rubard hesitated, and had to think before he could recall what his colleague had told him about the vagrants caught in the cloakroom. A few more words were exchanged, and when the two deputy chiefs of the docks and slow train departments came in, also to make their reports, the station master dismissed Rubard by a gesture. The newcomers brought another telegram, which one of the staff had just handed them on the platform. "You can go," said Monsieur Dabadie to Rubard, seeing he had stopped at the door. But the latter waited with fixed, expectant eyes, and he only went away when the small piece of paper had fallen on the table, put aside with the same indifferent gesture as before. For a few moments he wandered under the marquee, feeling perplexed and dizzy. The clock pointed to 8:35. The next departure was the slow train at 9:50. He usually took advantage of this hour of rest to stroll round the station, and he now walked about for a few minutes without knowing where his feet were taking him. Then, as he raised his head and found himself opposite the carriage numbered 293, he abruptly turned aside in the direction of the engine-house, although he had nothing to attend to in that quarter. The sun was now rising on the horizon, filling the air with golden dust, but he no longer enjoyed the fine morning. He hastened along as if very much occupied, endeavoring to overcome the uneasiness caused by the suspense. All at once a voice stopped him. "Good morning, Monsieur Rubard. Did you see my wife?" It was Picu, the fireman, a great thin fellow of 43, with big bones and a face tanned by fire and smoke. His gray eyes under a low forehead, his great mouth, set in a prominent jaw, had the constant jovial expression of a man addicted to merrymaking. "What? Is that you?" said Rubard, stopping, astonished. "Ah, yes. Your engine met with an accident. I forgot. And so you're not going off again until tonight? 24 hours holiday. Good business, eh?" "Good business," repeated the other, not yet recovered from his libations of the previous evening. Born at a village near Rouen, he had entered the service of the company quite young as engine-fitter. Then, at 30, tired of the workshop, he had wanted to be a fireman so as to become driver. It was then that he married Victoire, who belonged to the same village as himself. But years went by, and he continued fireman. He would never become driver now, being of bad conduct, careless in dress and mode of life, a drunkard, and a runner after petticoats. He would have been dismissed 20 times over had it not been for the protection of President Grandmarin, and had not his superiors become accustomed to his vices, for which he condoned by his good humor and his experience as an old workman. He only gave cause for alarm when under the influence of drink, for he then became a real brute, capable of any violence. "Did you see my wife?" he inquired again, with a broad grin. "Yes, indeed," answered the assistant station master. "We saw her. We even had a very nice lunch in your room. Ah, you've a good wife, Picu, and it's wrong of you to be unfaithful to her." He gave a broader grin than before. "Oh, how can you say such a thing?" he exclaimed. "It's she who wants me to enjoy myself." This was true. Victoire, who was 2 years his senior, and who had grown enormously stout, was in the habit of slipping 5-franc pieces into his pocket, so that he might amuse himself when away. She had never suffered much from his infidelity, and now their mode of life was settled. He had 2 wives, one at each end of the line. Victoire, who knew everything, accepted the position and even went so far as to mend his linen, in order that the other one might not be able to say that she allowed their husband to go about in rags and tatters. "No matter," resumed Rubard. "It's not at all nice on your part.
My wife, who is very fond of her foster mother, wants to scold you." But he held his tongue on seeing a tall, lean woman come from a shed beside which they were standing. She proved to be Philomène Sauvagnac, sister of the chief of the depot, and the second Madame Piquieu. The couple must have been talking together in the shed when Piquieu came out to call to the assistant station master. Philomène still looked young in spite of her 32 years, but was raw-boned with a flat chest, a long head, and flaming eyes. She had the reputation of drinking. Her occupation consisted in keeping house for her brother, who lived in a cottage near the engine depot, which she very much neglected. They came from Auvergne, and the brother, an obstinate man and a strict disciplinarian, greatly esteemed by his superiors, had met with the utmost vexation on account of this sister, even to the point of being threatened with dismissal. And if the company bore with her now on his account, he only kept her with him because of the family tie. But this did not prevent him belaboring her so severely with blows whenever he caught her at fault, that he frequently left her half dead on the floor. She had commenced an intrigue with Piquieu about a year before, but it was only Séverine who had fallen out with her, thinking it due to Mother Victoire for her to do so, having already been in the habit of avoiding her as much as possible from a feeling of innate pride. She had subsequently ceased to greet her. "Well, Piquieu, I shall see you again later on," said Philomène saucily. "I'll leave you now, as Monsieur Roubaud has a moral lecture to read you on behalf of his wife." Piquieu, who was a good-natured fellow, continued laughing. "No, no, stay," he answered. "He's only joking." "I can't," retorted Philomène. "I must run and take these 2 eggs from my hens to Madame Lebleu, to whom I promised them." She had purposely let fly this name, being aware of the secret rivalry between the wife of the cashier and the wife of the assistant station-master, affecting to be on the best terms with the former, so as to enrage the other. But she remained, nevertheless, becoming all at once interested, when she heard the fireman inquiring for news of the affair with the sub-prefect. "So it's all settled, and you're very glad of it, are you not, Monsieur Roubaud?" inquired Piquieu. "Very pleased indeed," answered the assistant station-master. Piquieu gave a cunning wink. "Oh, you had no need to be anxious," said he, "because when one has a bigwig behind one, you know who I mean. My wife also is very grateful to him." The assistant station-master interrupted this allusion to President Grandmarin by abruptly remarking, "And so you only leave tonight?" "Yes," answered the other. "The repairs to La Lisson will soon be finished. They're completing the adjustment of the connecting rod, and I'm waiting for my driver, who has gone for an airing. Do you know him? Jacques Lantier? He comes from the same neighborhood as yourself." Roubaud did not answer for an instant, but stood there as if absent-minded. Then, recovering himself with a start, he exclaimed, Jacques Lantier, the driver? Of course I know him. Oh, you understand, enough to say good day and good night. It was here that we came across one another, for he is my junior, and I never saw him down there at Plassans. Last autumn he did my wife a little service, in the form of an errand to some cousins at Dieppe. He's a capable young fellow, according to all I hear." He spoke at random, with abundance of verbosity. All at once he went off with the remark, "Good day, Piquieu, I've got to take a look round here." It was only then that Philomène moved away at her long stride, while Piquieu, standing motionless, with his hands thrust into his pockets, laughing at ease at his laziness on this bright morning, was astonished to see the assistant station-master rapidly returning, after limiting his inspection to circumambulating the shed. He had not been long taking his look round. What on earth could he have come to spy out? 9 o'clock was on the point of striking, as Roubaud returned under the marquee. He walked to the end, near the parcel office, where he gave a look, without appearing to find what he sought, and then impatiently strode back again, peering inquiringly at the offices of the different departments, one after the other. The station at this hour was quiet and deserted. He alone wandered about, more and more enervated at this peacefulness, in the torment of a man menaced with a catastrophe,
who at last ardently hopes for it to come. His composure was exhausted. He found it impossible to remain for a minute in the same place. Now his eyes never quitted the clock. 9. 5 minutes passed. As a rule, he only went up to his rooms for the knife and fork breakfast at 10, after the departure of the 9:50 train. But all at once the thought struck him that Séverine might also be waiting there in expectancy, and he proceeded to join her. In the corridor, Madame Lebleu, at this precise moment, was opening the door to Philomène, who had run round in neighborly fashion with untidy hair, and held a couple of eggs in her hand. They remained on the threshold, so that Roubaud had to enter his apartment before their eyes. He had his key, and was as quick as he could be. Notwithstanding, in the rapid opening and closing of the door they perceived Séverine, seated on a chair in the dining-room, with her hands idle, her profile pale, and her body motionless, and Madame Lebleu, dragging in Philomène and closing her own door, related that she had already seen Séverine in the same state, in the early part of the morning. No doubt the business with the sub-prefect was taking a bad turn. But no, and Philomène explained that she had hastened to make a call because she had news, and she repeated what she had just heard the assistant station-master say himself. The two women were then lost in conjectures. It was the same at each of their meetings, gossiping without end. "They've had their hair combed, my dear," said Madame Lebleu. "I'd stake my life on it. They're tottering on their pedestals." "Ah, my dear lady," answered Philomène, "if we could only be rid of them." The rivalry between the Lebleus and the Roubauds, which had become more and more envenomed, simply arose from a question of apartments. All the first floor of the main station building served to lodge members of the staff, and the central corridor, a regular corridor of a second-rate hotel painted yellow, lighted from above, separated the floor in two, with lines of brown doors to right and left. Only the windows of the apartments on the right looked on the courtyard facing the entrance, which was planted with old elms, and above these an admirable view spread out in the direction of Ingouville, while the apartments on the left, with semi-circular squatty windows, opened right on the marquee of the station, whose high slanting roof of zinc and dirty glass barred the horizon from view. Nothing could be more gay than the one side, with the constant animation in the courtyard, the verdure of the trees, the broad expanse of country. Nothing more dismal than the other, where it was almost impossible to see, and where the sky was shut out as in a prison. On the front resided the station-master, the assistant station-master, Moulon, and the Lebleus. On the back, the Roubauds and Mademoiselle Guichon, the office-keeper, without counting 3 rooms reserved to inspectors who made occasional visits. It was an established fact that the 2 assistant station-masters had always lodged side by side. If the Lebleus were there, it was due to an act of politeness on the part of the gentleman who had been succeeded by Roubaud, and who, being a widower without children, had thought proper to show Madame Lebleu the courtesy of giving up his apartments to her. But should not this lodging have gone to the Roubauds? Was it fair to relegate them to the back of the building when they had the right to be on the front? So long as the 2 households had lived in harmony, Séverine had given way to her neighbor, her senior by 20 years, who moreover was in bad health, being so stout that she was constantly troubled with fits of choking. War had only been declared since the day Philomène set the 2 women at variance, by her abominable tongue. "You know," resumed the latter, "that they are quite capable of having taken advantage of their trip to Paris to ask for your ejectment. I am told that they have written a long letter to the manager, setting forth their claim." Madame Lebleu was suffocating. "The wretches!" she exclaimed. "And I am sure they have been doing their best to get the office-keeper on their side. For the past fortnight she has hardly greeted me. There is another one who is no better than she should be. But I'm watching her." She lowered her voice to say that Mademoiselle Guichon must be carrying on an intrigue with the station-master. Their doors faced one another. It was Monsieur Dabadie, a widower, and the father of a grown-up daughter still at school, who had brought this 30-year-old blonde to the station. Already faded, she was silent, slim, and supple as a serpent. She must have been a sort of governess, and it was impossible to catch her, so noiselessly did she glide along through the narrowest apertures. "Oh, I shall succeed in finding it out," continued Madame Lebleu. "I will not be ridden down. We are here, and here we remain. All worthy people are on our side. Is it not so, my dear?" Indeed, all the station was impassioned with this battle of the lodgings. The corridor particularly was torn asunder by it. It was only the assistant station-master, Moulin, satisfied at being on the front, who did not take much interest in the matter. He was married to a little timid, delicate woman whom nobody ever saw, but who presented him with a baby every 20 months. "Anyhow," concluded Philomene, "if they are tottering on their pedestals, this shock will not bring them down. Be on your guard, for they know someone of great influence." She still held her 2 eggs, and she presented them, eggs laid that same morning, which she had just taken from under her hens, and the old lady was effusive in thanks. "Oh, how kind of you," said she. "You are spoiling me, I declare. Come and have a chat more frequently. You know that my husband is always in his counting-house, and I have a tedious time of it, riveted here on account of my poor legs. What would become of me if those wretches were to take away my view?" Then, as she accompanied her, and opened the door, she placed a finger on her lips. "Hush, let us listen," said she. Both of them remained standing in the corridor for 5 full minutes, holding their breath without a movement. They bent their heads, with ears turned towards the dining-room of the Roubaud's, but not a sound came from that direction. Death-like silence reigned within, and in fear of being surprised, they at last separated, giving each other a nod, without pronouncing a word. While one went off on tiptoe, the other closed her door so gently that the catch could hardly be heard entering the socket. At 9:20, Roubaud was again below under the marquee, superintending the making up of the 9:50 slow train. And in spite of all his efforts to keep calm, he gesticulated more than ever, stamping his feet, and turning round at every moment to examine the platform from one end to the other. But nothing came, and his hands trembled with impatience. Then, abruptly, as he was looking behind him, and searching again all over the station, he heard a telegraph boy, out of breath, close to him, saying, "Monsieur Roubaud, do you know where the station-master and the commissary of police are? I have got telegrams for them, and have been running after them for the last 10 minutes. He turned round with such a stiffening of all his being that not a muscle of his face moved. His eyes were fixed on the 2 telegrams which the lad held in his hand, and this time, from the excited look of the latter, he felt convinced that the catastrophe had come at last. "Monsieur Dabadie passed by here a short time ago," said he tranquilly, and never had he felt himself so cool, with an intelligence so bright, prepared for the defense from head to foot. "Look," he resumed, "here is Monsieur Dabadie coming towards us." In fact, the station-master was returning from the goods train department. As soon as he had run his eye over the telegram, he exclaimed, "There has been a murder on the line. The inspector at Rouen telegraphs me to that effect." "What?" inquired Roubaud. "A murder among our staff?" No, answered the station-master. "The murder of a passenger in a coupé. The body was thrown out almost at the exit from the tunnel of Molinay at post 153, and the victim is one of our directors, President Grand-Morin." The assistant station-master immediately exclaimed, "The president? Ah, my poor wife, what a terrible blow it will be for her." The tone was so natural, so pitiful, that it for a moment arrested the attention of Monsieur Dabadie. "Ah, true enough," said he. "You knew him. Such a worthy man, was he not?" Then, turning to the other telegram addressed to the commissary of police, he added, "This must be from the examining magistrate, no doubt for some formality. And as it is only 9:25, Monsieur Coche is not yet here, naturally. Let someone run to the Café du Commerce, on the Cours Napoleon. He will be found there for certain." End of section 5. Section 6 of The Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6. 5 minutes later, Monsieur Coche arrived, brought to the scene by a porter, Formerly an officer, he looked upon the post he occupied as a sinecure, and never put in an appearance at the station before 10 o'clock, when he strolled about for a moment or two and returned to the café. This drama, which had burst upon him between a couple of games at piquet, had first of all astonished him, for the matters that passed through his hands were not, as a rule, very grave. But the telegram came from the examining magistrate at Rouen, and if it arrived 12 hours after the discovery of the body, it was because this magistrate had first of all telegraphed to the station-master at Paris to ascertain under what circumstances the victim had set out on his journey. Having found out the number of the train, and that of the carriage, he had only then sent orders to the commissary of police to examine the coupé in carriage 293 if it still happened to be at Havre. The ill humor that M. Coche displayed at having been disturbed needlessly, as he had at first fancied, at once gave place to an attitude of extreme importance, proportionate to the exceptional gravity that the affair began to assume. "But," he exclaimed, suddenly becoming anxious in fear lest the inquiry might escape him, "the carriage will no longer be here. It must have gone back this morning." It was Roubaud who reassured him in his calm manner. No, excuse me," he broke in. "There was a coupé booked for this evening. The carriage is there in the coach-house." And he led the way to the building, followed by the commissary and the station-master. In the meanwhile, the news must have spread, for the porters, slyly leaving their work, also followed, while clerks made their appearance on the thresholds of the offices of the different departments, and ended by approaching one by one. A small crowd had soon assembled. As they came to the carriage, Monsieur Dabadie remarked, "But the coaches were examined last night. If any traces had remained, it would have been mentioned in the report." "We shall soon see," said Monsieur Coche. Opening the door, he went up into the coupé, and forgetting himself, he immediately exclaimed with an oath, "It looks as if they had been bleeding a pig in here." A little thrill of horror ran through all who were present, and a number of necks were craned forward. Monsieur Dabadie was one of the first who wished to see. He drew himself up on the step, while behind him Roubaud, to do like the others, also craned his neck. The inside of the coupé displayed no disorder. The windows had remained closed, and everything seemed in its proper place. Only a frightful stench escaped by the open door, and there, in the middle of one of the cushions, a pool of blood had coagulated, a pool so deep and so large that a stream had sprung from it, as from a source, and had poured over on the carpet. Clots of blood remained sticking to the cloth, and there was nothing else, nothing but this nauseous gore. Monsieur Dabadie flew into a rage. "Where are the men who looked into the carriages last night? Bring them here." It so happened that they were there, and they advanced, spluttering excuses. How was it possible to see at night-time? Nevertheless, they had passed their hands everywhere. They vowed they had felt nothing on the previous night. In the meanwhile, Monsieur Coche, who remained standing up in the compartment, was taking pencil notes for his report. He called Roubaud, with whom he was familiar, being in the habit of smoking cigarettes with him along the platform in moments of leisure. "Roubaud," said he, "just come up here, you will be able to help me." And when the assistant station-master had stepped over the blood on the carpet, so as not to tread in it, the commissary added, "Look under the cushion, to see if anything has slipped down there." Roubaud raised the cushion, feeling with prudent hands, and looks that simply denoted curiosity. "There is nothing," said he. But a spot on the padded cloth at the back of the seat attracted his attention, and he pointed it out to the commissary. Was it not the mark of a finger covered with blood? No, they both came to the conclusion that it was some blood which had spurted there. The crowd had drawn nearer to watch this inspection of the coupé, sniffing the crime, pressing behind the station-master, who, with the repugnance of a refined man, remained on the step. Suddenly the latter remarked, "But I say, Roubaud, you were in the train, were you not? You returned last night by the express. You can, perhaps, give us some information?" "Yes, indeed," exclaimed the commissary. "That is true. Did you notice anything?" Roubaud, for 2 or 3 seconds, remained silent. At this moment he was bending down examining the carpet, but he rose almost at once, answering in his natural voice, which was a trifle thick, Certainly, I will tell you. My wife was with me, but if what I am going to say is to figure in the report, I should like her to come down, so as to control my recollection by her own." Monsieur Coche thought this very reasonable, and Picqueux, who had just arrived, offered to go and fetch Madame Rubard. He started off with great strides, and for a moment there was a pause. Philomène, who had joined the crowd with the firemen, followed him with her eyes, irritated that he should undertake this errand, but perceiving Madame Leblue hurrying along as fast as her poor swollen legs would carry her, she hastened forward to assist her. And the two women raised their hands to heaven, uttering passionate exclamations at the discovery of such an abominable crime. Although absolutely no details were known as yet, all kinds of versions of what had occurred circulated around them, accompanied by excited gestures and looks. Philomène, whose voice could be heard above the hum of the crowd, affirmed on her word of honor that Madame Rubard had seen the murderer, although she had no authority whatever for the statement. And when the latter appeared, accompanied by Picqueux, there was general silence.
"Just look at her," murmured Madame Leblue. "Would anyone take her for the wife of an assistant station-master with her airs of a princess? This morning, before daybreak, she was already, as she is now, combed and laced as if she were going out on a visit."
Séverine advanced with short, regular steps. She had to walk along the whole length of the platform, facing the eyes watching her approach, but she did not break down. She simply pressed her handkerchief to her eyelids, in the great grief she had just experienced at learning the name of the victim. Attired in a very elegantly fashioned black woolen gown, she seemed to be wearing mourning for her protector. Her heavy dark hair shone in the sun, for she had come down in such a hurry that she had not found time, in spite of the cold, to put anything on her head. Her gentle blue eyes, full of anguish and bathed in tears, gave her a most touching appearance.
"She may well cry," said Philomène in an undertone. "They are done for now that their guardian angel has been killed."
When Séverine was there in the middle of all the people before the open door of the coupé, Monsieur Coche and Rubard got out, and the latter immediately began to relate what he knew. Addressing his wife, he said, "Yesterday morning, my dear, as soon as we arrived at Paris, we went to see Monsieur Grand-Marin, and it was about 11:15. That is right, is it not?" He looked fixedly at her, and she, in a docile tone, repeated,
"Yes, 11:15.
But her eyes had fallen on the cushion, black with blood. She had a spasm, and her bosom heaved with heavy sobs. The station-master, who felt distressed, intervened with much concern. "If you are unable to bear the sight, madam, we quite understand your grief." "Oh, just a few words," interrupted the commissary, "and we will then have madame conducted home again." Rubard hastened to continue. "It was at this visit that Monsieur Grand-Marin, after talking of various matters, informed us that he was going next day to Donville, on a visit to his sister. I still see him seated at his writing-table. I was here, my wife there. That is right, my dear, is it not? He told us he would be leaving on the morrow."
"Yes, on the morrow," said she.
Monsieur Coche, who continued taking rapid pencil notes, raised his head. "How is that, on the morrow?" he inquired, "considering he left the same evening." "Wait a moment," replied the assistant station-master. "When he heard we were returning that night, he had an idea of taking the express with us if my wife would accompany him to Donville, to stay a few days with his sister, as had happened before. But my wife, having a great deal to do here, refused. That is so, you refused?" "Yes, I refused," answered Séverine. "Then he was very kind," continued her husband. "He had been interesting himself on my behalf. He accompanied us to the door of his study, did he not, my dear?"
"Yes, as far as the door," said Séverine.
"We left in the evening," resumed Rubard. "Before seating ourselves in our compartment, I had a chat with Monsieur Vandorp, the station-master, and I saw nothing at all. I was very much annoyed because I thought we should be alone, and I found a lady in a corner whom I had not noticed, and the more so as two other persons, a married couple, got in at the last moment. So far as Rouen, nothing worthy of note occurred. I noticed nothing. But at Rouen, as we left the train to stretch our legs, what was our surprise to see Monsieur Grand-Marin standing up at the door of a coupé, 3 or 4 carriages away from our compartment. "What, Mr. President?" said I. "So you left after all? Ah, well, we had no idea we were traveling with you." And he explained that he had received a telegram. They whistled, and we jumped into our compartment, which, by the way, we found empty, all our traveling companions having got out at Rouen, and we are not sorry. That is absolutely all, my dear, is it not?" "Yes, that is absolutely all," she repeated. This story, simple though it appeared, produced a strong impression on the audience. All awaited the key to the enigma with gaping countenances. The commissary, ceasing to write, gave expression to the general astonishment by inquiring, "And are you sure no one was inside the coupé along with Monsieur Grand Morin?" "Oh, as to that, absolutely certain." A shudder ran through the crowd. This mystery which required solving inspired the onlookers with fear, and sent a chill down the backs of everyone there. If the passenger was alone, by whom could he have been murdered and thrown from the coupé 3 leagues from there before the train stopped again? Silence was broken by the unpleasant voice of Philomène. "It is all the same strange," said she, and Roubaud, feeling himself being stared at, looked at her, tossing his chin, as if to say that he also considered the matter strange. Beside her he perceived Piqueux and Madame Lebleu tossing their heads as well. All eyes were turned towards him. The crowd awaited something more, sought on his body for a forgotten detail that would throw light on the matter. There was no accusation in these ardently inquisitive looks, and yet he fancied he noticed a vague suspicion arising, that doubt which the smallest fact sometimes transforms into a certainty. "Extraordinary," murmured Monsieur Coche. "Quite extraordinary," assented Monsieur Dabadie. Then Roubaud made up his mind. "What I am, moreover, quite certain of," he continued, "is that the express which runs from Rouen to Barentin without stopping went along at the regulation speed, and that I noticed something abnormal. I mention this because, as we were alone, I let down the window to smoke a cigarette, and glancing outside several times had a perfect knowledge of every sound of the train. At Barentin, noticing my successor, the station-master Monsieur Bessières, on the platform, I called to him and we exchanged a few words as he stood on the step and shook hands. That is so, my dear, is it not? The question can be put to Monsieur Bessières, and he will answer yes." Séverine, still motionless and pale, her delicate face plunged in grief, once more confirmed the statement of her husband. "Yes, that is correct," said she. From this moment any accusation was out of the question, if the Roubauds, having returned to their compartment at Rouen, had been greeted sitting there by a friend at Barentin. The shadow of suspicion which the assistant station-master had noticed in the eyes of the bystanders vanished, while the general astonishment increased. The case was assuming a more and more mysterious aspect. "Come," said the commissary, "are you quite positive that nobody could have entered the coupé at Rouen after you left Monsieur Grand Morin?" Roubaud had evidently not foreseen this question. For the first time he became confused, having no doubt got to the end of his ready answers. He looked at his wife, hesitating. "Oh, no," said he. "I do not think so. They were shutting the doors, they had whistled. We only just had time to reach our carriage, and besides, the coupé was reserved. Nobody could get in there, I fancy." But the blue eyes of his wife opened wider, and grew so large that he was afraid to be positive. "After all," he continued, "I don't know. Yes, perhaps someone did get into the coupé. There was a regular crush." As he continued talking, his voice became distinct again, and a new story began to take shape. "The crowd, you know, was enormous," he said, "on account of the fêtes at Havre. We were obliged to resist an assault on our own compartment by second and even third-class passengers. Apart from this, the station was badly lighted. One could see next to nothing. People were pushing about in a clamorous multitude, just as the train was starting. Yes, indeed, it is quite possible that someone, not knowing where to find a seat, or maybe taking advantage of the confusion, actually did force his way into the coupé at the last second." And turning to his wife, he remarked, "Eh, my dear, that is what must have happened." Séverine, looking broken down, with her handkerchief pressed to her swollen eyes, answered, "That is what happened, certainly." The clue was now given. The commissary of police and the station-master, without expressing an opinion, exchanged a look of intelligence. The seething crowd swayed to and fro, feeling the inquiry at an end. All were burning to communicate their thoughts, and various conjectures immediately found vent, everyone having his own idea. For a few moments the business of the station had been at a standstill. The entire staff were there, all their attention taken up by this drama. And it was with general surprise that the 9:38 train was observed coming in under the marquee. The porters ran to meet it, the carriage doors were opened, and the flood of passengers streamed out. But almost all the lookers-on had remained round the commissary, who, with the scruple of a methodical man, paid a final visit to the gory coupé. At this moment, Piqueux, engaged in gesticulating between Madame Lebleu and Philomène, caught sight of his driver, Jacques Lantier, who, having just left the train, was standing motionless, watching the gathering from a distance. He beckoned to him urgently. At first, Jacques did not move, but afterwards, making up his mind to go, he advanced slowly forward. "What's it all about?" he inquired of his fireman. He knew very well, and lent but an inattentive ear to the news of the murder and the rumors that were current respecting it. What surprised and particularly agitated him was to tumble into the midst of this inquiry, to again come upon this coupé which he had caught sight of in the obscurity, launched at full speed. He craned his neck, gazing at the pool of clotted blood on the cushion, and once more he saw the murder scene, and particularly the corpse, stretched across the line yonder, with its throat open. Then, turning aside his eyes, he noticed the Roubaud's, while Piqueux continued relating to him the story of how they were mixed up in the business, their departure from Paris in the same train as the victim, and the last words they had exchanged together at Rouen. Jacques knew Roubaud from having occasionally pressed his hand since he had been driving the express. As to his wife, he had caught sight of her in the distance, and he had avoided her like the others, in his unhealthy terror. But at this moment he was struck by her, as he observed her weeping and pale, with her gentle, bewildered blue eyes beneath the crushing volume of black hair. He continued to look at her, and becoming absent, he asked himself in surprise how it was that the Roubauds and he were there, how it was that events had brought them together, before this carriage steeped in crime. They who had returned from Paris on the previous evening, he who had come back from Barrington at that very instant. "Oh, I know," he said aloud, interrupting the fireman. "I happened to be there, at the exit from the tunnel last night, and I thought I saw something as the train passed." This remark caused great excitement, and everybody gathered around him. Why had he spoken, after formally making up his mind to hold his tongue? So many excellent reasons prompted him to silence, and the words had unconsciously left his lips, while he was gazing at this woman. She had abruptly drawn aside her handkerchief to fix her tearful eyes wide open on him. The commissary of police quickly approached. "Saw what? What did you see?" he inquired, and Jacques, with the unswerving look of Séverine upon him, related what he had seen. The coupé lit up, passing through the night at full speed, and the fleeting outlines of the two men, one thrown down backwards, the other with a knife in his hand. Roubaud, standing beside his wife, listened with his great bright eyes fixed on Jacques. "So," inquired the commissary, "you would be able to recognize the murderer?" "Oh, as to that, no, I do not think so," answered the other. "Was he wearing a coat or a blouse?" asked the commissary. "I can say nothing positively. Just reflect. A train that must have been going at a speed of 60 miles an hour. Séverine, against her will, exchanged a glance with Roubaud, who had the energy to say, "True enough, it would require a good pair of eyes." "No matter," concluded Monsieur Coche. "This is an important piece of evidence. The examining magistrate will assist you to throw light on it all. Monsieur Lantier and Monsieur Roubaud, give me your exact names for the summonses." It was all over. The throng of bystanders dispersed little by little, and the business of the station resumed its activity. Roubaud had to run and attend to the 9:50 slow train, in which passengers were already taking their seats. He had given Jacques a more vigorous shake of the hand than usual, and the latter, remaining alone with Séverine, behind Madame Lebleu, Piqueux, and Philomène, who went off whispering together, had considered himself bound to escort the young woman under the marquee to the foot of the staircase leading to the lodgings of the staff, finding nothing to say and yet forced to remain beside her, as if a bond had just been fastened between them. The brightness of day had now increased, The sun, conqueror of the morning haze, was ascending in the great expanse of limpid blue sky, while the sea breeze, gaining strength with the rising tide, contributed its saline freshness to the atmosphere. And as Jacques at last left Séverine, he again encountered those great eyes, whose terrified and imploring sweetness had so profoundly moved him. But there came a low whistle. It was Roubaud, giving the signal to start. The engine responded by a prolonged screech, and the 9:50 train moved off, rolled along more rapidly, and disappeared in the distance amid the golden dust of the sun.
End of section 6. Section 7. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7.
Chapter 4. One day, during the second week in March, Monsieur Denizet, the examining magistrate, had again summoned certain important witnesses in the Grand Morin case to his chambers at the Rouen Law Courts. For the last 3 weeks this case had been causing enormous sensation. It had set Rouen upside down. It had impassioned Paris, and the opposition newspapers, in their violent campaign against the Empire, had just grasped it as a weapon. The forthcoming general elections, which occupied the public mind in preference to all other political events, added keen excitement to the struggle. In the chamber there had been some very stormy sittings, one at which the validity of the powers of 2 members attached to the Emperor's household had been bitterly disputed, and another that had given rise to a most determined attack on the financial administration of the prefect of the Seine, coupled with a demand for the election of a municipal council. The Grand Morin case, coming at an appropriate moment, served to keep up the agitation. The most extraordinary stories were abroad. Every morning the newspapers were full of assumptions injurious for the government. On the one hand, the public were given to understand that the victim, a familiar figure at the Tuileries, formerly on the bench, commander of the Legion of Honor, immensely rich, was addicted to the most frightful debauchery. On the other, the inquiry into the case having so far proved fruitless, they began to accuse the police and legal authorities of winking at the affair, and joked about the legendary assassin who could not be found. If there was a good deal of truth in these attacks, they were all the harder to bear. Monsieur Denizet was fully alive to his heavy responsibility. He also became impassioned with the case, and the more so as he was ambitious, and had been burning to have a matter of this importance in his hands, so as to bring into evidence the high qualities of perspicacity and energy with which he credited himself. The son of a large Normandy cattle breeder, he had studied law at Caen, but had entered the judicial department of the government rather late in life, and his peasant origin, aggravated by his father's bankruptcy, had made his promotion slow. Substitute at Bernay, Dieppe, and Havre, it had taken him 10 years to become imperial procurator at Pont-Audemer. Then, sent to Rouen as substitute, he had been acting as examining magistrate for 18 months, and was over 50 years of age. Without any fortune, a prey to requirements that could not be satisfied out of his meagre salary, he lived in this ill-remunerated dependence of the magistracy, only frankly accepted by men of mediocre capacity, and where the intelligent are eaten up with envy, whilst on the lookout for an opportunity to sell themselves. Monsieur Denizet was a man of the most lively intelligence, with a very penetrating mind. He was even honest, and fond of his profession, intoxicated with his great power which in his justice room made him absolute master of the liberty of others. It was his interests alone that kept his zeal within bounds. He had such a burning desire to be decorated and transferred to Paris that after having at the commencement of the inquiry allowed himself to be carried away by his love of truth, he now proceeded with extreme prudence, perceiving pitfalls on all sides, which might swallow up his future. It must be pointed out that Monsieur Denizet had been warned, for, from the outset of his inquiry, a friend had advised him to look in at the Ministry of Justice in Paris. He did so, and had a long chat with the secretary, Monsieur Camille Lamotte, a very important personage, possessing considerable power over the gentlemen comprising this branch of the civil service. It was, moreover, his duty to prepare the list of promotions and he was in constant communication with the Tuileries. He was a handsome man, who had started on his career as substitute, like his visitor, but through his connections and his wife, he had been elected deputy and made Grand Officer of the Legion of Honor. The case had come quite naturally into his hands. The imperial procurator at Rouen, disturbed at this shady drama wherein a former judge figured as victim, had taken the precaution to communicate with the minister, who had passed the matter on to the secretary. And here came a coincidence. Monsieur Camille Lamotte happened to be a schoolfellow of President Grandmarin. Younger by a few years, he had been on such terms of intimacy with him that he knew him thoroughly, even to his vices, and so he spoke of his friend's tragic death with profound affliction, and talked to Monsieur Denizet of nothing but his warm desire to secure the guilty party. But he did not disguise the fact that they were very much annoyed at the Tuileries about the stir the business had occasioned, which was quite out of proportion to its importance, and he had taken the liberty to recommend great tact. In fact, the magistrate had understood that he would do well not to be in a hurry, and to avoid running any risk unless previously approved. He had even returned to Rouen with the certainty that the secretary on his part had sent out detectives wishing to inquire into the case himself. They wanted to learn the truth so as to be better able to hide it if necessary. Nevertheless, time passed, and Monsieur Denizet, notwithstanding his efforts to be patient, became irritated at the jokes of the press. Then the policeman reappeared, sniffing the scent like a good hound. He was carried away by the necessity of finding the real track, for the glory of being the first to discover it, and reserving his freedom to abandon it if he received orders to do so. And whilst awaiting a letter, a piece of advice, a simple sign from the ministry which failed to reach him, he had actively resumed his inquiry. Not one of the 2 or 3 arrests that had been made could be maintained. But suddenly the opening of the will of President Grandmarin aroused in Monsieur Denizet a suspicion, which he felt had flashed through his mind at the first: the possible guilt of the Roubaud's. This will, full of strange legacies, contained one by which Séverine inherited the house situated at the place called La Croix de Maufroy. From that moment, the motive of the crime, sought in vain until then, became evident. The Roubaud's, aware of the legacy, had murdered their benefactor to gain possession of the property at once. This idea haunted him the more as Monsieur Camille Lamotte had spoken in a peculiar way of Madame Roubaud, whom he had known formerly at the home of the President when she was a young girl. Only, how unlikely, how impossible, materially and morally! Since searching in this direction, he had at every step encountered facts that upset his conception of a classically conducted judicial inquiry. Nothing became clear. The great central light, the original cause which would illuminate everything, was wanting. Another clue existed which Monsieur Denizet had not lost sight of, the one suggested by Roubaud himself, that of the man who might have got into the coupé thanks to the crush at the moment the train was leaving. This was the famous legendary murderer who could not be found, and in reference to whom the opposition newspapers were making such silly fun. At the outset, every effort had been made to trace this man. At Rouen, where he had entered the train, at Barenton, where he had left it, but the result had lacked precision. Some witnesses even denied that it could have been possible for the reserved coupé to be taken by assault. Others gave the most contradictory information, and this clue seemed unlikely to lead to anything when the magistrate, in questioning the signalman, Messard, came involuntarily upon the dramatic adventure of Caboche and Louisette, the young girl who, victimized by the President, had repaired to the abode of her sweetheart to die. This information burst on him like a thunderbolt, and at once he formulated the indictment in his head. It was all there, the threats of death made by the quarryman against his victim, the deplorable antecedents of the man, an alibi, clumsily advanced, impossible to prove. In secrecy on the previous night, in a moment of energetic inspiration, he had caused Caboche to be carried off from the little house he occupied on the border of the wood, a sort of out-of-the-way cavern, where those who arrested the man found a pair of blood-stained trousers, and whilst offering resistance to the conviction gaining on him, whilst determined not to abandon the presumption against the Roubaud's, he exulted at the idea that he alone, had been smart enough to discover the veritable assassin. It was in view of making this a certainty that on this specific day he had summoned to his chambers several witnesses who had already been heard immediately after the crime. The quarters of the examining magistrate were near the Rue Jeanne d'Arc, in the old dilapidated building dabbed against the side of the ancient palace of the Dukes of Normandy, now transformed into the law courts, which it dishonored. This large, sad-looking room on the ground floor was so dark that in winter it became necessary to light a lamp at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hung with old, discolored green paper, its only furniture were 2 armchairs, 4 chairs, the writing table of the magistrate, the small table of the registrar, and on the frigid-looking mantelpiece, 2 bronze cups, flanking a black marble timepiece. Behind the writing table was a door leading to a second room, where the magistrate sometimes concealed persons whom he wished to have at hand, while the entrance door opened direct on a broad corridor supplied with benches where witnesses waited. The Roubaud's were there at 1:30, although the subpoenas had only been made returnable for 2 o'clock. They came from Havre and had taken time to lunch at a little restaurant in the Grande Rue. Both attired in black, he in a frock coat, she in a silk gown, like a lady, maintained the rather wearisome and painful gravity of a couple who had lost a relative. She sat on a bench motionless, without uttering a word, whilst he, remaining on his feet, his hands behind his back, strode slowly to and fro before her. But at each turn their eyes met, and their concealed anxiety then passed like a shadow over their mute countenances. Although the Croix de Maufras legacy had given them great joy, it had revived their fears. For the family of the president, particularly his daughter, indignant at the number of strange donations which amounted to half the entire fortune, spoke of contesting the will. And Madame de la Chesnaye, influenced by her husband, showed herself particularly harsh for her old friend Séverine, whom she loaded with the gravest suspicions. On the other hand, the idea that there existed a proof, which Roubaud at first had not thought of, haunted him with constant dread. The letter, which he had compelled his wife to write, so as to cause Grandmarin to leave, would be found unless the latter had destroyed it, and the writing recognized. Fortunately, time passed and nothing happened. The letter must have been torn up. Nevertheless, every fresh summons to the presence of the examining magistrate gave them a cold perspiration in their correct attitude of heirs and witnesses. 2 o'clock struck. Jacques, in his turn, appeared. He came from Paris. Roubaud at once advanced with his hand extended in a very expansive manner. "Ah, so they've brought you here as well. What a nuisance this sad business is. It seems to have no end." Jacques, perceiving Séverine still seated motionless, had stopped short. For the past 3 weeks, every 2 days, at each of his journeys to Havre, the assistant station-master had shown him great affability. On one occasion, even, he had to accept an invitation to lunch, and seated beside the young woman he felt himself agitated with his old shivers, and quite upset. Could it be possible that he would want to slay this one also? His heart throbbed, his hands burnt at the mere sight of the white muslin at her neck, bordering the rounded bodice of her gown, and he determined henceforth to keep away from her. "And what do they say about the case at Paris?" resumed Roubaud. "Nothing new, eh? Look here, they know nothing. They'll never know anything. Come and say how do you do to my wife." He dragged him forward so that Jacques approached and bowed to Séverine, who, looking a little confused, smiled with her air of a timid child. He did his best to chat about commonplace matters with the eyes of the husband and wife fixed on him, as if they sought to read even beyond his own thoughts, in the vague reflections to which he hesitated to lend his mind. Why was he so cold? Why did he seem to do his best to avoid them? Was his memory returning? Could it be for the purpose of confronting them with him that they had been sent for again? They sought to bring over this single witness whom they feared to their side, to attach him to them by such firm bonds of fraternity that he would not have the courage to speak against them. It was the assistant station-master, tortured by uncertainty, who brought up the case again. "So you have no idea as to why they have summoned us? Perhaps there is something new?" Jacques gave a shrug of indifference. "A rumor was abroad just now at the station when I arrived that there had been an arrest," said he. The Roubauds were astounded. becoming quite agitated and perplexed. What? An arrest? No one had breathed a word to them on the subject. An arrest that had been already made, or an arrest about to take place? They bombarded him with questions, but he knew nothing further. At that moment, a sound of footsteps in the corridor attracted the attention of Séverine. "Here come Berthe and her husband," she murmured. The Lachenays passed very stiffly before the Roubards. The young woman did not even give her former comrade a look. An usher at once showed them into the room of the examining magistrate. "Oh, dear me, we must have patience," said Roubard. "We shall be here for at least 2 hours. Sit you down." He had just placed himself on the left of Séverine, and with a motion of the hand invited Jacques to take a seat near her on the other side. The driver remained standing a moment longer. Then, as she looked at him in her gentle, timid manner, he sank down on the bench. She appeared very frail between the two men. He felt she possessed a submissive, tender character, and the slight warmth emanating from this woman slowly torpified him from tip to toe. In Monsieur Denizet's room, the interrogatories were about to commence. The inquiry had already supplied matter for an enormous volume of papers, enclosed in blue wrappers. Every effort had been made to follow the victim from the time he left Paris. Monsieur Van Dorp, the station-master, had given evidence as to the departure of the 6:30 express, how the coach number 293 had been added on at the last moment, how he had exchanged a few words with Roubard, who had got into his compartment a little before the arrival of President Grandmarin. Finally, how the latter had taken possession of his coupé, where he was certainly alone. Then the guard, Henri de Vergne, questioned as to what had occurred at Rouen during the 10 minutes the train waited, was unable to give any positive information. He had seen the Roubards talking in front of the coupé, and he felt sure they had returned to their compartment, the door of which had been shut by an inspector. But his recollection was vague, owing to the confusion caused by the crowd and the obscurity in the station. As to giving an opinion whether a man, the famous murderer, who could not be found, would have been able to jump into the coupé as the train started, he thought such a thing very unlikely, whilst admitting it was possible, for, to his own knowledge, something similar had already occurred twice. Other members of the company's staff at Rouen, on being examined on the same points, instead of throwing light on the matter, only entangled it by their contradictory answers. Nevertheless, one thing proved was the shake of the hand given by Roubard from inside his compartment to the station-master at Barenton, who had got on the step. This station-master, Monsieur Bessières, had formally acknowledged the incident as exact, and had added that his colleague was alone with his wife, who was lying down and appeared to be tranquilly sleeping. Moreover, the authorities had gone so far as to search for the passengers who had quitted Paris in the same compartment as the Roubards. The stout lady and gentleman who arrived late, almost at the last minute, middle-class people from Petit-Couronne, had stated that having immediately dozed off to sleep they were unable to say anything. And as to the woman in black, who remained silent in her corner, she had melted away like a shadow. It had been absolutely impossible to trace her. Then there were other witnesses, the small fry who had served to identify the passengers who left the train that night at Barenton, the theory being that the murderer must have got out there. The tickets had been counted, and they had succeeded in recognizing all the travelers except one, and he precisely was a great big fellow, with his head wrapped up in a blue handkerchief. Some said he wore a coat, and others a short smock. About this man alone, who had disappeared, vanished like a dream, there existed 310 documents, forming a confused medley, in which the evidence of one person was contradicted by that of another. And the record was further complicated by the written evidence of the legal authorities, the account drawn up by the registrar whom the imperial procurator and the examining magistrate had taken to the scene of the crime, comprising quite a bulky description of the spot, on the Metal Way, where the victim was lying, the position of the body, the attire, the things found in the pockets establishing his identity, then the report of the doctor, also conducted there, a document in which the wound in the throat was described at length in scientific terms, the only wound a frightful gash made with a sharp instrument, probably a knife. And there were other reports and documents about the removal of the body to the hospital at Rouen, the length of time it had remained there before being delivered to the family,
But in this mass of papers appeared but one or two important points. First of all, nothing had been found in the pockets, neither the watch nor a small pocket-book, which should have contained 10 banknotes of 1,000 francs each, a sum due to the sister of President Grandmarin, Madame Bonahon, and which she was expecting. It therefore would have seemed that the motive of the crime was robbery, had not a ring set with a large brilliant remained on the finger of the victim. This circumstance gave rise to quite a series of conjectures. Unfortunately, the numbers of the banknotes were missing, but the watch was known. It was a very heavy, keyless watch, with the monogram of the president on the back and the number 2516 of the manufacturer inside. Finally, the weapon, the knife the murderer had used, had occasioned diligent search along the line, among the bushes in the vicinity, where he might have thrown it, but with no result. The murderer must have concealed the knife in the same place as the watch and banknotes. Nothing had been found but the traveling rug of the victim, which had been picked up at 100 yards or so from Barrington Station, where it had been abandoned as a dangerous article, and it figured among the other objects that might assist to convict the culprit. When the Lachenays entered, Monsieur Denizet, erect before his writing table, was perusing the examination of one of the first witnesses, which his registrar had just routed out from among the other papers. He was a short and rather robust man, clean-shaven, and already turning grey. His full cheeks, square chin, and big nose had a sort of pallid immobility, which was increased by the heavy eyelids half-closing his great light eyes. But all the sagacity, all the adroitness he believed he possessed, was centered in his mouth, one of those mouths of an actor that express the feelings of the owner off the stage. This mouth was extremely active, and at moments, when he became very sharp, the lips grew thin. It was his sharpness that frequently led him astray. He was too perspicacious, too cunning with simple, honest truth. According to the ideal he had formed of his position, the man occupying it should be an anatomist in morals, endowed with second sight, extremely witty, and indeed, he was by no means a fool. He at once showed himself amiable towards Madame de Lachenay, for he was still a magistrate full of urbanity, frequenting society in Rouen and its neighborhood. "Pray be seated, madam," said he, and he offered a chair to the young woman, a sickly blonde, disagreeable in manner and ugly in her mourning. But he was simply polite, and even a trifle arrogant in look towards Monsieur de Lachenay, who was also fair, with a delicate skin. For this little man, judge at the Court of Appeal from the age of 36, decorated, thanks to the influence of his father-in-law and to the services of his father also on the bench had formerly rendered on the high commissions at the time of the coup d'etat, represented in his eyes the judicial functionary by favor, by wealth, the man of moderate gifts, who had installed himself, certain of making rapid progress through his relatives and fortune, whereas he, poor, deprived of protective influence, found himself ever reduced to make way for others, and so he was not sorry to make this gentleman feel all his power in this room, the absolute power that he possessed over the liberty of everyone, to such a point that by one word he could transform a witness into an accused, and immediately have him arrested if it pleased him to do so. "Madam," he continued, "you will pardon me if I am again obliged to torture you with this painful business. I know that you wish as ardently as we do to see the matter cleared up, and the culprit expiate his crime." By a sign he attracted the attention of the registrar, a big bilious-looking fellow with a bony face, and the examination commenced. But Monsieur de Lachenay, who, seeing he was not asked to sit down, had taken a seat of his own accord, at the first questions addressed to his wife, did his best to put himself in her place. He proceeded to complain bitterly of the will of his father-in-law. Who had ever heard of such a thing? So many and such important legacies that they absorbed almost half the fortune, which amounted to 3,700,000 francs, about 148,000 pounds. And legacies to persons who for the most part they did not know, to women of all classes. Among them figured even a little violet seller, who sat in a doorway at the Rue de Rocher. It was unacceptable, and he was only waiting for the inquiry into the crime to be completed to see if he could not upset this immoral will. Whilst he complained in this manner between his set teeth, showing what a stupid he was, an obstinate provincial up to his neck in avarice,
Monsieur Denizet watched him with his great light eyes half closed, and his artful lips assumed an expression of jealous disdain for this nonentity, who was not satisfied with 2 millions, and whom no doubt he would one day see in the supreme purple of a president, thanks to all this money. "I think, sir," said he at last, "that you would do wrong. The will could only be attacked if the total amount of the legacies exceeded half the fortune, and such is not the case." Then, returning to his registrar, he remarked, "I say, Laurent, you are not writing down all this, I hope?" With the suspicion of a smile, the latter set his mind at ease, like a man who knew his business. "But anyhow," resumed Monsieur de Lachenay more bitterly, "no one imagines, I suppose, that I am going to leave La Croix de Maufras to those Roubards. A present like that to the daughter of a domestic? And why? For what reason? Besides, if it is proved that they were connected with the crime—" Monsieur Denizet returned to the murder. "Do you really think so?" he inquired. "Well, if they knew what was in the will, their interest in the death of our poor father is manifest. Observe, moreover, that they were the last to speak to him. All this looks very suspicious." The magistrate, out of patience, disturbed in his new hypothesis, turned to Berthe. "And you, madame? Do you think your old comrade capable of such a crime?" Before answering, she looked at her husband. During their few months of married life, they had communicated to one another their ill humor and want of feeling, which moreover had increased. They were becoming vitiated together. It was he who had set her on to Séverine, and to such a point that to get back the house, she would have had her old playmate arrested on the spot. "Well, sir," she ended by saying, "the person you speak about displayed very bad tendencies as a child." "What were they? Do you accuse her of having acted improperly at Danville?" "Oh, no, sir. My father would not have allowed her to remain." In this sentence the prudery of the respectable middle-class lady flared up in virtuous indignation. "Only," she continued, "when one notices a disposition to be giddy, to be wild, briefly, many things that I should not have thought possible appear to me positive at the present time." Monsieur Denizet again showed signs of impatience. He was no longer following up this clue, and whoever continued to do so became his adversary, and seemed to him to be putting the certainty of his intelligence in doubt. "But come," he exclaimed, "one must yield to reason. People like the Roubards would not kill such a man as your father in order to inherit sooner, or at least there would be indications of them being in a hurry. I should find traces of this eagerness to possess and enjoy elsewhere. No, the motive is insufficient. It is necessary to find another, and there is nothing. You bring nothing yourselves. Then establish the facts. Do you not perceive material impossibilities? No one saw the Roubards get into the coupé. One of the staff even thinks he can affirm that they returned to their compartment, and as they were certainly there at Barrington, it would be necessary to admit of a double journey between their carriage and that of the President, who was separated from them by 3 coaches, during the few minutes it required to cover the distance, and while the train was going at full speed. Does that seem likely? I have questioned drivers and guards. All replied that long habit alone could give sufficient coolness and energy. In any case, the woman could not have been there. The husband must have run the risk without her, and to do what? To kill a protector who had just extricated him from serious embarrassment? No, decidedly no. The presumption is inadmissible. We must look elsewhere. Supposing a man who got into the train at Rouen and left it at the next station had recently uttered threats of death against the victim. In his enthusiasm he was coming to his new theory. He was on the point of saying too much about it, when the door was set ajar to make way for the head of the usher. But before the latter could utter a word, a gloved hand sent the door wide open, and a fair lady, attired in very elegant mourning, entered the room. She was still handsome at more than 50 years of age, but displayed the opulent and expansive beauty of a goddess grown old. "It is I, my dear magistrate. I am behind time, and you must excuse me. The roads are very bad. The 3 leagues from Danville to Rouen are as good as 6 today." Monsieur Denizet had risen gallantly from his seat. "I trust your health has been good, madam, since Sunday last?" said he. "Very good. And you, my dear magistrate, have got over the fright my coachman gave you?"
The man told me the carriage got almost upset as he drove you back, before he had gone a couple of miles from the chateau."
"Oh, merely a jolt. I had forgotten all about it. But pray be seated, and as I just now said to Madame de Lachenay, pardon me for awakening your grief with this frightful business."
"Well, as it has to be done. How do you do, Berthe? How do you do, Lachenay?"
It was Madame Bonahon, the sister of the victim. She had kissed her niece, and pressed the hand of the husband. The widow, since the age of 30, of a manufacturer who had left her a large fortune, and already wealthy in her own right, having inherited the estate at Donville, in the division of property between herself and her brother. She had led a most pleasant existence, full of flirtations, but she was so correct and so frank in appearance that she had remained arbiter in Rouenet's society. At times, and by taste, she had flirted with members of the bench. She had been receiving the judicial world at the chateau for the last 25 years, all that swarm of functionaries at the law courts whom her carriages brought from Rouen and carried back in one continual round of festivities. At present, she had not calmed down. She was credited with displaying maternal tenderness for a young substitute, son of a judge at the Court of Appeal, Monsieur Chaumet. Whilst working for the advancement of the son, she showered invitations and acts of kindness on the father. She had, moreover, preserved an admirer of the old days, also a judge, and a bachelor, Monsieur de Bazet, the literary glory of the Rouen Court of Appeal, whose cleverly turned sonnets were on every tongue. For years he had a room at Donville. Now, although more than 60, he still went to dinner there, as an old comrade, whose rheumatism only permitted him the recollection of his past gallantry. She thus maintained her regal state by her good grace, in spite of threatening old age, and no one thought of wresting it from her. Not before the previous winter had she felt a rival, a Madame Lebuc, the wife of another judge whose house began to be much frequented by members of the bench. This circumstance gave a tinge of melancholy to her habitually gay life. "Then, madam, if you will permit me," resumed Monsieur Denizet, "I'll just ask you a few questions." The examination of the Lachenays was at an end, but he did not send them away. His cold, mournful apartment was taking the aspect of a fashionable drawing-room. The phlegmatic registrar again prepared to write. "One witness spoke of a telegram your brother is supposed to have received, summoning him at once to Donville. We have found no trace of this wire. Did you happen to write to him, madam?" Madame Bonahon, quite at ease, gave her answer as if engaged in a friendly chat. "I did not write to my brother," said she. "I was expecting him. I knew he would be coming, but no date was fixed. He usually came suddenly and generally by a night train. As he lodged in a pavilion apart in the park opening on a deserted lane, we never even heard him arrive. He engaged a trap at Barrington and only put in an appearance the following day, sometimes very late, like a neighbor in residence for a long time who looked in on a visit. If I expected him on this occasion, it was because he had to bring me a sum of 10,000 francs, the balance of an account we had together. He certainly had the 10,000 francs on him, and that is why I have always been of opinion that whoever killed him simply did so for the purpose of robbing him." The magistrate allowed a short silence to follow. Then, looking her in the face, he inquired, "What do you think of Madame Roubaud and her husband?" Madame Bonahon, making a rapid gesture of protestation, exclaimed, "Ah, no, my dear Monsieur Denizet, you must not allow yourself to be led astray again in regard to those worthy people. Séverine was such a good little girl, very gentle, very docile even, and moreover, delightfully pretty, which was no disadvantage. It is my opinion, as you seem anxious for me to repeat what I have already said, that she and her husband are incapable of a bad action." He nodded in approbation. He triumphed, and he cast a glance towards Madame de Lachenay. The latter, piqued, took upon herself to intervene. "I think you are very easy for them, aunt," she exclaimed. "Let be, Berthe," answered the latter. "We shall never agree on this subject. She was gay, fond of mirth, and quite right, too. I am well aware of what you and your husband think. But really, the question of interest must have turned your heads, for you to be so astounded at this legacy of La Croix de Maufroy from your father to poor Séverine. He brought her up. He gave her a marriage portion, and it was only natural he should mention her in his will. Did he not look upon her as his own daughter? Come, my dear, money counts for very little in the matter of happiness." She, indeed, having always been very rich, was absolutely disinterested. Moreover, with the refinement of a beautiful woman who was very much admired, she affected to think beauty and love the only things worth living for. "It was Roubaud who spoke of the telegram," remarked Monsieur de Lachenay dryly. "If there was no telegram, the President could not have told him he had received one. Why did Roubaud lie?" "But," exclaimed Monsieur Denizet with feeling, "the President may have invented this story of the telegram himself to explain his sudden departure to the Roubauds. According to their own evidence, he was only to leave the next day, and as he was in the same train as they were, he had to give some explanation, if he did not wish to tell them the real reason, which we all ignore for that matter. This is without importance. It leads to naught."
End of section 7. Section 8 of the Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8.
Chapter 5. Precisely at 11:15, the advertised time, the signalman at the Pont de l'Europe gave the 2 regulation blows of the horn to announce the Havre Express, which issued from the Batignolles tunnel. Soon afterwards the turntables rattled, and the train entered the station with a short whistle, grating on the brakes, smoking, shining, dripping with the beating rain that had not ceased since leaving Rouen. The porters had not yet turned the handles of the doors when one of them opened, and Séverine sprang lightly to the platform before the train had stopped. Her carriage was at the end. To reach the locomotive, she had to hurry through the swarm of passengers, embarrassed by children and packages, who had suddenly left the compartments. Jacques stood there, erect on the footplate, waiting to go to the engine-house, while Picqueux wiped the brasswork with a cloth. "So it is understood," said she on tiptoe. "I will be at the Rue Cardanet at 3 o'clock, and you will have the kindness to introduce me to your chief so that I may thank him." This was the pretext imagined by Roubaud, a visit to the head of the depot at Batignolles, to thank him for some vague service he had rendered. In this manner she would find herself confided to the good friendship of the driver. She could strengthen the bonds and exert her influence over him. But Jacques, black with coal, drenched with water, exhausted by the struggle against rain and wind, stared at her with his harsh eyes, without answering. On leaving Havre, he had been unable to refuse the request of the husband to look after her, and this idea of finding himself alone in her company upset him, for now he felt that he was very decidedly falling in love with her. "Is that right?" she resumed, smiling with her sweet, caressing look, overcoming her surprise and slight repugnance at finding him so dirty, barely recognizable. "Is that right? I shall rely on your being there." And as she raised herself a little higher, resting her gloved hand on one of the iron handles, Picqueux obligingly interfered. "Take care, you will dirty yourself," said he. Then Jacques had to answer, and he did so in a surly tone. "Yes, Rue Cardanet. Unless I get drowned in this abominable rain. What horrid weather!" She felt touched at his wretched appearance, and added, as if he had suffered solely for her, "Oh, what a dreadful state you were in! And I was so comfortable. I was thinking of you, you know, and that deluge of rain quite distressed me. I felt very pleased at the idea that you were bringing me up this morning, and would take me back to-night by the express." But this familiarity, so tender and so nice, only seemed to trouble him the more. He appeared relieved when a voice shouted, "Back!" Promptly he blew the whistle, while the fireman made a sign to the young woman to stand back. "At 3 o'clock." "Yes, at 3 o'clock." And as the locomotive moved along, Séverine left the platform, the last of the passengers. Outside, in the Rue d'Amsterdam, as she was about to open her umbrella, she was glad to find it had ceased raining. She walked down to the Place du Havre, where she stood reflecting for an instant, and at last decided that it would be best to lunch at once. It was 25 minutes past 11. She stepped into a little restaurant at the corner of the Rue Saint-Lazare, where she ordered a couple of fried eggs and a cutlet. Then, whilst eating very slowly, she fell into reflections that had been haunting her for weeks. Her face pale and cloudy, and bereft of its docile, seductive smile. It was on the previous evening, 2 days after their examination at Rouen, that Roubaud, judging it dangerous to wait, had resolved to send her on a visit to Monsieur Camille Lamotte, not at the ministry, but at his private residence, Rue de Rocher, where he occupied a house close to that of the late President Grand-Morin. She knew she would find him there at 1 o'clock, and she did not hurry. She was preparing what she would say, endeavoring to foresee what he would answer, so as not to get troubled at anything that might transpire. The evening before, a new cause of anxiety had hastened their journey. They had learnt, from gossip at the station, that Madame Lebleu and Philomène were relating everywhere that the company was going to dismiss Roubaud, who was considered involved. And the worst of it was that Monsieur Dabadie, who had been questioned point-blank, had not answered no, which gave considerable weight to the news. From that moment it became urgent that she should hurry off to Paris to plead their cause, and particularly to solicit the protection of the powerful personage in question, as on former occasions she had sought that of the President. But apart from this request, which anyhow would serve to explain her visit, there was a more imperative motive, a burning and insatiable hankering to know, that hankering which drives the criminal to give himself away rather than remain ignorant. The uncertainty was killing them, now that they felt themselves discovered, since Jacques had told them of the suspicion which the judicial authorities seemed to entertain of their being an accomplice. They were lost in conjectures. Had the letter been found, the facts established? Hour by hour they expected a search would be made at their lodgings, that they would be arrested, and their burden became so heavy, the least occurrence in their surroundings assumed an air of such alarming menace, that in the end they preferred the catastrophe to this constant apprehension, to have a certainty and no longer suffer. When Séverine had finished her cutlet, she was so absorbed that she awoke, almost with a start, to reality. Astonished to find herself in a public room. Everything seemed bitter. Her food stuck in her throat, and she had no heart to take coffee. Although she had eaten slowly, it was barely 12:15 when she left the restaurant. Another 3/4 of an hour to kill. She who adored Paris, who was so fond of rambling through the streets freely on the rare occasions when she visited the capital, now felt lost, timid, and was full of impatience to have done with the place and hide herself. The pavements were already drying. A warm wind was driving away the last clouds. Taking the Rue Tronchet, she found herself at the flower market of the Madeleine, one of those March markets, all abloom with primroses and azaleas, in the dull days of expiring winter. She sauntered for half an hour, amidst this premature spring, resuming her vague reflections, thinking of Jacques as an enemy whom she must disarm. It seemed to her that she had paid her visit to the Rue de Rocher, that all had gone well in that quarter, that the only thing remaining was to ensure the silence of this man, and this was a complicated undertaking that bewildered her, and set her head laboring at romantic plans. But these caused her no worry, no terror. On the contrary, she experienced a sweet, soothing feeling. Then, abruptly, she saw the time by a clock at a kiosk, 10 minutes past 1. She had not yet performed her errand, and harshly recalled to the agony of reality, she hastened in the direction of the Rue de Rocher. The residence of Monsieur Camille Lamotte was at the corner of this street and the Rue de Naples, and Séverine had to pass by the house of Grand-Morin, which stood silent, tenantless, and with closed shutters. Raising her eyes, she hurried on. She recollected her last visit. The great house towered up, terrible, before her, and when a little further on she instinctively turned round, to look behind, like a person pursued by the shouts of a crowd, she was startled to perceive Monsieur Denizet, the examining magistrate at Rouen, who was also coming up the street, on the opposite side of the way. The thrill she experienced brought her to a standstill. Had he noticed her casting a glance at the house? He was walking along quietly, and she allowed him to get ahead of her, following him in great trouble. She received another shock when she saw him ring at the corner of the Rue de Naples, at the residence of Monsieur Camille Lamotte. She felt terrified. She would never dare enter now. She turned on her heel, cut through the Rue de Edinburgh, and descended as far as the Pont de l'Europe. It was not until then that she felt herself secure, and quite distracted, not knowing where to go nor what to do. She leaned motionless against one of the balustrades, gazing below, across the iron sheds, at the vast station,
where the trains were constantly performing evolutions. She followed them with her anxious eyes. She thought the magistrate must assuredly have gone to see Monsieur Camille Lamotte on this business, that the two men were talking about her, and that her fate was being settled at that very minute. Then, in despair, she was tormented by the desire to cast herself at once under a train, rather than return to the Rue de Rocher. Just then a train was issuing from beneath the iron marquee of the main lines. She watched it coming and pass below her, puffing in her face a tepid cloud of white steam. Then the stupid uselessness of her journey, the frightful anguish she would carry away with her, should she fail to have the energy to go and find out something certain, were impressed on her mind with such vigor that she gave herself 5 minutes to gain courage. Engines were whistling. Her eyes followed a small one branching off a train that served the environs, and then looking up towards the left she recognized above the courtyard of the small parcels department, at the very top of the house in the Impasse d'Amsterdam, the window of Mother Victoire, that window on whose rail she again saw herself leaning with her husband, before the abominable scene that had caused their calamity. This brought home to her the danger of her position with such a keen pang of pain that she suddenly felt ready to encounter anything, to put an end to the business. The blasts of the horn and the prolonged rumbling noise deafened her, while thick smoke flying over the great clear Parisian sky barred the horizon, and she again took the road to the Rue de Rocher, wending her way with the feelings of a person going to commit suicide, stepping out with precipitation, in sudden fear lest she might find no one there. When Séverine had touched the bell, a renewed feeling of terror turned her icy cold. But a footman, after taking her name, had already offered her a seat in the antechamber, and through the doors, gently set ajar, she very distinctly heard the lively conversation of two voices. Then followed profound and absolute silence. She could distinguish naught but the dull throbbing of her temples, and she said to herself that the magistrate must still be in conference, and that she would no doubt be kept waiting a long time, and this idea of waiting seemed intolerable. All at once she met with a surprise. The footman came to her, and showed her in. The magistrate had certainly not gone. She conjectured he was there, hidden behind a door. She found herself in a large study with black furniture, a thick carpet, and heavy door hangings, so severe and so completely closed that not a sound from the outside could penetrate within. Nevertheless, there were some flowers, some pale roses in a bronze corbeille, and this indicated a sort of concealed grace, a taste for amiable life beneath all this severity. The master of the house was on his feet, very correctly attired in a frock coat. He also looked severe with his pinched face, which his grayish whiskers rendered slightly fuller, and he had all the elegance of a former beau who had remained slim, and a demeanor that one felt would be pleasant, freed from the stiffness that his official position made him assume. In the subdued light of the apartment, he looked very tall. Séverine, on entering, felt oppressed by the close atmosphere caused by the hangings, and she saw no one but Monsieur Camille Lamotte, who watched her approach. He made no motion to invite her to be seated, and he was careful not to open his mouth the first, waiting for her to explain the motive of her visit. This prolonged the silence, but as the result of a violent reaction, she all at once found she was mistress of herself in the peril, and remained very calm and very prudent. "Sir," said she, "you will excuse me if I make so bold as to come and solicit your goodwill. You are aware of the irreparable loss I have suffered, and abandoned as I now am, I have had the courage to think of you to defend us, to continue to give us a little of the same support as your friend, my deeply regretted protector." Monsieur Camille Lamotte was then obliged to wave his hand to a seat, for she had spoken in a strain that was perfect, without exaggerated humility or grief, with the innate art of feminine hypocrisy. But he still maintained silence. He had himself sat down, still waiting. Seeing she must explain, she continued, "Allow me to refresh your memory by reminding you that I have had the honor of seeing you at Donville. Ah, those were happy days for me. At present, bad times have come, and I have no one but you, sir. I implore you, in the name of him we have lost, you who were his intimate friend,
to complete his good work, to take his place beside us."
He listened, he looked at her, and all his suspicions were wavering. She seemed so natural, so charming in her expressions of regret and supplication. It had struck him that the letter he had found among the papers of Grand Morin, those 2 unsigned lines, could only have come from her, whom he knew to be intimate with the president. And just now, the mere mention of her visit had completely convinced him. He had only interrupted his interview with the magistrate to confirm his conviction. But how could he think her guilty, seeing her as she appeared, so quiet and so sweet? He wished to set his mind at rest, and while maintaining an air of severity, he said, "Tell me what this is all about, madam. I remember perfectly. I shall only be too happy to be of use to you if there is no impediment." Séverine then related, very plainly, that her husband was threatened with dismissal. They were very jealous of him on account of his merit, and of the high patronage which hitherto had covered him. Now, thinking him without support, they hoped to triumph, and redoubled their efforts. Nevertheless, she mentioned no names. She spoke in measured terms in spite of the imminent peril. For her to have decided on making the journey to Paris, she must have been convinced of the necessity of acting as rapidly as possible. Perhaps tomorrow it would be no longer time. It was immediately that she required help and succor. She related all this with such an abundance of logical facts and good reasons that it seemed to him really impossible that she should have taken the trouble to come up with any other object. Monsieur Camille Lamotte studied her, even to the slight, almost imperceptible quiver of her lips, and he struck the first blow. "But why should the company dismiss your husband? They have nothing grave to reproach him with," said he. Neither did her eyes leave him. She sat watching the faintest lines on his face, wondering if he had found the letter, and notwithstanding the apparent innocence of the question, she abruptly became convinced that the letter was there, in one of the pieces of furniture in that study. He knew all about it, for he had set a trap for her, anxious to learn whether she would dare mention the real reasons for his dismissal. Moreover, he had too forcibly accentuated his tone, and she felt herself probed to the innermost recesses of her being by his sparkless eyes of a worn-out man. Bravely she advanced to the peril. "Dear me, sir," she said, "it sounds very monstrous, but they suspected us of killing our benefactor on account of that unfortunate will. We had no difficulty in proving our innocence, only there always remains something of these abominable accusations, and the company no doubt fears the scandal." He was again surprised, thrown off his guard by this frankness, particularly by the sincerity of her accent. Besides, having at first glance considered her face merely passable, he began to find her extremely seductive, with the complacent submissiveness of her blue eyes, set off by the energy of her raven hair. She was really very charming, very refined, and he allowed the smile of an amateur of feminine charms, no longer interested in such matters, to mingle with the grand, cold manner of the functionary who had such a disagreeable affair on his hands. But Séverine, with the bravado of a woman who feels her strength, had the imprudence to add, "Persons like ourselves do not kill for money. There would have been some other motive, and there was none." He looked at her, and saw the corners of her mouth quiver. It was she. Thenceforth his conviction was absolute. And she understood immediately that she had given herself up, at the way in which he had ceased to smile, and at his nervously pinched chin. She felt like fainting, as if all her being was abandoning her. Nevertheless, she remained on her chair, her bust straight. She heard her voice continuing to converse in the same even tone, uttering the words it was necessary to say. The conversation pursued its course, but henceforth neither had anything further to learn. He had the letter. It was she who had written it. "Madam," he at last resumed, "I do not refuse to intercede with the company if you are really worthy of interest. It so happens that I am expecting the traffic manager this afternoon on some other business. Only I shall require a few notes. Look here, just write me down the name, the age, the record of service of your husband. Briefly, all that is necessary to post me up in regard to your position." And he pushed a small occasional table towards her, ceasing to look at her,
so as not to frighten her too much. She shuddered. He wanted a page of her handwriting, in order to compare it with the letter. For a moment, she despairingly sought a pretext, resolved not to write. Then she reflected. What was the good of that, as he knew? It would be easy to obtain a few lines she had penned, without any visible discomposure, in the simplest manner in the world. She wrote down what he asked her for, while he, standing up behind her, recognized the writing perfectly, although taller and less shaky than that in the note, and he ended by thinking this slim little woman very brave. He smiled again. Now she was unable to see him, with that smile of the man who is no longer touched by anything, save the charm, and whom experience in everything has made insouciant. After all, it was not worth the trouble to be just. He only watched over the decorative part of the regime he served. "Very well, madam," said he. "Give me this, I will make inquiries. I will do the best I can." "I am very much obliged to you, sir," she answered. "So you will see that my husband is maintained in his position? May I consider the affair arranged?" "Ah, no, indeed," he exclaimed. "I bind myself to nothing. I shall have to see, to think the matter over." In fact, he was hesitating. He did not know what course he would follow in regard to the couple. And she was in anguish, since she felt herself at his mercy. This hesitation, this alternative of being saved or ruined by him, without being able to guess the reasons that would influence him in his decision, drove her crazy. "Oh, sir, think how tormented we are. You will not let me leave without a certainty," she pleaded. "Indeed, madam, I can do nothing. You must wait," said he. He led her to the door. She was going away in despair, beside herself, on the point of confessing everything openly, feeling the immediate necessity of forcing him to say distinctly what he intended doing with them. To remain a minute longer, hoping to find a subterfuge, she exclaimed, "Ah, I forgot. I wished to ask your advice about that wretched will. Do you think we ought to refuse the legacy?" "The law is on your side," he prudently answered. "It is a matter of appreciation and of circumstances." She was on the threshold of the door, and she made a final effort. "Sir," said she, "do not allow me to leave thus. Tell me if I may hope." With a gesture of abandonment, she had seized his hand. He drew it away, but she looked at him with her beautiful eyes so ardent with prayer that he was stirred. "Very well, then, return here at 5 o'clock. Perhaps I may have something to tell you." She went off. She quitted the house in still greater agony than on entering it. The situation had become clear. Her fate remained in suspense. She was threatened with arrest which might take place at once. How could she keep alive until 5 o'clock? Suddenly she thought of Jacques, whom she had forgotten. He was another who might be her ruin, if they took her in charge. Although it was barely 2:30, she hastened to ascend the Rue du Rocher, in the direction of the Rue Cardinet. Monsieur Camille Lamotte, left alone, stood before his writing table. A familiar figure at the Tuileries, where his functions as chief secretary to the Ministry of Justice caused him to be summoned almost daily. As powerful as the minister himself, and even entrusted with more delicate duties, he was aware how irritating and alarming this Grandmarin case proved in high quarters. The opposition newspapers continued to carry on a noisy campaign, some accusing the police of being so busy with political business that they had no time to arrest murderers. The others, probing the life of the president, gave their readers to understand that he belonged to the court, where the lowest kind of debauchery prevailed. And this campaign really became disastrous, as the time for the elections approached. And so it had been formally intimated to the chief secretary that he must bring the business to a termination as rapidly as possible, no matter how. The minister, having relieved himself of this delicate affair by passing it on to him, he found himself sole arbiter of the decision to be taken, but on his own responsibility, it is true, a matter that required looking into, for he had no idea of paying for the others should he prove inexpert. Monsieur Camille Lamotte, still thinking, went and opened the door of the adjoining room where Monsieur Denizet was waiting, and the latter, who had overheard everything, exclaimed on entering, "What did I say? It is wrong to suspect those people. This woman is evidently only thinking of saving her husband from possible dismissal.
She did not utter a single word that could arouse suspicion. The chief secretary did not answer at once. All absorbed, his eyes on the magistrate, struck by his heavy, thin-lipped face, he was now thinking of that magistracy, which he held in his hand, as occult chief of its members, and he felt astonished that it was still so worthy in its poverty, so intelligent in its professional torpidity. But really this gentleman, however sharp he might fancy himself, with his eyes veiled with thick lids, was tenacious in his conviction when he thought he had got hold of the truth.
"So," resumed Monsieur Camille Lamotte,
"you persist in believing in the guilt of this Caboche?"
Monsieur Denizet started in astonishment.
"Oh, certainly," said he. "Everything is against him. I enumerated the proofs to you. I may say they are classic, for not one is wanting. I did not fail to look for an accomplice, a woman in the coupé as you suggested. This seemed to agree with the evidence of a driver, a man who caught a glimpse of the murder scene. But skillfully cross-questioned by me, this man did not persist in his first statement, and he even recognized the traveling rug as being the dark bundle he had referred to. Oh yes, Caboche is certainly the culprit, and the more so as if we cannot fix it on him, we have no one else." Up to then, the chief secretary had delayed bringing the written proof he possessed to the knowledge of the magistrate, and now that he had formed a conviction, he was still less eager to establish the truth. What was the use of upsetting the false clue of the prosecution if the real clue was to lead to greater embarrassments? All this would have to be considered in the first instance. "Very well," he resumed, with that smile of the worn-out man. "I am willing to admit you are right. I only sent for you for the purpose of discussing certain grave points. This is an exceptional case, and it has now become quite political. You feel this, do you not? We shall therefore perhaps find ourselves compelled to act as government men. Come, frankly, this girl, the sweetheart of Caboche, was victimized, eh?" The magistrate gave the pout of a cunning fellow, whilst his eyes became half lost in his lids. "If you ask me," said he, "I think the president put her in a great fright, and this will assuredly come out at the trial. Moreover, if the defense is entrusted to a lawyer of the opposition, we may expect a regular avalanche of tiresome tales, for there is no lack of these stories down there, in our part of the country." This Denizet was not so stupid when free from the routine of the profession, where he soared on high in his unlimited perspicacity and mighty power. He understood why he had been summoned to the private residence of the chief secretary, in preference to the Ministry of Justice. "Briefly," concluded he, seeing that Monsieur Camille Lamotte did not open his mouth, "we shall have a rather nasty business." The chief secretary confined himself to tossing his head. He was engaged in calculating the results of the trial of the Roubaud's. It was a dead certainty that if the husband were brought up at the assizes he would relate all. How his wife had been led astray, she also, when a young girl, and the intrigues that followed, and the jealous rage that had urged him on to murder, without taking into consideration that in this instance it was not a question of a domestic and a convicted criminal. This assistant station-master, married to this pretty woman, would mix up a number of people of independent means, and others connected with the railways in the business. Then who could tell where the affairs of a man like the president would lead them? They might perhaps fall into unforeseen abominations. No, decidedly, the case against the Roubaud's, the real culprits, was more objectionable than the other. He had made up his mind. He put it absolutely aside. If they had to choose between the two, he was in favor of proceeding with the prosecution of the innocent Caboche. "I give in to your theory," he said at last to Monsieur Denizet. "There are indeed strong presumptions against the quarryman, if so be he had a legitimate vengeance to satisfy. But all this is very sad, and what a quantity of mud will be thrown about. Of course, I know that justice should remain indifferent to consequences, and that soaring above the interests—" He concluded his phrase with a gesture, while the magistrate, silent in turn, awaited with gloomy countenance the orders he felt were coming. From the moment they accepted his idea of the truth, that creation of his own intelligence, he was ready to sacrifice the idea of justice to the requirements of the government. But the secretary, notwithstanding his usual dexterity in this kind of transaction, hastened on a little, spoke too rapidly, like a chief in the habit of being obeyed. "Finally, what is desired is that you should desist from further proceedings," said he. "Arrange matters so that the case may be shelved." "Excuse me, sir,"
answered Monsieur Denizet. "I am no longer master of the case. It rests with my conscience." At once Monsieur Camille Lamotte smiled, becoming correct again, with an easy and polite bearing that seemed full of mockery. "No doubt, and it is to your conscience that I appeal. I leave you to take the decision it may dictate, convinced that you will equitably weigh both sides in view of the triumph of healthy doctrines and public morality. You know better than I can tell you that it is sometimes heroic to accept one evil rather than fall into another that is worse. Briefly, one only appeals to you as a good citizen, an upright man. No one thinks of interfering with your independence, and that is why I repeat that you are absolute master in the matter, as for that matter it has been provided by law. Jealous of this illimited power, particularly when prepared to make a bad use of it, the magistrate welcomed each of these sentences with a nod of satisfaction. "Besides," continued the other, redoubling his good grace with an exaggeration that was becoming sarcastic, "we know whom we address. We have long been watching your efforts, and I may tell you that we should call you without delay to Paris were there a vacancy." Monsieur Denizet made a movement. What was this? If he rendered the service required of him, they would not satisfy his great ambition, his dream of a seat at Paris. But Monsieur Camille Lamotte, who understood, lost no time in adding, "Your place is marked. It is a question of time. Only, as I have commenced to be indiscreet, I am happy to be able to tell you that your name is down for the cross on the Emperor's next fête day." The magistrate reflected a moment. He would have preferred advancement, for he reckoned that it carried with it an increase of about 166 francs, or £6 16 a month in salary, and in the decent misery in which he lived, this meant greater comfort, his wardrobe renewed, his servant Melanie better fed, and in consequence better tempered, but the cross nevertheless was worth having. Then he had a promise, and he who would not have sold himself, nurtured in the tradition of this magistracy, upright and mediocre, he at once yielded to a simple hope, to the vague promise that the administration made to favor him. The judicial function was nothing more than a trade like others, and he bore along the burden of advancement, in the quality of a humble solicitant, ever ready to bend to the orders of authority. "I feel very much touched at the honor," he murmured. "Kindly say so to the minister." He had risen, feeling that anything they might add would cause uneasiness. "So," he concluded, his eyes dim, his face expressionless, "I shall complete my inquiry, bearing your scruples in mind. Of course, if we have not absolute proof against this Caboche, it would be better not to risk the useless scandal of a trial. He shall be set at liberty and watched." The chief secretary, on the threshold of his study, made a final display of effusive amiability. "Monsieur Denizet," said he, "we entirely rely on your great tact and high rectitude." Monsieur Camille Lamotte, alone again, had the curiosity, which, however, was useless now, to compare the page penned by Séverine with the unsigned note he had found among the papers of President Grand-Morin. The resemblance proved complete. He folded up the letter and put it carefully away, for if he had not breathed a word about it to the examining magistrate, he nevertheless considered such an arm worth keeping, and as he recalled the profile of this little woman, so delicate and yet so strong in her nervous resistance, he gave an indulgent mocking shrug of the shoulders. Ah, those creatures, when they mean it.
End of section 8. Section 9. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9.
When Séverine reached the Rue Cardanet at 20 minutes to 3, to keep her appointment with Jacques, she found herself before her time. He occupied a small room right at the top of a great house, to which he only ascended at night for the purpose of sleeping, and he slept about twice a week, on the 2 nights he passed at Havre, between the evening and the morning express. On that particular day, however, drenched with rain, broken down with fatigue, he had gone there and thrown himself on his bed, so that Séverine would perhaps have waited for him in vain, had not a quarrel in an adjoining apartment, a husband brutalizing his shrieking wife, awakened him. He had washed and dressed in a very bad humor, having recognized her below on the pavement, while looking out of his garret window.
"So it's you at last!" she exclaimed when she saw him issue from the front door. "I was afraid I had misunderstood. You really did tell me at the corner of the Rue Saussure."
And without awaiting his answer, raising her eyes to the house, she remarked,
"So it's there you live?"
Without telling her, he had made the appointment before his own door, because the depot where they had to go together was opposite. But her question worried him. He imagined she was going to take advantage of their good fellowship to ask him to let her see his room, which was so simply furnished and in such disorder that he felt ashamed of it. "Oh, I don't live there," he replied. "I perch. Let us be quick. I am afraid the chief may have already gone out." And so it happened, for when they presented themselves at the small house which the latter occupied behind the depot, within the station walls, they did not find him. In vain they went from shed to shed. Everywhere they were told to return at about 4:30 if they wished to be sure of catching him at the repairing workshops. "Very well, we will return," said Séverine. Then, when she was again outside, alone in the company of Jacques, she remarked, "If you are free, perhaps you will not mind if I remain and wait with you?" He could not refuse, and moreover, notwithstanding the gloomy anxiety she caused, she exercised such a great and ever-increasing charm over him that the sullen attitude he had made up his mind to observe vanished at her sweet glances. This one, with her long, tender, timid face, must love like a faithful hound, whom one would not even have the courage to thrash. "Of course I shall not leave you," he answered, in a less surly tone. "Only we have more than an hour to get through. Would you like to go to a café?" She smiled, delighted to find him more cordial. Vivaciously she protested, "Oh, no, no, I don't want to shut myself up. I prefer walking on your arm through the streets, anywhere you like." And gracefully she took his arm of her own accord. Now that he was free from the dirt of the journey, she thought him superior-looking, in his attire of a clerk in easy circumstances, and with his gentlemanly bearing enhanced by a look of independent pride, due to his life in the open air and the daily habit of facing danger. She had never noticed so distinctly that he was handsome, with his regular round countenance, and his black mustache on a white skin. His fleeting eyes, those eyes studded with golden sparks which turned away from her, alone continued to cause her distrust. If he avoided looking her straight in the face, was it because he would not bind himself to anything? Because he wished to retain his freedom to act as he pleased, even against her? From that moment, in her uncertainty as to his intentions, shuddering each time she thought of that study in the Rue de Rocher where her life lay in the balance, she had but one aim: to feel that this man who gave her his arm belonged to her entirely, to obtain that when she raised her head, his eyes should look deeply into her own. Then he would be her property. She did not love him. She did not even think of such a thing. She was simply doing her utmost to make him her creature, so that she need fear him no more. They walked for a few minutes without speaking, amid the continual stream of passers-by who obstruct this populous quarter. Ever and anon, they were compelled to leave the pavement. They crossed the road among the vehicles. Then they found themselves at the Square de Batignolles, which is almost deserted at this time of year. The sky, cleansed by the deluge of the morning, wore a tint of very soft blue, and the lilac bushes were budding in the gentle March sun. "Shall we go into the garden?" inquired Séverine. "All this crowd makes me giddy." Jacques had intended entering the enclosure of his own accord, unconscious of his desire to have her more to himself, far from the multitude of people. "As you like," said he. "Let us go in." Slowly they continued walking beside the grass, between the leafless trees. A few women were out with babies in long clothes, and persons were hurrying across the garden to make a short-cut. Jacques and Séverine took the brook at a stride, and ascended among the rocks. Then, retracing their steps, not knowing where to go, they passed through a cluster of pines, whose lasting dark green foliage shone in the sun, and there in this solitary corner stood a bench hidden from view. They sat down without even consulting one another this time, as if they had agreed to come to that spot. "It is lovely weather," she remarked after a silence. "Yes," he replied. "The sun has made its appearance again.
But their thoughts were elsewhere. He who fled women had been reflecting on the events that had drawn him to this one. She sat there, touching him, threatening to invade his existence, and he experienced endless surprise. Since the last examination at Rouen, he no longer had any doubt. This woman was an accomplice in the murder at La Croix de Maufras. How was it? As the result of what circumstances? Urged to the crime by what passion or what interest? He had asked himself these questions, without being able to answer them clearly. Nevertheless, he had ended by arranging a version. The husband, avaricious and violent, yearned to get possession of the legacy. Perhaps he feared the will might be altered to their disadvantage. Perhaps he wished to attach his wife to him by a sanguinary bond, and he clung to this version. The obscure parts of it interested him without him seeking to elucidate them. The idea that it was his duty to unbosom himself to justice had also haunted him. It was this idea, indeed, that had been engaging his attention since he had found himself seated on that bench close to Séverine, so close that he could feel the warmth of her form against his own. "It's astonishing," he resumed, "to be able to remain out of doors like this in the month of March, just as in summer." "Oh," said she, "as soon as the sun ascends, it is delightful." And on her side she reflected that this man would have been an idiot had he not guessed them the culprits. They had been too eager to force themselves on him, and at this very moment she continued to press too close to him, and so in the silence broken by empty phrases, she followed his reflections. Their eyes had met. She had just read in his that he had come to the point of inquiring of himself whether it was not she whom he had seen, weighing with all her weight on the legs of the victim, like a dark bundle. What could she do? What could she say, to bind him to her by an inseverable bond? "This morning," she remarked, "it was very cold at Havre." "Without taking into account," said he, "all the rain that fell." At that instant, Séverine had an abrupt inspiration. She did not reason. She did not think the matter over. It came to her like an instinctive impulsion from the obscure depths of her intelligence and heart. She had thought about it. She would have said nothing. She simply felt the idea was good, and that by speaking she would conquer him. Gently she took his hand. She looked at him. The cluster of green trees hid them from the pedestrians in the neighboring streets. They only heard a distant rumble of vehicles that came deadened to this sunny solitude of the square. Alone at the bend of the path, a child played in silence, filling a small pail with sand with a wooden spade. Without wavering in her idea, with all her soul, and in a low voice, she put this question to him. "You believe me guilty?" He slightly trembled, and looked into her eyes. "Yes," he answered, in the same low, unsteady tone. Then she pressed his hand, which she had retained in a tighter clasp. But she did not continue speaking at once. She felt their feverish warmth mingling in one. "You are mistaken," she resumed. "I am not guilty." She did not say this to convince him, but simply to warn him that she must be innocent in the eyes of others. It was the avowal of the woman who says no, desiring it to be no, in spite of all, and always. "I am not guilty," she added. "You will not continue to pain me by believing I am guilty?" And she was very happy to see his eyes gazing deeply into her own. Without doubt, what she had just said was equivalent to selling herself to him, for she gave herself away, and later on, if he claimed her, she could not refuse. But the bond was tied between them, and could not be severed. She absolutely defied him to speak now. He belonged to her, as she belonged to him. The avowal had united them. "You will not cause me any more pain?" she asked. "You believe me?" "Yes, I believe you," he replied, smiling. What need was there to force her to talk brutally of this frightful event? Later on, she would tell him all about it, if she wished to do so. This way of tranquilizing herself by confessing to him, without saying anything, touched him deeply, as a proof of infinite tenderness. She was so confiding, so fragile, with her gentle blue eyes. She appeared to him so womanly, devoted to man, ever ready to submit to him, so as to be happy. And what delighted him above all else while their hands remained joined and their eyes never parted, was to find himself free from his disorder. The frightful shiver that agitated him when beside a woman. Could he love this one without killing her? "You know I am your friend, and that you have naught to fear from me," he murmured in her ear. "I do not want to know your business. It shall be as you please, you understand. Make any use of me you like." He had approached so close to her face that he felt her warm breath in his mustache. That morning even he would have trembled at such a thing, in the wild terror of an attack. What could be passing within him that he barely felt a thrill, attended by the pleasant lassitude of convalescence? This idea that she had killed a fellow creature, which had now become a certainty, made her appear different in his eyes, greater, a person apart. Perhaps she had not merely assisted, but had also struck. He felt convinced of it, without the slightest proof, and henceforth she seemed sacred to him beyond all reasoning. Both of them now chatted gaily as a couple just met, with whom love is commencing. "You should give me your other hand," said he, "for me to warm it." "Oh, no, not here," she protested. "We might be seen." "Who by, as we are alone?" he inquired. "And besides, there would be no harm in it," he added. She laughed frankly in her joy at being saved. She did not love this man, she thought she was quite sure of that. And indeed, if she had involved herself, she was already thinking of a way out of the difficulty. He looked nice, he would not torment her. Everything could be arranged beautifully. "We are comrades, that's settled," said she, "and neither my husband nor anyone else shall interfere. Now let go of my hand, and do not keep on staring at me like that, because you will spoil your eyes." But he detained her delicate fingers between his own, and very lowly he stammered, "You know I love you." Sharply she freed herself with a slight jerk, and standing before the bench where he remained seated, she exclaimed, "What nonsense indeed! Conduct yourself properly, someone is coming." A wet nurse appeared, with her baby asleep in her arms. Then a young girl passed along in a great hurry. The sun was sinking, disappearing on the horizon in a violescent mist, and its rays vanished from the grass, dying away in golden dust beside the green patch of pines. A sudden pause came in the continual rumble of vehicles. 5 o'clock was heard striking at a neighboring clock. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Séverine. 5 o'clock, and I have an appointment in the Rue de Rocher." Her joy departed. Back came the agony of the unknown awaiting her there, and she remembered she was not yet saved. She turned quite pale, and her lip quivered. "But you have to see the chief of the depot," said Jacques. "It cannot be helped," she replied. "I must pay him a visit some other time. Listen, my friend, I will not keep you any longer. Let me go quickly on my errand. And thanks again. Thanks from the bottom of my heart." She squeezed his hand and hurried off. "By and by at the train," he called after her. "Yes, by and by," she answered. She was already walking rapidly away, and soon disappeared among the clusters of shrubs, whilst he proceeded leisurely in the direction of the Rue Cardanet. Monsieur Camille Lamotte had just had a long interview in his study with the traffic manager of the Western Railway Company. Summoned under pretext of some other business, the latter had ended by admitting that the company felt very much annoyed at this Grand Morin case. First of all came the complaints of the newspapers in regard to the little security enjoyed by first-class passengers. Then all the staff were mixed up in the drama. Several of their servants were suspected, without counting this Roubaud who appeared the most involved, and who might be arrested at any moment. The rumors of the irregular mode of life of the president, who had a seat on the board of directors, seemed to bespatter the whole board. And it was thus that the presumed crime of an insignificant assistant station-master attributed to some shady, low, and nauseous intrigue threatened to disorganize the management of an important railway enterprise. The shock had even been felt in higher places. It had gained the ministry, menaced the state at a moment of political uneasiness. It was a critical time when the slightest effervescence might hasten the downfall of the empire. So when Monsieur Camille Lamotte heard from his visitor that the company had that morning decided to dismiss Roubaud, he energetically opposed the measure. No, nothing could be more clumsy. The rumpus in the press would increase, should the writers take it into their heads to set up the assistant station-master as a political victim,
Everything would be rent from top to bottom, and heaven only knew what unpleasant revelations would be made about one and another. The scandal had lasted too long, and must be put an end to at once, and the traffic manager, convinced, had undertaken to maintain Rubard in his post, and not even to remove him from Havre. It would soon be seen that there were no disreputable people on their staff. It was all over. The matter would be shelved. When Séverine, out of breath, her heart beating violently, found herself once more in the severe study in the Rue de Rocher before Monsieur Camille Lamotte, the latter contemplated her an instant in silence, interested at the extraordinary effort she made to appear calm. He certainly felt sympathy for this delicate criminal with the soft blue eyes. "Well, madam?" he began, and he paused to enjoy her anxiety a few seconds longer. But her look was so profound, he felt her casting herself before him in such a burning desire to learn her fate, that he had pity. "Well, madam," he resumed, "I've seen the traffic manager and have persuaded him not to dismiss your husband. The matter is settled." Then, in the flood of joy that overwhelmed her, she broke down. Her eyes were full of tears, but she answered nothing. She only smiled. He repeated what he had said, laying stress on the phrase to convey to her all its significance. "The matter is settled. You can return in tranquillity to Havre." She heard well enough. He meant to say that they would not be arrested, that they were pardoned. It was not merely the position maintained, it was the horrible drama forgotten, buried. With an instinctive caressing movement, like a pretty domestic animal that thanks and fawns, she bent over his hands, kissed them, kept them pressed to her cheeks. And this time, very much troubled himself at the tender charm of her gratitude, he did not withdraw them. "Only," he continued, trying to resume his severity, "do not forget, and behave properly." "Oh, sir!" she exclaimed. In the desire to have them both at his mercy, he alluded to the letter. "Remember that the papers remain there, and that at the least fault the matter will be brought up again. Above all, advise your husband not to meddle in politics. On that point we shall be pitiless. I know he has already given cause for complaint. They spoke to me of an annoying quarrel with the sub-prefect. It seems that he passes for a Republican, which is detestable, is it not? Let him behave himself, or we shall simply suppress him." She was standing up, anxious now to be outside, to give room to the joy she felt stifling her. "Sir," she answered, "we shall obey you. We will do as you please. No matter when nor where, you have only to command." He began to smile again, in his weary way, with just a tinge of that disdain of a man who has taken a long draught at the cup of all things and drained it dry. He opened the door of his study to her. On the landing she turned round twice, and with her visage beaming, thanked him again. Once in the Rue de Rocher, Séverine walked along without giving a thought to where she was going. All at once she perceived she was ascending the street to no purpose. Turning round, she descended the slope, crossed the road with no object, at the risk of being knocked down. She felt she wanted to move about, to gesticulate, to shout. She already understood why they had been pardoned, and she caught herself saying, "Of course, they are afraid. There is no fear of them stirring up the business. I was a great fool to give myself all that torture. It was evident they would do nothing. Ah, what luck! Saved! Saved for good this time. But no matter. I mean to frighten my husband, so as to make him keep quiet. Saved! Saved! What luck!" As she turned into the Rue Saint-Lazare, she saw by a clock at the shop of a jeweler that it wanted 20 minutes to 6. "By Jove, I'll stand myself a good dinner. I have time," said she to herself. Opposite the station, she picked out the most luxurious-looking restaurant, and seated alone at a small table, with snow-white cloth, against the undraped plate-glass window, intensely amused at the movement in the street, she ordered a nice meal: oysters, filets de sole, and the wing of a roast fowl. She was well entitled to make up for a bad lunch. She ate with a first-rate appetite, found the bread made of the finest flour, the pain de gras, exquisite, and she had some beignets soufflés prepared for her by way of sweets. Then, when she had taken her coffee, she hurried off, for she had only a few minutes left to catch the express. Jacques, on leaving her, after paying a visit to his room to put on his working garments, had at once made his way to the depot, where as a rule he never showed himself until half an hour before the departure of his locomotive. He had got into the habit of relying on Pecu to inspect the engine, notwithstanding that the latter was in drink 2 days out of 3. But on that particular evening, in his tender emotion, he unconsciously felt a scruple. He wished to make sure, with his own eyes, that all the parts of the engine were in thorough working order, and the more so, as in the morning, on the way from Havre, he fancied he had noticed an increased expenditure of strength for less work. Among the other locomotives at rest in the vast engine-house, into which daylight penetrated through tall, dusty windows, the one driven by Jacques was already at the head of a line, and destined to leave the first. A fireman belonging to the depot had just made up the fire, and red-hot cinders were falling below into the ash-pit. It was one of those express engines with double-axle trees coupled together, of delicate elegance and gigantic build, with its great light wheels united by steel arms, its broad chest, its elongated and mighty loins, conceived with all that logic and all that certainty which make up the sovereign beauty of these metal beings, precision with strength. Like the other locomotives of the Western Company, this one bore the name of a railway station as well as a number, that of Lisson, a town in Lower Normandy. But Jacques, in affection, had turned the word into a woman's name by setting the feminine article before it, La Lisson, as he called it, with caressing gentleness. And in truth he fondly loved his engine, which he had driven for 4 years. He had been on others, some docile, some jibbers, some courageous, and some lazy. He was well aware that each had its peculiar character, and that some were not worth much, so that if he was fond of this one, it was because it possessed rare qualities, being gentle, obedient, easy to set in motion, and gifted with even and lasting speed, thanks to its good vaporization. Some pretended that if this locomotive started off so easily, it was due to its excellent tires, and particularly to the perfect regulation of its slide valves, and that if a large quantity of steam could be produced with little fuel, it was owing to the quality of the copper in the tubes, and to the satisfactory arrangement of the boiler. But he knew there was something else, for other engines, built identically in the same way, put together with the same care, displayed none of the qualities of this one. There was the soul, so to say, to be taken into account, the mystery of the fabrication, that peculiar something which the hazard of the hammer gives to the metal, which the skill of the fitter conveys to the various pieces, the personality of the engine, its life. So he loved La Lisson, which started quickly and stopped sharp like a vigorous and docile steed. He loved it because apart from his fixed wages it earned him cash, thanks to the gratuities on the consumption of fuel. Its excellent vaporization effected indeed considerable economy in coal. It merited but one reproach, that of requiring too much oil. The cylinders particularly devoured unreasonable quantities of this liquid. They had a constant appetite which nothing could appease. In vain had he sought to moderate it. The engine lost breath at once. Its constitution required all this nourishment. Ultimately he had made up his mind to tolerate the gluttonous passion, just as the eyes are closed to a vice in people who in other respects are full of qualities. Whilst the fire roared, and La Lisson was gradually getting up steam, Jacques walked round and round the engine, inspecting it in all its parts, endeavoring to discover why, in the morning, it should have put away more oil than usual, and he found nothing amiss. The locomotive was bright and clean, presenting that delightful appearance which indicates the good, tender care of the driver. He could be seen wiping and furbishing the metal incessantly, particularly at the end of a journey, in the same manner as smoking steeds are whisked down after a long run. He rubbed it vigorously, taking advantage of its being warm to remove stains and foam more perfectly. He never played tricks with his locomotive, but kept it at an even pace, avoiding getting late, which would necessitate disagreeable leaps of speed. And the two had gone on so well together that not once in 4 years had he lodged a complaint in the register at the depot, where drivers book their requests for repairs. The bad drivers, drunkards or idlers, who are ever at variance with their engines. But truly on this particular evening he had the consumption of oil at heart, and there was also another feeling, something vague and profound, which he had not hitherto experienced. Anxiety, distrust, as if he could not rely on his engine, and wanted to make sure that it was not going to behave badly on the journey. Picqueux was not there, and when he at length appeared, with flushed countenance, after lunching with a friend, Jacques flew into a rage. Habitually the two men agreed very well, in that long companionship extending from one end of the line to the other, jolted side by side, silent, united by the same labor and the same dangers. Although Jacques was the junior of the other man by more than a decade, he showed himself paternal for his fireman, shielding his vices, allowing him to sleep for an hour when too far gone in drink, and the latter repaid him for his kindness with canine devotedness. Apart from his drunkenness, he was an excellent workman, thoroughly broken to his calling. It must be said that he also loved Lollisson, which sufficed for a good understanding between the two. And Picqueux, taken aback at being so roughly welcomed, looked at Jacques with increased surprise when he heard him grumbling his doubts about the engine. "What is the matter? Why, it goes beautifully," said the fireman. "No," answered Jacques. "I am uneasy." And, notwithstanding each part of the locomotive being in good condition, he continued to toss his head. He turned the handles, assured himself that the safety valve worked well, got on to the frame plate, and attended to the grease boxes of the cylinders himself, while the fireman wiped the dome, where a few slight traces of rust remained. Nothing was wrong with the sand rod. All this should have set his mind at ease. The fact was that Lollisson no longer stood alone in his heart. Another tenderness was growing there for that slim and very fragile creature, whom he continued to see beside him on the bench in the garden of the square. A girl so gentle, so caressing, so weak in character, and who needed love and protection. Never, when some involuntary cause had put him behind time, and he had sent his engine along at a speed of 60 miles an hour, never had he thought of the danger the passengers might be incurring. And now, the mere idea of taking this woman back to Havre, this woman whom he almost detested in the morning, whom he brought up with annoyance, caused him great anxiety and made him dread an accident in which he imagined her wounded by his fault and dying in his arms. The distrusted Lollisson would do well to behave properly, if it wished to maintain the reputation of making good speed. It struck 6. Jacques and Picqueux climbed up to the footplate, and the latter, opening the exhaust pipe at a sign from his chief, a coil of white steam filled the black engine-house. Then, responding to the handle of the regulator which the driver slowly turned, Lollisson began to move, left the depot, and whistled for the line to be opened. Almost immediately the engine was able to enter the Batignolles tunnel, but at the Pont de l'Europe it had to wait, and it was not until the regulation time that the pointsman sent it on to the 6:30 express, to which a couple of porters firmly secured it. The train was about to leave. It wanted but 5 minutes to the time, and Jacques leant over the side, surprised at not perceiving Séverine among the swarm of passengers. He felt certain she would not seat herself without first of all coming to the engine. At last she appeared, behind time almost running, and as he had foreseen, she passed all along the train and only stopped when beside the locomotive, her face crimson, exulting with joy. Her little feet went on tiptoe, her face rose up, laughing. "Do not be alarmed," she exclaimed. "Here I am." He also laughed, happy to see her there, and answered, "Ah, very good. That's all right." But she went on tiptoe again and resumed in a lower tone. "My friend, I am pleased, very pleased. I have had a great piece of luck, all that I desired." He understood perfectly and experienced great pleasure. Then, as she was running off, she turned round to add in fun, "I say, don't you smash me up now." And he gaily retorted, "Oh, what next? No fear." But the carriage doors were being slammed. Séverine had only just time to get in. Jacques, at a signal from the chief guard, blew the whistle, and then opened the regulator. They were off. The departure took place at the same time as that of the tragic train in February, amidst the same activity in the station, the same sounds, the same smoke. Only it was still daylight now, a clear crepuscule, infinitely soft. Séverine, with her head at the window of the door, looked out. Jacques, standing to the right on Lollisson, warmly clothed in woolen trousers and vest, wearing spectacles with cloth sides fastened behind his head under his cap, henceforth never took his eyes off the line. Leaning at every minute outside the cab so as to see better, roughly shaken by the vibration of which he was not even conscious, his right hand rested on the reversing wheel, like that of a pilot on the wheel of the helm,
and he maneuvered it with a movement that was imperceptible and continuous, moderating, accelerating the rapidity, while with his left hand he never ceased sounding the whistle, for the exit from Paris is difficult and beset with pitfalls. He whistled at the level crossings, at the stations, at the great curves. A red light having appeared in the distance as daylight vanished, he for a long time inquired if the road was free, and then passed like lightning. It was only from time to time that he cast a glance at the steam gauge, turning the injector wheel as soon as the pressure reached 10 kilograms, but it was always to the permanent way that his eyes returned, bent on observing its smallest peculiarities, and with such attention that he saw nothing else, and did not even feel the wind blowing a tempest. The steam gauge falling, he opened the door of the firebox, raising the bars, and Pecu, accustomed to a gesture, understood at once. He broke up coal with his hammer, and with his shovel put on an even layer. The scorching heat burnt the legs of both of them. Then, the door once closed again, they had to face the current of icy air. When night closed in, Jacques became doubly prudent. Rarely had he found Lalisan so obedient. He handled the engine as he pleased with the absolute will of the master, and yet he did not relax his severity, but treated it as a tamed animal that must always be distrusted. There, behind his back in the train, whirling along at express speed, he saw a delicate, confiding, smiling face. He felt a slight shiver. With a firmer hand he grasped the reversing wheel, piercing the increasing darkness with fixed eyes, in search of red lights. After the embranchments at Asnières and Colombes, he breathed a little. As far as Mantes, all went well. The line was as a sheet of glass, and the train rolled along at ease. After Mantes, he had to urge Lalisan on, so that it might ascend a rather steep incline almost half a league long. Then, without slackening speed, he ran down the gentle slope to the Rolleboise tunnel, just about 2 miles in length, which he negotiated in barely 3 minutes. There remained but one more tunnel, that of La Roule, near Gaillon, before the station of Sotteville, a spot to be feared, for the complication of the lines, the continual shunting proceeding there, and the constant obstruction made it exceedingly dangerous. All the strength of his being lay in his eyes which watched, in his hand which drove, and Lalisan, whistling and smoking, dashed through Sotteville at full steam, only to stop at Rouen, whence it again set out, a trifle calmer, ascending more slowly the incline that extends as far as Molinay. A very clear moon had risen, shedding a white light by which Jacques was able to distinguish the smallest bushes and even the stones on the roads in their rapid flight. As he cast a glance to the right on leaving the tunnel of Molinay, disturbed at the shadow cast across the line by a great tree, he recognized the out-of-the-way corner, the field full of bushes, whence he had witnessed the murder. The wild, deserted country flew past, with its continuous hills, its raw black patches of copses, its ravaged desolation. Next, at La Croix de Maufras, beneath the motionless moon, abruptly appeared the vision of the atrociously melancholy house, set down aslant in its abandonment and distress, with its shutters everlastingly closed. And without understanding why, Jacques, this time again, and more vigorously than on previous occasions, felt a tightening at the heart, as if he was passing before his doom. But immediately afterwards, his eyes carried another image away. Near the house of the Missards, against the gate at the level crossing, stood Flore. He now saw her at this spot at each of his journeys, awaiting, on the watch for him. She did not move. She simply turned her head so as to be able to get a longer view of him in the flash that bore him away. Her tall silhouette stood out in black, against the white light, her golden locks alone being illumined by the pale gold of the celestial body, and Jacques, having urged on Lalisan to make it scale the ascent at Motteville, allowed the engine breathing time across the plateau of Bolbec, but he finally sent it on again, from Saint-Romain to Harfleur, down the longest incline on the line, a matter of 3 leagues, which the engines devour at the gallop of mad cattle sniffing at the stable, and he was broken down with fatigue at Havre, when beneath the iron marquee, full of the uproar and smoke at the arrival, Séverine, before going up to her rooms, ran to say to him, in her gay and tender manner, "Thanks, we may see one another tomorrow."
End of section 9. Section 10. of the Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 10. Chapter 6. A month passed, and the great tranquillity again pervaded the lodging occupied by the Roubaud's on the first floor of the railway station over the waiting rooms. With them, with their neighbors in the corridor, with all this little crowd of public servants subjected to an existence regulated by the clock, life had resumed its monotony, and it seemed as if nothing violent or abnormal had taken place. The noisy and scandalous Grandmarin case was quietly being forgotten, was about to be shelved owing to the apparent inability of the authorities to discover the criminal. After Caboche had been locked up a fortnight, the examining magistrate, Denizet, had ordered his discharge on the ground that there was not sufficient evidence against him, and a romantic fable was now being arranged by the police, that of an unknown murderer on whom it was impossible to lay hands, a criminal adventurer who was everywhere at the same time, who was accused of all the murders and who vanished in smoke at the mere sight of the officers. It was now only at long intervals that a few jokes about this fabulous murderer were revived in the opposition press, which became intensely excited as the general elections drew near. The pressure of the government, the violence of the prefects, every day furnished other subjects for indignant articles, and the newspapers were so busy with these matters that they gave no further attention to the case. It had ceased to interest the public, who no longer even spoke on the subject. What had completed the tranquillity of the Roubaud's was the happy way in which the other difficulty, connected with the will of President Grandmarin, had been smoothed over. On the advice of Madame Bonneton, the Lachenais had at last consented to accept the will, partly because they did not wish to revive the scandal, and also because they were very uncertain as to the result of an action, and the Roubaud's, placed in possession of their legacy, had for the past week been owners of La Croix de Maufras, house and garden, estimated to be worth 40,000 francs, a matter of £1,600. They had immediately decided on selling the place, which haunted them like a nightmare, and on selling it in a lump, with the furniture just as it stood, without repairing it, and without even sweeping out the dust. But as it would not have fetched anything like its value at an auction, there being few purchasers who would consent to retire to such solitude, they had resolved to await an amateur, and had nailed up an immense board on the front of the house, setting forth that it was for sale, which could easily be read by persons in the frequent trains that passed. This notice in great letters, this desolation to be disposed of, added to the sadness of the closed shutters, and of the garden invaded with briars. Roubaud having absolutely refused to go there, even to take a look around, and make certain necessary arrangements, Séverine had paid a visit to the house one afternoon, and had left the keys with the Missards, telling them to show any possible purchasers who might make inquiries over the property. Possession could be arranged in a couple of hours, for there was even linen in the cupboards. And from that moment, there being nothing further to trouble the Roubaud's, they passed each day in blissful expectation of the morrow. The house would end by being sold, they would invest the money, and everything would go on very well. Besides, they forgot all about it, living as if they were never going to quit the 3 rooms they occupied, the dining room, with the door opening on the corridor, the bedroom, fairly large, on the right, the small, stuffy kitchen on the left. Even the roofing over the platforms before their windows, that zinc slope shutting out the view like the wall of a prison, instead of exasperating them as formerly, seemed to bring calm, increasing that sensation of infinite repose, of recomforting peace, wherein they felt secure. In any case, the neighbors could not see them. There were no prying eyes always in front of them peering into their home. And spring having set in, they now only complained of the stifling heat, of the blinding reflex from the zinc, fired by the first rays of the sun. After that frightful shock which for 2 months had caused them to live in a constant tremble, they enjoyed this reaction of absorbing insensibility, in perfect bliss. They only desired never to move again, happy to be simply alive, without trembling and without suffering. Never had Roubaud been so exact and conscientious. During the week of day duty, he was on the platform at 5 in the morning. He did not go up to breakfast until 10, and came down again an hour later, remaining there until 5 in the evening. 11 hours full of work. During the week of night duty, he had not even the brief rest afforded by a meal at home, for he supped in his office. He bore this hard servitude with a sort of satisfaction, seeming to take pleasure in it, entering into details, wishing to see to everything, to do everything, as if he found oblivion in fatigue, the return of a well-balanced, normal life. Séverine, for her part, almost always alone, a widow 1 week out of 2, and who during the other week only saw her husband at luncheon and dinner time, displayed all the energy of a good housewife. She had been in the habit of sitting down to embroidery, detesting to put her hand to household work, which an old woman called Mother Simone came to do, from 9 to 12. But since she had recovered tranquillity at home and felt certain of remaining there, she had been occupied with ideas of cleaning and arranging things, and she now only seated herself after rummaging everywhere in the apartment. Both slept soundly. In their rare conversations at meal-times, as on the nights which they passed together, they never once alluded to the case, considering it at an end and buried. For Séverine, particularly, life once more became extremely pleasant. Her idleness returned. Again she abandoned the housework to Mother Simone, like a young lady brought up for no greater exertion than fine needlework. She had commenced an interminable task, consisting in embroidering an entire bed cover, which threatened to occupy her to the end of her days. She rose rather late, delighted to remain alone in bed, rocked by the trains leaving and coming in, which told her how the hours fled, as exactly as if her eyes had been on a clock. In the early days of her married life, these violent sounds in the station, the whistling, the shocks of turntables, the rolls of thunder, the abrupt oscillations like earthquakes, which made both her and the furniture totter, had driven her half crazy. Then, by degrees, she had become accustomed to them. The sonorous and vibrating railway station formed part of her existence, and now she liked it, finding tranquillity in all this bustle and uproar. Until lunchtime, she went from one room to another, talking to the charwoman with her hands idle. Then she passed the long afternoons, seated there before the dining-room window, with her work generally on her lap, delighted at doing nothing. During the weeks when her husband came up at daylight to go to bed, she heard him snoring until dark, and these had become her good weeks, those during which she lived as formerly, before her marriage, having the whole bed to herself, enjoying her time after rising as she thought proper, with the entire day before her to do as she liked. She rarely went out. All she could see of Havre was the smoke of the neighboring factories, whose great tourbillons of black stained the sky above the zinc roof, which shut out the view at a few yards from her eyes. The city was there, behind this perpetual wall. She always felt its presence, and her annoyance at being unable to see it had in the end subsided. 5 or 6 pots of wallflowers and verbenas, which she cultivated in the gutter, gave her a small garden to enliven her solitude. At times she spoke of herself as of a recluse in the depths of a wood. Roubaud, in his moments of idleness, would get out of the window, then, passing to the end of the gutter, would ascend the zinc slope, seating himself on the top of the gable, overlooking the Cours Napoleon. There he smoked his pipe in the open air, towering above the city that lay spread out at his feet, above the docks planted with tall masts, and the pale green sea, expanding as far as the eye could roam. It seemed that the same somnolence had gained the other households, near the Roubauds. This corridor, where generally whistled such a terrible gale of gossip, was also wrapped in slumber. When Philomène paid a visit to Madame Lebleu, barely a slight murmur could be heard. Both of them, surprised at the turn matters had taken, now spoke of the assistant station-master with disdainful commiseration, convinced that his wife, to keep him in his post, had been up to her games at Paris. He was now a man with a slur upon him, who would never free himself of certain suspicions, and as the wife of the cashier felt convinced that henceforth her neighbors would not have the power to take her lodging from her, she simply treated them with contempt, stiffening herself when she passed them, and neglecting to bow. This behavior even estranged Philomène, who called on her less and less frequently. She considered her too proud and no longer found amusement in her company. Madame Lebleu, in order to have something to occupy her, continued to watch the intrigue between Mademoiselle Guichon and the station-master, Monsieur Dabadie, but without ever surprising them. The almost imperceptible brush of his felt slippers along the corridor could alone be heard. Everything having thus settled down, a month of supreme peacefulness ensued, similar to the great calm that follows great catastrophes.
But one painful, anxious matter remained to occasionally worry the Roubaud's. There was a particular part of the parquetry, in the dining room, whereon their eyes never chanced to rest, without an uncomfortable feeling again troubling them. This spot was to the left of the window, where they had taken up and put in place again a piece of the pattern in the oak flooring, to hide beneath it the watch, and the 10,000 francs, 400 pounds, which they had taken from the body of Grandmorin, as well as a purse containing about 300 francs, 12 pounds in gold. Roubaud had only drawn the watch and the money from the pockets of the victim to convey the impression that the motive of the crime was robbery. He was not a thief. He would sooner die of hunger within arm's reach of the treasure, as he said, than profit by a centime, or sell the watch. The money of this old man, to whom he had dealt out justice, money stained with infamy and blood? No, it was not clean enough for an honest man to finger, and he did not even give a thought to the house at La Croix de Maufroy, which he had accepted as a present. The act of plundering the victim, of carrying off those notes in the abomination of murder, alone revolted him and aroused his conscience to the pitch of making him start back in fright at the idea of touching the ill-gotten gain. Nevertheless, he had not had the courage to burn the notes, and then one night to go and cast watch and purse in the sea. If simple prudence urged him to act thus, inexorable instinct protested against the destruction. Unconsciously, he felt respect for such a large sum of money, and he could never have made up his mind to annihilate it. At the commencement, on the first night, he had thrust it under his pillow, considering no other place sufficiently secure. On the following days he had exerted his ingenuity to discover hiding-places, changing them each morning, agitated at the least sound in fear of the police arriving with a search warrant. Never had he displayed so much imagination. At last, at the end of artifices, weary of trembling, he one day had the coolness to take the money and watch, hidden the previous evening under the parquetry, and now for nothing in the world would he put his hand there. It was like a charnel house, a hole pregnant with terror and death, where spectres awaited him. He even avoided, when moving about the room, to place his feet on that part of the floor. The idea of doing so caused him an unpleasant sensation, made him fancy he would receive a slight shock in the legs. When Séverine sat down before the window in the afternoon, she would draw back her chair so as not to be exactly over this skeleton which they kept under their floor. They never spoke of the matter to one another, endeavoring to think that they would get accustomed to it, and at length they became irritable at remembering the thing again, at feeling it there at every hour, more and more importunate, beneath the soles of their boots. And this uncomfortable sensation was all the more singular as they in no way suffered from the knife, the beautiful new knife purchased by the wife, and which the husband had stuck into the throat of the sweetheart. It had been simply washed, and lay in a drawer. Sometimes Mother Simone used it to cut the bread. Amidst the peacefulness in which they were living, Roubaud had just introduced another cause of trouble, which was slowly gaining ground, by forcing Jacques to visit them. The duties of the engine-driver brought him 3 times a week to Havre, on Monday from 10:35 in the morning to 6:20 at night, on Thursday and Saturday from 11:05 at night to 6:40 in the morning. And on the first Monday after the journey Séverine had made to Paris, the assistant station-master displayed effusive affability towards him. "Come, comrade," said he, "you cannot refuse to have a snack with us. The deuce, you were very obliging to my wife, and I owe you some thanks." Twice in a month, Jacques had thus accepted an invitation to lunch. It seemed that Roubaud, inconvenienced at the long silence that now prevailed when he met his wife at table, felt a relief as soon as he could place a guest between them. He at once recalled amusing anecdotes, chatted, and joked. "Come as often as possible," said he. "You can see you are not in the way." One Thursday night, as Jacques, who had washed himself, was thinking of going off to bed, he had met the assistant station-master strolling round the depot, and notwithstanding the late hour, the latter, disinclined to walk back alone, persuaded the young man to accompany him to the station. Once there, he insisted on taking him to his rooms. Séverine was still up and reading. They drank a glass or two together, and played cards until after midnight. Henceforth, the luncheons on Monday and the little evening parties on Thursday and Saturday became a habit. It was Roubaud himself, when the comrade once missed a day, who kept a lookout for him, and brought him home, reproaching him with his neglect. But he became more and more gloomy,
and it was only in the company of his new friend that he was really in good spirits. This man, who had first of all so cruelly alarmed him, whom he should now have held in execration as the witness, the living vision of things he wished to forget, had on the contrary become necessary to him, perhaps for the simple reason that he knew what had occurred, and had not spoken. This position took the form of a powerful bond, a sort of complicity between them. The assistant station-master had often looked at the other in a knowing way, pressing his hand with a sudden burst of feeling, and with a violence that surpassed the simple expression of good fellowship. But it was particularly at home that Jacques became a source of diversion. There Séverine also welcomed him with gaiety, uttering an exclamation as soon as he entered, like a woman bestirred by the thrill of pleasure. She put aside everything, her embroidery, her book, escaping from the gloomy somnolence in which she passed her time, in a torrent of words and laughter. "Ah, how nice of you to have come! I heard the express and thought of you," she would say. When he lunched there, it was a fête. She had already learned his tastes, and went out herself for fresh eggs, and she did this in a very nice way, like a good housewife who welcomes the friend of the family, without giving him any cause to attribute her actions to aught else than a desire to be agreeable and divert herself. "Come again on Monday, you know," she said. "We shall have cream." Only when at the end of the month he had made himself at home there, the separation between the Roubaud's became more pronounced. Jacques certainly assisted to bring about this informal divorce by his presence, which drew them from the gloom into which they had fallen. He delivered both of them. Roubaud had no remorse. He had only been afraid of the consequences before the case was shelved, and his greatest anxiety had been the dread of losing his place. At present he felt no regret. Perhaps, though, had he to do the business over again, he would not make his wife take a part in it. Women lose their spirit at once. His wife was escaping from him because he had placed on her shoulders a load too heavy to bear. He would have remained the master had he not descended with her to the terrifying and quarrelsome comradeship of crime. But this was how things were, and it became imperative to put up with them, the more so as he had to make a regular effort to place himself again in the same frame of mind as when, after the confession, he had considered the murder necessary to his existence. It seemed to him at that time that if he had not killed this man, he would not have been able to live. At present, his jealous flame having died out, himself freed from the intolerable burn, assailed by a feeling of torpidity, as if the blood of his heart had become thickened by all the blood he had spilt, the necessity for the murder did not appear to him so evident. He had come to the pass of inquiring of himself whether killing was really worth the trouble. This was not repentance, it was at most a disillusion, the idea that people often do things they would not own to in order to become happy, without being any the more so. He, usually so talkative, fell into prolonged spells of silence, into confused reflections, from which he issued more gloomy than before. Every day now, to avoid remaining face to face with his wife after the meals, he went on the roof and seated himself on the gable. There, in the breeze from the offing, soothing himself in vague dreams, he smoked his pipe, gazing beyond the city at the steamers disappearing on the horizon, bound to distant seas. But one evening, Roubaud felt the revival of that savage jealousy of former times. He had been to find Jacques at the depot, and was bringing him up to his rooms to take a dram, when he met Henri d'Auvergne, the head guard, coming down the staircase. The latter appeared confused, and explained that he had been to see Madame Roubaud on an errand confided to him by his sisters. The truth was that for some time past he had been running after Séverine to make love to her. The assistant station-master violently addressed his wife at the door. "What did that fellow come up again about?" he roughly inquired. "You know that he plagues me." "But, my dear, it was for a pattern of embroidery," she answered. "Embroidery, indeed," he rejoined. "I'll give him embroidery. Do you think I'm such a fool as not to understand what he comes here for? And as to you, take care." He advanced towards her, his fists clenched, and she stepped back, white as a sheet, astonished at the violence of this anger, in the state of calm indifference for one another in which they lived. But he was already recovering his self-possession, and addressing his companion, he said,
Who ever heard of such a thing? Fellows who tumble into your home with the idea that your wife will immediately fall into their arms, and that the husband, very much flattered, will shut his eyes. It makes my blood boil. Look here, if such a thing did happen, I would strangle my wife, on the spot, and this young gentleman had better not show his face here again, or I'll settle his business for him. Isn't it disgusting?" Jacques, who felt very uncomfortable at the scene, hardly knew how to look. Was this exaggerated anger intended for him? Was the husband giving him a warning? He felt more at ease when the latter gaily resumed. "As to you, I know you would very soon fling him out at the door. No matter. Séverine, bring us something to drink out of. Jacques, touch glasses with us." He patted Jacques on the shoulder, and Séverine, who had also recovered, smiled at the two men. Then they all drank together, and passed a very pleasant hour. It was thus that Roubaud brought his wife and comrade together, with an air of good friendship, and without seeming to think of the possible consequences. This outburst of jealousy became the very cause of a closer intimacy, and of a great deal of secret tenderness, strengthened by outpourings of the heart, between Jacques and Séverine. For having seen her again 2 days after this scene, he expressed his pity that she should have been the object of such brutal treatment, while she, with eyes bathed in tears, confessed, with an involuntary overflow of grief, what little happiness she met with in her home. From that moment they had found a subject of conversation for themselves alone, a complicity of friendship wherein they ended by understanding one another at a sign. At each visit he questioned her with his eyes, to ascertain if she had met with any fresh cause for sadness. She answered in the same way, by a simple motion of the eyelids. Moreover, their hands sought each other behind the back of the husband. Becoming bolder, they corresponded by long pressures, relating, at the tips of their warm fingers, the increasing interest the one took in the smallest incidents connected with the existence of the other. Rarely did they have the good fortune to meet for a minute, in the absence of Roubaud. They always found him there, between them, in that melancholy dining-room, and they did nothing to escape him, never having had the thought to make an appointment at some distant corner of the station. Up to then it was a matter of real affection between them. They were led along by keen sympathy, and Roubaud caused them but slight inconvenience, as a glance, a pressure of the hand, sufficed for them to comprehend one another. The first time Jacques whispered in the ear of Séverine that he would wait for her on the following Thursday at midnight behind the depot, she revolted, and violently withdrew her hand. It was her week of liberty, the week when her husband was engaged on night duty. But she was very much troubled at the thought of leaving her home to go and meet this young man so far away, in the darkness of the station premises. Never had she felt so confused. It resembled the fright of innocent maids with throbbing hearts. She did not give way at once. He had to beg and pray of her for more than a fortnight before she consented, notwithstanding her own burning desire to take this nocturnal walk. It was at the commencement of June. The evenings became intensely hot, and were but slightly refreshed by the sea breeze. Jacques had already waited for her 3 times, always in the hope that she would join him, notwithstanding her refusal. On this particular night she had again said no. The sky was without a moon and cloudy. Not a star shone through the dense haze that obscured everything. As he stood watching in the dark, he perceived her coming along at last, attired in black, and with silent tread. It was so somber that she would have brushed against him without recognizing him, had he not caught her in his arms and given her a kiss. She uttered a little cry, quivering. Then, laughingly, she left her lips on his. But that was all. She would never consent to sit down in one of the sheds surrounding them. They walked about and chatted in low tones, pressing one to the other. Just there was a vast open space, occupied by the depot and other buildings, all the land that is shut in by the Rue Verte and the Rue François Mazaline, both of which cut the line at the level crossings, a sort of immense piece of waste ground, encumbered with shunting lines, reservoirs, water cranes, buildings of all sorts. The 2 great engine houses, the cottage of the Sauvagnots, surrounded by a tiny kitchen garden, the workshops, the block where the drivers and firemen slept. And nothing was more easy than to escape observation, to lose oneself, as in the thick of a wood, among those deserted lanes with their inextricable maze of turnings. For an hour they enjoyed delicious solitude,
relieving their hearts in friendly words stored up there so long, for she would only consent to speak of affection. She had told him at once that she would never be his, that it would be too wicked to tarnish this pure friendship, of which she felt so proud, being jealous of her own self-esteem. Then he accompanied her to the Rue Verte, where their lips joined in a long kiss, and she returned home. At that same hour, in the office of the assistant station-masters, Rubard began to doze in an old leather armchair, which he quitted 20 times in the course of the night, with aching limbs. Up to 9 o'clock, he had to be present at the arrival and departure of the night trains. The tidal train engaged his particular attention. There were the maneuvers, the coupling, the waybills to be closely scrutinized. Then, when the Paris express had arrived and had been shunted, he supped alone in the office at a corner of the table, off a slice of cold meat between a couple of pieces of bread, which he had brought down from his lodging. The last arrival, a slow train from Rouen, steamed in at 12:30. The platforms then became quite silent. Only a few lamps remained alight, and the entire station lay at rest, in this quivering semi-obscurity. Of all the staff there remained but a couple of foremen, and 4 or 5 porters, under the orders of the assistant station-master. They slept like tops on the sloping plank platform in the quarters allotted to them, while Rubard, obliged to rouse them at the least warning, could only doze with his ears open. Lest he should succumb to fatigue towards daybreak, he set his alarm at 5 o'clock, at which hour he had to be on his feet, to be present at the arrival of the Paris train. But occasionally, especially recently, he suffered from insomnia, and turned about in his armchair without being able to close his eyes. Then he would get up and go out, take a look round, walk as far as the box of the pointsman, where he chatted an instant. And the vast black sky, the sovereign peacefulness of the night, ultimately calmed his fever. In consequence of a struggle with marauders, he had been supplied with a revolver, which he carried loaded in his pocket, and he often walked about in this way up to daybreak, stopping as soon as he perceived anything moving in the darkness, resuming his walk with a sort of vague feeling of regret at not having had to make use of his weapon. He felt relieved when the sky whitened, and drew the great pale phantom of the station from darkness. Now that day broke as early as 3 o'clock, he went in and, throwing himself into his armchair, slept like a dormouse, until his alarm brought him with a start to his feet. End of section 10. Section 11. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11. Séverine met Jacques once a fortnight, on Thursday and Saturday, and one night, when she had told him about the revolver, they both felt considerably alarmed. As a matter of fact, Rubard never went so far as the depot, but this circumstance did not divest their walks of an aspect of danger which added to their charm. Moreover, they had found a delightful nook behind the cottage of the Sauvagnots, a sort of alley, between some enormous heaps of coal, which formed the only street in a strange town of great square black marble palaces. There they were completely hidden. This girl who had killed was his ideal. His cure seemed to him more certain every day, because he had fondled her, his lips upon her lips, absorbing her very soul, without that furious envy having been aroused to master her by slaughtering her. And so these happy meetings followed one upon another. The two sweethearts never wearied for a moment of seeking one another, of strolling together in the obscurity, between the great heaps of coal that deepened the darkness around them. One night in July, Jacques, to reach Havre at 11:05, the fixed time, had to urge on l'Olisson, as if the stifling heat had made the engine idle. From Rouen, a storm accompanied him on the left, following the valley of the Seine, with great brilliant flashes, and from time to time he turned round anxiously, for Séverine was to meet him that night. He feared that if this storm burst too soon, it would prevent her going out, and so, when he had succeeded in attaining the station before the rain, he felt impatient with the passengers, who seemed as if they would never finish leaving the carriages. Rubard was on the platform, glued there for the night. "The deuce!" said he, laughing. "What a hurry you're in to get off to bed. Pleasant dreams." "Thanks," answered Jacques. After driving back the train, he whistled and made his way to the depot. The flaps of the immense door were open. L'Hélisson penetrated the engine-house, a sort of gallery with double lines about 60 yards long and built to accommodate 6 locomotives. Within it was very dark. 4 gas burners did not suffice to dispel the obscurity, which they seemed to deepen into 4 great moving shadows. But at moments the vivid flashes of lightning set the glazed roof and the tall windows to right and left ablaze, and then one distinguished, as in a flame of fire, the cracked walls, the timber black with smoke, all the tumble-down wretchedness of this out-of-date building. 2 locomotives were already there, cold and slumbering. Picquet at once began to put out the fire. He violently raked it, and the live coal escaping from the cinder-box fell into the pit below. "I'm dying of hunger," said he. "I shall go and have a mouthful. Are you coming?" Jacques did not reply. In spite of his hurry, he did not wish to leave L'Hélisson before the lights had been extinguished and the boiler emptied. This was a scruple, the habit of a good driver, wherefrom he never departed. When he had time, he remained there until he had examined and wiped everything, with all the care that is taken to groom a favorite nag. It was only when the water ran gurgling into the pit that he exclaimed, "Hurry on! Hurry on!" A formidable flash of lightning interrupted him. This time, the tall windows stood out so distinctly against the flaming sky that the very numerous broken panes of glass could have been counted. To the left, a thin sheet of iron, which had remained fixed in one of the vices serving for the repairs, resounded with the prolonged vibration of a bell. All the antiquated timber-work of the roof had cracked. "The devil!" simply said the fireman. The driver made a gesture of despair. This put an end to his appointment, and the more so as a perfect deluge was now pouring down on the engine-house. The violence of the rain threatened to break the glazed roof. Up there some of the panes of glass must also have been broken, for big raindrops were falling on L'Hélisson in clusters. A violent wind entered by the doors which had been left open, and anyone might have fancied that the body of the old structure was about to be swept away. Picquet was getting to the end of his work on the locomotive. "There," said he, "we shall be able to see better tomorrow. I have no need to tidy it up any more tonight." And returning to his former idea, he added, "I must get something to eat. It's raining too hard to go and stick oneself on one's mattress." The canteen, indeed, was at hand, against the depot itself, while the company had been obliged to rent a house, Rue François Mazaline, where beds had been provided for the drivers and firemen who passed the night at Havre. In such a deluge, they would have got drenched to the skin before arriving there. Jacques had to make up his mind to follow Picquet, who had taken the small basket belonging to his chief, to save him the trouble of carrying it. He knew that this basket still contained 2 slices of cold veal, some bread, and a bottle of wine that had hardly been touched, and it was simply this knowledge that made him feel hungry. The rain increased. Another clap of thunder had just shaken the engine-house. When the 2 men went away on the left, by the small door leading to the canteen, L'Hélisson was already becoming cold. The engine slumbered, abandoned, in the obscurity, lit up by the vivid flashes of lightning, with the heavy drops of rain falling on its flanks. Hard by, a water crane, imperfectly turned off, continued dripping, and formed a pool that ran between the wheels of the locomotive into the pit. But Jacques wished to wash before entering the canteen. Warm water and buckets were always to be found in an adjoining room. Drawing a piece of soap from his basket, he removed the dirt from his travel-begrimed hands and face, and as he had taken the precaution to bring a second lot of clothes with him in accordance with the advice given to the drivers, he was able to change his garments from head to foot, as he was accustomed to do for that matter each night on his arrival at Havre when he had an appointment with Séverine. Picquet was already waiting in the canteen, having only just dipped the tip of his nose and the ends of his fingers in the water. This canteen simply consisted of a small bare room painted yellow, where there was nothing but a stove to warm the food and a table fixed in the ground, and covered with a sheet of zinc by way of tablecloth. A couple of forms completed the furniture. The men had to bring their own victuals and eat off a piece of paper with the points of their knives. Light entered the room through a large window. "What a vile downpour!" exclaimed Jacques, planting himself before the panes of glass. Picquet had settled himself on a form at the table. "You are not going to eat, then?" he inquired. "No, mate. Finish my bread and meat if you care for it. I've no appetite." The other, without more ado, fell upon the veal and emptied the bottle. He frequently met with similar luck, for his chief was a poor eater, and he loved him the better in his canine-like fidelity for all the crumbs picked up in this way behind him. With his mouth full, he resumed after a silence. "The rain! What do we care about that, so long as we're under cover? Only if it continues, I shall cut you and be off next door." He began laughing, for he made no secret of his mode of life, and no doubt he told the driver all about his intrigue with Philomène Sauvignat. Jacques muttered an oath as he perceived the deluge of rain increase in violence after showing signs of abating. Picqueux, with the last mouthful of meat at the end of his knife, again gave a good-humored laugh. "You must have something to do then tonight," said he. "Well, they can't reproach us too with wearing out the mattresses over there in the Rue François Mazeline." Jacques quickly left the window. "Why?" he inquired. "Well, you're just like me. Since the spring you never turn in till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning," answered the other. He seemed to know something. Perhaps he had caught them together. In each room the bedsteads were in couples, fireman and driver. The railway authorities sought to bind these men to one another as firmly as possible on account of their work, which necessitated such a close understanding. And so Jacques was not astonished that the fireman should have noticed the late hours he kept, particularly as he had formerly been so regular. "I suffer from headache," remarked the driver, for want of something better to say, "and it does me good to walk out at night time." But the fireman was already excusing himself. "Oh, you know," he broke in, "you are free to do as you please. What I said was only by way of a joke. And if you should meet with any trouble one of these days, don't mind coming to me, because I'm ready to do anything you like." Without explaining his meaning more clearly, Picqueux grasped him by the hand, pressing it fit to crush it, so as to make him understand that he was at his service, body and soul. Then, crumpling up the greasy paper which the meat had been in, he threw it away, and placed the empty bottle in the basket, performing this little service like a careful servant accustomed to the broom and sponge. And as the rain obstinately continued, although the thunder had ceased, he exclaimed, "Well, I'm off, and leave you to your own business." "Oh," said Jacques, "as there are no signs of it clearing up, I shall go and lie down on a camp bedstead." Beside the depot was a room with mattresses protected by canvas slips, where the men rested in their clothes when they had only to wait 3 or 4 hours at Havre. So as soon as Jacques saw the fireman disappear in the downpour of rain, he risked it in his turn, and ran to the driver's quarters. But he did not lie down. He stood on the threshold of the wide-open door, stifled by the oppressive heat within, where another driver, stretched on his back, was snoring with his mouth wide open. A few more minutes passed, and Jacques could not make up his mind to abandon all hope. In his exasperation against this disgusting rain, he felt an increasing wild desire to gain, in spite of all, the place where he and Séverine were to meet, so as, at least, to have the pleasure of being there himself, even if he no longer expected to find his sweetheart. With spasmodic precipitation, he at last dashed through the rain. He reached their favorite corner, and followed the dark alley formed by the heaps of coal, and as the sharp rain whipped his face and blinded him, he went as far as the tool-house, where he and Séverine had already once found shelter. He seemed to think he would be less lonely there. Jacques was entering the dense obscurity of this retreat, when a couple of slender arms entwined him, and a pair of warm lips rested on his own. Séverine was there. "Goodness gracious! Is it you?" he exclaimed. "Yes," she answered. "I saw the storm approaching, and ran here before the rain came down." "What a time you have been! You expected me, then?" "Oh, yes. I waited. They had seated themselves on a pile of empty sacks, listening to the pouring rain beating with increased violence on the roof. The last train from Paris, which was just coming in, passed by, roaring, whistling, rocking the ground. All at once, Jacques rose. On seating himself a few moments before, he had by chance found the handle of a hammer beneath his hand, and he was now deluged with intense joy. It was all over then. He had not grasped that hammer and smashed the skull of his sweetheart. She was his own, without a battle, without that instinctive craving to fling her lifeless on her back, like a prey torn from others. He no longer thirsted to avenge those very ancient offenses, whose exact details escaped his memory, that rancor, stored up from male to male since the first deceptions in the depths of caverns. No, this girl had cured him, because he saw she was different from the others, violent in her weakness, reeking with human gore, which encircled her in a sort of cuirass of horror. She predominated over him, he who had never dared to do as she had done. Séverine was also lost in reflections. Her heart had been pining after love, absolute constant love, and it was frightful cruelty that these recent events should have cast her, haggard and anxious, into such abominations. Fate had dragged her in mire and blood with such violence that her beautiful blue eyes, though still naive, had preserved a look of terror-stricken expansion beneath her tragic crest of raven hair.
"Oh, my darling, carry me off. Keep me with you," she exclaimed. "Your desires shall be mine."
"No, no, my treasure," replied Jacques, who had again seated himself beside her. "You are mistress. I am only here to love and obey you." The hours passed. The rain had ceased some time. The station was plunged in absolute silence, troubled only by a distant and indistinct moan rising from the sea. Suddenly a pistol shot brought them to their feet with a start. Day was about to break. A pale spot whitened the sky above the mouth of the Seine. What could be the meaning of that shot? Their imprudence, this folly of remaining together so late, made them in swift imagination picture to themselves the husband pursuing them with a revolver. "Don't venture out," exclaimed Jacques. "Wait, I'll go and see." Jacques had prudently advanced to the door, and there, in the dense darkness that still prevailed, he could hear men advancing at the double. He recognized the voice of Roubaud, urging forward the watchmen, shouting to them that the thieves were 3 in number, that he had distinctly seen them stealing coal. For some weeks not a night had passed without hallucinations of the same kind about imaginary brigands. On this occasion he had fired haphazard into the gloom. "Quick, quick!" exclaimed the young man. "Let us be off. They will come and search this place. Run as fast as you can." She fell into his arms. They stifled one another, lips to lips. Then Séverine tripped lightly through the depot, protected by the high wall, while he quietly disappeared among the heaps of coal. And it was only just time, for Roubaud, as he had foreseen, insisted on searching the tool-house. He vowed the thieves must be there. The lanterns of the watchmen danced on a level with the ground. There were words, and in the end they all turned back towards the station, irritated at this fruitless chase, while Jacques, with his mind at ease, at last determined to make his way to the Rue François Mazaline and go to bed. The meetings between him and Séverine continued throughout the summer, nor were they interrupted when the cold weather came at the commencement of October. She arrived wrapped in an ample cloak, and to be screened from the frigid air outside, they barricaded themselves in the tool-house by means of an iron bar that they had found there. In this little retreat they were at home. The November hurricanes could roar and tear the slates from the roofs without inconveniencing them. Jacques no longer had any doubt that he was cured of his frightful hereditary complaint, for since he had known Séverine he had never been troubled by thoughts of murder. Occasionally he suddenly remembered what she had done, that assassination, avowed by her eyes alone on the bench in the Batignolles Square. But he had no inclination to learn the details. She, on the contrary, seemed more and more tormented by the desire to reveal everything. At times he felt her bursting with her secret, and in anxiety he would at once close her mouth with a kiss, sealing up the avowal. Why place this stranger between them? Could they affirm that it would not interfere with their happiness? He suspected danger, and felt his old shiver return at the bare idea of raking up this sanguinary story, and she no doubt guessed his thoughts. Roubaud, since the summer, had grown stouter, and in proportion, as his wife recovered her gaiety in the bloom of her 20 years, he grew older and seemed more overcast. In 4 months he had greatly changed, as she often said. He continued to cordially grasp the hand of Jacques, inviting him to the lodging, never happy but when he had him at his table. Only this diversion no longer sufficed. He frequently took himself off as soon as he had swallowed the last mouthful, sometimes leaving his comrade with his wife, pretending he was stifling, and required fresh air. The truth was that now he frequented a small café on the Cours Napoleon, where he met Monsieur Coche, the commissary of police attached to the station. He drank but little, merely a few small glasses of rum, but he had acquired a taste for gambling, which was turning to a passion. He only recovered energy and forgot the past when the cards were in his hand, and he found himself engrossed in an interminable series of games at piquet. Monsieur Coche, a frightful gambler, had suggested having something on the game, and they had made the stake 5 francs. From that moment, Roubaud, astonished not to have found himself out before, was burning with a thirst for gain, with that scorching fever brought on by money won which ravages a man to the point of making him stake his position, even his life, on a throw of the dice. So far his work had not suffered. He escaped as soon as free, returning home at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, on nights when he was off duty. His wife never complained. She only reproached him with coming back more sullen than before, for he was pursued by extraordinary bad luck, and ultimately got into debt. The first quarrel broke out between Séverine and Roubaud one evening. Without hating him as yet, she had reached the point of enduring him with difficulty, for she felt that he weighed on her existence. She would have been so bright, so happy, had he not burdened her with his presence. She experienced no remorse at deceiving him. Was it not his own fault? Had he not almost thrust her to the brink of the precipice? In the slow process of their disunison, to cure themselves of the uneasiness that upset them, both found consolation after their own hearts. As he had taken to gambling, she could very well have a sweetheart. But what angered her more than anything, what she would not accept without revolt, was the inconvenience to which they were subjected by the continual losses of her husband. Since the 5-franc pieces of the family flew to the café on the Cours Napoleon, she at times did not know how to pay her washerwoman, and was deprived of all sorts of delicacies and little toilet comforts. On this particular evening it was about the purchase of a pair of boots which she really required that they began quarreling. He on the point of going out, not finding a knife on the table wherewith to cut himself a piece of bread, he had taken the big knife, the weapon lying in a drawer of the sideboard. She kept her eyes on him while he refused the 15 francs for the boots, not having them, not knowing where to get them, and she obstinately repeated her demand, forcing him to renew his refusal, which little by little took a tone of exasperation. All at once she pointed out to him with her finger the place in the parquetry where the spectres slumbered, telling him there was money there, and that she wanted some. He turned very pale and let go the knife, which fell into the drawer. At first, she thought he was going to beat her, for he approached her, stammering that the money there might rot, that he would sooner cut off his hand than touch it again, and with fists clenched, he threatened to knock her down if she dared in his absence to raise the piece of parquetry and steal even a centime. Never, never, it was dead and buried. She also had lost her color, feeling faint at the idea of rummaging in that place. No, let poverty come, both would die of hunger close by the treasure. And in fact neither of them referred to the subject again, even on days when more than usually pinched. If they happened to place a foot on the spot, they felt such a sharp burning pain that they ended by giving it a wide berth. Then the other disputes arose, in regard to La Croix de Maufras. Why did they not sell the house? And they mutually accused one another of having done nothing that should have been done to hasten the sale. He always violently refused to attend to the matter, and on the rare occasions when Séverine wrote to Missard on the subject, it was only to receive vague replies. No inquiries had been made by anyone. The fruit had come to nothing. The vegetables would not grow for want of water. Little by little, the tranquillity that had settled upon the couple after the crisis became troubled in this manner, and seemed swept away in a terrible return of wrath. All the germs of unrest, the hidden money, the sweetheart introduced on the scene, had developed, parting them and irritating one against the other. And in this increasing agitation, life was about to become a pandemonium. As if by a fatal countershock, everything was going wrong in the vicinity of the Roubauds. A fresh gust of tittle-tattle and discussions whistled down the corridor. Philomène had just violently broken off all connections with Madame Lebleu, in consequence of a calumny of the latter, who accused the former of selling her a fowl that had died of sickness. But the real reason of the rupture was the better understanding that prevailed between Philomène and Séverine. Picqueux having one night met Madame Roubaud arm in arm with Jacques, Séverine at once put aside her former scruples and made advances to the secret wife of the fireman, and Philomène, very much flattered at this connection with a lady, who without contestation was considered the adornment and distinction of the railway station, had just turned against the wife of the cashier, that old wretch, as she called her, who was capable of setting mountains at variance. Philomène now declared that all the fault lay with Madame Lebleu, telling everybody that the lodging looking on the street belonged to the Roubaud's, and that it was an abomination not to give it to them. Matters, therefore, began to look very bad for Madame Lebleu, and the more so, as her obstinacy in watching Mademoiselle Guichon, in order to surprise her with the station-master, threatened also to cause her serious trouble. She still failed to catch them, but she had the imprudence to get caught herself, her ear on the alert stuck to the keyhole, and Monsieur Dabadie, exasperated at being spied upon in this manner, had intimated to the assistant station-master, Moulon, that if Roubaud again claimed the lodging, he was ready to countersign the letter. Moulon, who, although as a rule little given to gossip, having repeated this remark, the lodgers had nearly come to blows from door to door, all along the corridor, so high ran the excitement that had been thus revived. Amidst these disturbances, which became more and more frequent, Séverine had but one quiet day in the week, the Friday. In October, she had placidly displayed the audacity to invent a pretext for frequently running up to Paris, the first that entered her head, a pain in the knee, which required the attention of a specialist. Each Friday she left by the 6:40 express in the morning, which was driven by Jacques, and after passing the day with him at the capital, returned by the 6:30 express in the evening. At first, she had thought it only right to give her husband news of her knee. It was better, it was worse, and so forth. Then, perceiving he turned a deaf ear to what she said, she had coolly ceased speaking to him on the subject, but ever and anon she would cast her eyes on him, wondering whether he knew. How was it that this ferociously jealous man who, blinded by blood, had killed a fellow being in an idiotic rage, how was it that he had reached the point of permitting her to have a sweetheart? She could not believe it. She simply thought he must be getting stupid. One icy cold night in December, Séverine was sitting up very late for her husband. The next morning, a Friday, she was to take the express before daybreak, and on such evenings as these, she had the habit of getting a very nice gown ready, and preparing her other garments, so as to be rapidly dressed. Immediately she jumped out of bed. At last she retired to rest, and ended by falling off to sleep about 1 o'clock. Roubaud had not returned home. Already, on 2 occasions, he had only made his appearance at early dawn, his increasing passion for play being such that he could not tear himself away from the café, where a small room at the back was gradually being transformed into a gambling hell. They now played for high stakes at écarté. Happy to be alone, in a pleasant frame of mind at the prospect of a delightful day on the morrow, the young woman slumbered soundly, in the gentle warmth of the bedclothes. But as 3 o'clock was about to strike, she was awakened by a singular noise. First of all, she did not understand. She fancied she must be dreaming and went to sleep again. Then came a dull sound as of someone pushing against something, followed by the cracking of wood, as if somebody was trying to force open a door. A sharp rent, more violent than the other sounds, brought her to a sitting posture in bed. She was frightened to death. Someone was certainly trying to burst the lock in the corridor. For a minute or two she dared not move, but listened with drumming ears. Then she had the courage to get up and look. She walked noiselessly across the room with bare feet, and gently set the door ajar, so chilled with cold that she turned quite pale, and the sight that met her eyes in the dining-room riveted her to the spot in surprise and horror. Roubaud, groveling on the ground, raising himself on his elbows, had just torn away the dreaded piece of parquetry with the assistance of a chisel. A candle set down beside him afforded light while casting his enormous shadow on the ceiling. And at that moment, with his face bent over the hole which cut the parquetry with a black slit, he was peering with dilated eyes within. His cheeks were flushed, and he wore his assassin-like expression. Brutally he plunged his hand into the aperture, and in his trembling agitation, finding nothing, he had to bring the candle nearer. Then at the bottom of the hole appeared the purse, notes, and watch. Séverine uttered an involuntary cry, and Roubaud turned round, terrified. At first he failed to recognize her, and seeing her there, all in white, with a look of horror on her countenance, no doubt took her for a spectre. "What are you doing there?" she demanded. Then, understanding, avoiding to answer, he only gave a sullen growl, but he still looked at her, inconvenienced by her presence, wishing to send her back to bed, and not a reasonable word came to his lips. He simply felt inclined to box her ears, as she stood there shivering in her nightdress. "So," she continued, "you refuse me a pair of boots, and you take the money for yourself because you have lost." This remark at once enraged him. Was she going to spoil his life again? To set herself in front of his pleasures? This woman whom he no longer cared for? Again he rummaged in the hole, but only took from it the purse containing the 300 francs in gold. And when he had fixed the piece of parquetry in its place with his heel, he went and flung these words in her face through his set teeth. "Go to the deuce! I shall act as I choose. Am I asking you what you are going to do by and by at Paris?" Then, with a furious shrug of the shoulders, he returned to the café, leaving the candle on the floor. Séverine picked it up and went back to bed, cold as ice. But unable to get to sleep again, she kept the candle alight, waiting with her eyes wide open, until the time came for the departure of the express, and gradually growing burning hot. It was now certain that there had been a progressive disorganization like an infiltration of the crime, which was decomposing this man, and which had worn out every bond between them. Roubaud knew. End of section 11. Section 12. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12.
Chapter 7. On that particular Friday, the travelers who were to take the 6:40 express from Havre awoke with an exclamation of surprise. Snow had been falling since midnight so thickly and in such large flakes that the streets were a foot deep in it. L'Olisson, attached to a train of 7 carriages, 3 second and 4 first class, was already puffing and smoking under the span roof. When Jacques and Picqueux arrived at the depot at about 5:30 to get the engine ready, they uttered a growl of anxiety at the sight of this persistent snow rending the black sky, and now at their post they awaited the sound of the whistle, with eyes gazing far ahead beyond the gaping porch of the marquee, watching the silent, endless fall of flakes draping the obscurity in livid hue. The driver murmured, "The devil take me if you can see a signal." "We may think ourselves lucky if we can get along," said the fireman. Roubaud was on the platform with his lantern, having returned at the precise minute to resume his service. At moments his heavy eyelids closed with fatigue, without him ceasing his supervision. Jacques having inquired whether he knew anything as to the state of the line, he had just approached and pressed his hand, answering that as yet he had received no telegram, and as Séverine came down wrapped in an ample cloak, he led her to a first-class compartment and assisted her in. No doubt he caught sight of the anxious look of tenderness that the two sweethearts exchanged, but he did not even trouble to tell his wife that it was imprudent to set out in such weather, and that she would do better to postpone her journey. Passengers arrived, muffled up, loaded with traveling bags, and there was quite a crush in the terrible morning cold. The snow did not even melt on the shoes of the travelers. The carriage doors were closed as soon as the people were in the compartments where they barricaded themselves, and the platform, badly lit by the uncertain glimmer of a few gas burners, became deserted. The light of the locomotive, attached to the base of the chimney, alone burnt brightly like a huge eye dilating its sheet of fire far into the obscurity. Roubaud raised his lantern to give the signal of departure. The head guard blew his whistle, and Jacques answered, after opening the regulator and revolving the reversing wheel. They started. For a minute the assistant station-master tranquilly gazed after the train disappearing in the tempest. "Attention," said Jacques to Picqueux. "No joking today." He had not failed to remark that his companion seemed also worn out with fatigue, assuredly the consequence of some spree on the previous night. "Oh, no fear, stammered the fireman. As soon as they left the span roofing of the station, they were in the snow. The wind, blowing from the east, caught the locomotive in front, beating against it in violent gusts. The two men in the cab did not suffer much at first, clothed as they were in thick woolen garments, with their eyes protected by spectacles, but the light on the engine, usually so brilliant at night, seemed swallowed up in the thick fall of snow. Instead of the metal way being illuminated 300 or 400 yards ahead,
It came into evidence in a sort of milky fog. The various objects could only be distinguished when the locomotive was quite close to them, and then they appeared indistinct, as in a dream. The anxiety of the driver was complete when he recognized on reaching the first signal post that he would certainly be unable, as he had feared, to see the red lights barring the lines at the regulation distances. From that moment he advanced with extreme prejudice, but without it being possible for him to slacken speed, for the wind offered extraordinary resistance, and delay would have been as dangerous as a too rapid advance. As far as Harfleur, L'Olisson went along at a good and well-sustained pace. The layer of snow that had fallen did not as yet trouble Jacques, for at the most there were 2 feet on the line, and the snow-blade could easily clear away 4. All his anxiety was to maintain the speed, well aware that the real merit of a driver, after temperance and esteem for his engine, consisted in advancing in an uniform way, without jolting, and at the highest pressure possible. Indeed, his only defect lay in his obstinacy not to stop. He disobeyed the signals, always thinking he would have time to master L'Olisson, and so he now and again overshot the mark, crushing the crackers, the corns as they are termed, and on 2 occasions this habit had caused him to be suspended for a week. But now, in the greater danger in which he felt himself, the thought that Séverine was there, that he was entrusted with her dear life, increased his strength of character tenfold, and he maintained his determination to be cautious all the way to Paris, all along that double metal line, bristling with obstacles that he must overcome. Standing on the sheet of iron connecting the engine with the tender, continually jolted by their oscillation, Jacques, notwithstanding the snow, leant over the side on the right to get a better view, for he could distinguish nothing through the cab window clouded with water, and he remained with his face exposed to the gusts of wind, his skin pricked, as with thousands of needles, and so pinched with cold that it seemed like being slashed with razors. Ever and anon he withdrew to take a breath. He removed his spectacles and wiped them. Then he resumed his former position facing the hurricane, his eyes fixed, in the expectation of seeing red lights, and so absorbed was he in his anxiety to find them, that on 2 occasions he fell a prey to the hallucination that crimson sparks were boring the white curtain of snow fluttering before him. But on a sudden, in the darkness, he felt a presentiment that his fireman was no longer there. Only a small lantern lit up the steam gauge, so that the eyes of the driver might not be inconvenienced, and on the enameled face of the manometer, which preserved its clear luster, he noticed the trembling blue hand rapidly retreating. The fire was going down. The fireman had just stretched himself on the chest, vanquished by fatigue. "Infernal rake!" exclaimed Jacques, shaking him in a rage. Picqueux rose, excusing himself in an unintelligible growl. He could hardly stand, but by force of habit he at once went to his fire, hammer in hand, breaking the coal, spreading it evenly on the bars with the shovel. Then he swept up with the broom, and while the door of the firebox remained open, a reflex from the furnace, like the flaming tail of a comet extending to the rear of the train, had set fire to the snow which fell across it in great golden drops. After Harfleur began the big ascent, 10 miles long, which extends to Saint-Romain, the steepest on the line, and the driver stood to the engine, full of attention, anticipating that L'Olisson would have to make a famous effort to ascend this hill, already hard to climb in fine weather. With his hand on the reversing wheel, he watched the telegraph poles fly by, endeavoring to form an idea of the speed. This decreased considerably. L'Olisson was puffing, while the scraping of the snow-blade indicated growing resistance. He opened the door of the firebox with the toe of his boot. The fireman, half asleep, understood, and added more fuel to the embers, so as to increase the pressure. The door was now becoming red-hot, lighting up the legs of both of them with a violet gleam, but neither felt the scorching heat in the current of icy air that enveloped them. The fireman, at a sign from his chief, had just raised the rod of the ashpan which added to the draught. The hand of the manometer at present marked 10 atmospheres, and L'Olisson was exerting all the power it possessed. At one moment, perceiving the water in the steam gauge sink, the driver had to turn the injection cock, although by doing so he diminished the pressure. Nevertheless, it rose again. The engine snorted and spat like an animal overridden, making jumps and efforts fit to convey the idea that it would suddenly crack some of its component pieces. And he treated L'Olisson roughly, like a woman who has grown old and lost her strength, ceasing to feel the same tenderness for it as formerly. "The lazy thing will never get to the top," said he between his set teeth, he who never uttered a word on the journey. Picqueux, in his drowsiness, looked at him in astonishment. What had he got now against L'Aulisson? Was it not still the same brave, obedient locomotive, starting so readily that it was a pleasure to set it in motion, and gifted with such excellent vaporization that it economized a 10th part of its coal between Paris and Havre? When an engine had slide valves like this one, so perfectly regulated, cutting the steam so miraculously they could overlook all imperfections, as in the case of a capricious but steady and economical housewife. No doubt L'Aulisson took too much grease, but what of that? They would grease it, and there was an end of the matter. Just at that moment, Jacques, in exasperation, repeated, "It'll never reach the top unless it's greased." And he did what he had not done thrice in his life. He took the oil can to grease the engine as it went along. Climbing over the rail, he got on the frame plate beside the boiler, which he followed to the end. It was a most perilous undertaking. His feet slipped on the narrow strip of iron, wet with snow. He was blinded, and the terrible wind threatened to sweep him away like a straw. L'Aulisson, with this man clinging to its side, continued its panting course in the darkness, cutting for itself a deep trench in the immense white sheet covering the ground. The engine shook him, but bore him along. On attaining the crosspiece in front, he held on to the rail with one hand, and stooping down before the oil box of the cylinder on the right, experienced the greatest difficulty in filling it. Then he had to go round to the other side like a crawling insect, to grease the cylinder on the left, and when he got back to his post, he was exhausted and deadly pale, having felt himself face to face with death. "Vile brute," he murmured. Picqueux had recovered in a measure from his drowsiness, and pulled himself together. He, too, was at his post, watching the line on the left. On ordinary occasions, he had good eyes, better than those of his chief, but in this storm everything had disappeared. They, to whom each mile of the metal way was so familiar, could barely recognize the places they passed. The line had disappeared in the snow. The hedges, the houses even, seemed about to follow suit. Around them was naught but a deserted and boundless expanse, where L'Aulisson seemed to be careering at will, in a fit of madness. Never had these two men felt so keenly the fraternal bond uniting them as on this advancing engine, let loose amidst all kinds of danger, where they were more alone, more abandoned by the world, than if locked up in a room by themselves, and where, moreover, they had the grievous, the crushing responsibility of the human lives they were dragging after them. The snow continued falling thicker than ever. They were still ascending when the fireman, in his turn, fancied he perceived the glint of a red light in the distance and told his chief. But already he had lost it. His eyes must have been dreaming, as he sometimes said, and the driver, who had seen nothing, remained with a beating heart, troubled at this hallucination of another, and losing confidence in himself. What he imagined he distinguished beyond the myriads of pale flakes were immense black forms, enormous masses, like gigantic pieces of the night, which seemed to displace themselves and come before the engine. Could these be landslips? Mountains barring the line against which the train was about to crush? Then, affrighted, he pulled the rod of the whistle, and whistled long, despairingly, and this lamentation went slowly and lugubriously through the storm. Then he was astonished to find that he had whistled at the right moment, for the train was passing the station of Saint-Romain at express speed, and he had thought it 2 miles away. L'Aulisson, having got over the terrible ascent, began rolling on more at ease, and Jacques had time to breathe. Between Saint-Romain and Bolbec the line makes an imperceptible rise, so that all would no doubt be well until the other side of the plateau. While he was at Bouzeville, during the 3 minutes' stoppage, he nevertheless called the station-master whom he perceived on the platform, wishing to convey to him his anxiety about this snow, which continued getting deeper and deeper. He would never be able to reach Rouen. The best thing would be to put on another engine, while he was at a depot, where locomotives were always ready. But the station-master answered that he had no orders, and that he did not feel disposed to take the responsibility of such a measure on himself. All he offered to do was to give 5 or 6 wooden shovels to clear the line in case of need, and Picqueux took the shovels, which he placed in a corner of the tender.
On the plateau, l'Aléson, as Jacques had foreseen, continued to advance at a good speed, and without too much trouble. Nevertheless, it tired. At every minute the driver had to make a sign and open the firebox, so that the fireman might put on coal, and each time he did so, above the mournful train, standing out in black upon all this whiteness, and covered with a winding sheet of snow, flamed the dazzling tail of the comet, boring into the night. At 3/4 of an hour past 7, day was breaking, but the wan dawn could hardly be discerned in the immense whitish whirlwind filling space within the entire horizon. This uncertain light, by which nothing could as yet be distinguished, increased the anxiety of the two men, who, with eyes watering, notwithstanding their spectacles, did their utmost to pierce the distance. The driver, without letting go the reversing wheel, never quitted the rod of the whistle. He sounded it almost continuously by prudence, giving a shriek of distress that penetrated like a wail to the depths of this desert of snow. They passed Bolbec, and then Yvetot, without difficulty. But at Motteville, Jacques made inquiries of the assistant station-master for precise information as to the state of the line. No train had yet arrived, and the telegram that had been received merely stated that the slow train from Paris was blocked at Rouen in safety, and l'Aléson went on again, descending at her heavy and weary gait the 10 miles or so of gentle slope to Barenton. Daylight now began to appear, but very dimly, and it seemed as if this livid glimmer came from the snow itself, which fell more densely, confused and cold, overwhelming the earth with the refuse of the sky. As day grew, the violence of the wind redoubled, and the snowflakes were driven along in balls. At every moment the fireman had to take his shovel to clear the coal at the back of the tender between the partitions of the water tank. The country, to right and left, so absolutely defied recognition that the two men felt as if they were being borne along in a dream. The vast flat fields, the rich pastures enclosed in green hedges, the apple orchards, were naught but a white sea, barely swelling with choppy waves, a pallid, quivering expanse where everything became white. And the driver, erect, with his hand on the reversing wheel, his face lacerated by the gusts of wind, began to suffer terribly from cold. When the train stopped at Barenton, Monsieur Bessières, the station-master himself, approached the engine, to warn Jacques that a considerable accumulation of snow had been signalled in the vicinity of La Croix-de-Maufras. "I believe it is still possible to pass," he added, "but it will not be without difficulty." Thereupon the young man flew into a passion, and with an oath exclaimed, "I said as much at Boozeville! Why couldn't they put on a second locomotive? We shall be in a nice mess now." The head guard had just left his van, and he became angry as well. He was frozen in his box and declared that he could not distinguish a signal from a telegraph pole. It was a regular groping journey in all this white. "Anyhow, you are warned," said Monsieur Bessières. In the meantime, the passengers were astonished at this prolonged stoppage, amid the complete silence enveloping the station, without a shout from any of the staff or the banging of a door. A few windows were lowered, and heads appeared. A very stout lady with a couple of charming, fair young girls, no doubt her daughters, all 3 English for certain, and further on a very pretty dark young woman, who was made to draw in her head by an elderly gentleman, while 2 men, one young and the other old, chatted from one carriage to the other, with their bodies half out of the windows. But as Jacques cast a glance behind him, he perceived only Séverine, who was also looking out and gazing anxiously in his direction. Ah, the dear creature! How uneasy she must be, and what a heartburn he experienced knowing her there, so near and yet so far away in all this danger. "Come, be off," concluded the station-master. "It is no use frightening the people." He gave the signal himself. The head guard, who had got into his van, whistled, and once more l'Aléson went off, after answering with a long wail of complaint. Jacques at once felt that the state of the line had changed. It was no longer the plain, the eternal unfolding of the thick sheet of snow, through which the engine ran along, like a steamboat, leaving a trail behind her. They were entering the uneven country of hills and dales, whose enormous undulation extended as far as Molinay, breaking up the ground into heaps, and here the snow had collected in an unequal manner. In places the line proved free, while in others it was blocked by drifts of considerable magnitude. The wind that swept the embankments filled up the cuttings, and thus there was a continual succession of obstacles to be overcome. bits of clear line blocked by absolute ramparts. It was now broad daylight, and the devastated country, those narrow gorges, those steep slopes, resembled in their white coating the desolation of an ocean of ice remaining motionless in the storm. Never had Jacques felt so penetrated by the cold. His face seemed bleeding from the stinging flagellation of the snow, and he had lost consciousness of his hands, which were so benumbed and so bereft of sensibility that he shuddered on perceiving he could not feel the touch of the reversing wheel. When he raised his elbow to pull the rod of the whistle, his arm weighed on the shoulder as if dead. He could not have affirmed that his legs still carried him, amid the constant shocks of oscillation that tore his inside. Great fatigue had gained him, along with the cold, whose icy chill was attaining his head. He began to doubt whether he existed, whether he was still driving, for he already only turned the wheel in a mechanical way, and half silly, he watched the manometer going back. All kinds of hallucinations passed through his head. Was that not a felled tree over there, lying across the line? Had he not caught sight of a red flag flying above that hedge? Were not crackers going off every minute amidst the clatter of the wheels? He could not have answered. He repeated to himself that he ought to stop, and he lacked the firmness of will to do so. This crisis tortured him for a few minutes, then abruptly the sight of Picou, who had fallen asleep again on the chest, overcome by the cold from which he was suffering himself, threw him into such a frightful rage that it seemed to bring him warmth. "Ah, the abominable brute!" he exclaimed, and he, who was usually so lenient for the vices of this drunkard, kicked him until he awoke, and was on his feet. Picou, benumbed with cold, grumbled as he grasped the shovel. That'll do, I'm going there." With the fire made up, the pressure rose, and it was time, for l'Alison had just entered a cutting where it had to cleave through 4 feet of snow. It advanced with an energetic effort, vibrating in every part. For an instant it showed signs of exhaustion, and seemed as if about to stand still, like a vessel that has touched a sandbank. What increased the weight it had to draw was the snow, which had accumulated in a heavy layer on the roofs of the carriages. They continued thus, seaming the whiteness with a dark line, and with this white sheet spread over them, while the engine itself had only borders of ermine draping its somber sides, where the snowflakes melted to run off in rain. Once more it extricated itself, notwithstanding the weight, and passed on. At the top of an embankment that made a great curve, the train could still be seen advancing without difficulty, like a strip of shadow lost in some fairyland sparkling with whiteness. But farther on the cuttings began again, and Jacques and Picou, who had felt l'Alison touch, stiffened themselves against the cold, erect at their posts, which even were they dying they could not desert. Once more the engine lost speed. It had got between 2 talus, and the stoppage came slowly and without a shock. It seemed as if glued there, exhausted, as though all its wheels were clogged, tighter and tighter. It ceased moving. The end had come. The snow held the engine powerless. "It's all up!" growled Jacques with an oath. He remained a few seconds longer at his post, his hand on the wheel, opening everything to see if the obstacle would yield. Then, hearing l'Alison spitting and snorting in vain, he shut the regulator, and in his fury swore worse than ever. The head guard leant out from the door of his van, and Picou, turning round, shouted to him, "It's all up! We're stuck!" Briskly the guard sprang into the snow, which reached to his knees. He approached, and the 3 men consulted together. "The only thing we can do is try and dig it out," said the driver at last. "Fortunately, we have some shovels. Call the second guard at the end of the train, and between us 4 we shall be able to clear the wheels." They gave a sign to the other guard behind, who had also left his van. He made his way to them with great difficulty, getting at times half buried in the snow. But this stoppage in the open country, amid this pallid solitude, this clear sound of voices discussing what must be done, the guard floundering along beside the train with laborious strides, had made the passengers uneasy. The windows went down, the people called out and questioned one another. A regular confusion ensued, vague as yet, but becoming more pronounced. "Where are we? Why have they stopped? What is the matter? Good heavens, is there an accident?" The guard found it necessary to allay the alarm, and just as he advanced to the carriages, the English lady, whose fat red face was flanked by the charming countenances of her daughters, inquired with a strong accent, "God, is there any danger?" "No, no, madam," he replied.
It's only a little snow. We shall be going on at once." And the window went up again amid the bright twittering of the young girls, that music of English syllables which is so sparkling on rosy lips. Both were laughing, very much amused, but the elderly gentleman who was farther on also called the guard, while his young wife risked her pretty dark head behind him. "How was it that no precautions were taken? It is unbearable. I am returning from London. My business requires my presence in Paris this morning, and I warn you that I shall make the company responsible for any delay." "We shall be going on again in 3 minutes, sir," said the guard. The cold was terrible. The snow entered the carriages, driving in the heads and bringing up the windows, but the agitation continued within the closed vehicles, where everyone was disturbed by a low hum of anxiety. A couple of windows alone remained down, and 2 travelers leaning out, 3 compartments away from each other, were talking. One was an American, some 40 years of age, and the other a young gentleman from Havre. Both were very much interested in the task of clearing away the snow. "In America, everyone would get down and take a shovel," remarked the former. "Oh, it is nothing," answered the other. "I was blocked twice last year. My business brings me to Paris every week." "And mine every 3 weeks or so." "What, from New York?" "Yes, from New York." It was Jacques who directed the labor. Perceiving Séverine at the door of the first carriage, where she always took her seat, so as to be near him, he gave her a look of entreaty, and she, understanding, drew back out of the icy wind that was stinging her face. Then, with her occupying his thoughts, he worked away heartily. But he remarked that the cause of the stoppage, the embedment in the snow, had nothing to do with the wheels, which cut through the deepest drifts. It was the ash-pan, placed between them, that produced the obstruction, by driving the snow along, compressing it into enormous lumps. And he was struck with an idea. "We must unscrew the ash-pan," said he. At first the head guard opposed the suggestion. The driver was under his orders, and he would not give his consent to the engine being touched. Then, giving way to argument, he said, "If you take the responsibility, all right." Only it was a hard job. Stretched out beneath the engine, with their backs in the melting snow, Jacques and Picqueux had to toil for nearly half an hour. Fortunately, they had spare screwdrivers in the tool chest. At last, at the risk of burning themselves and getting crushed a score of times over, they managed to take the ashpan down, but they had not done with it yet. It was necessary to drag it away. Being an enormous weight, it got jammed in the wheels and cylinders. Nevertheless, the 4 together were able to pull it out and drag it off the line to the foot of the embankment. "Now let us finish clearing away the snow," said the guard. The train had been close upon an hour in distress, and the alarm of the passengers had increased. Every minute a glass went down, and a voice inquired why they did not go on. There was a regular panic, with shouts and tears, in an incessant crisis of craziness. No, enough has been cleared away," said Jacques. "Jump up. I'll see to the rest." He was once more at his post, along with Picqueux, and when the 2 guards had gained their vans, he turned on the exhaust tap. The deafening rush of scalding steam melted the remainder of the snow still clinging to the line. Then, with his hand on the wheel, he reversed the engine, and slowly retreated to a distance of about 400 yards, to give it a run. And having piled up the fire, and attained a pressure exceeding what was permitted by the regulations, he sent l'Hérisson against the wall of snow with all its might and all the weight of the train it drew. The locomotive gave a terrific grunt, similar to that of a woodman driving his axe into a great tree, and it seemed as though all the powerful ironwork was about to crack. It could not pass yet. It came to a standstill, smoking and vibrating all over with the shock. Twice the driver had to repeat the maneuver, running back, then dashing against the snow to drive it away. On each occasion, l'Hérisson, girded for the encounter, struck its chest against the impediment with the furious respiration of a giant, but to no purpose. At last, regaining breath, it strained its metal muscles in a supreme effort and passed, while the train followed ponderously behind, between the 2 walls of snow ripped asunder. It was free. "A good brute, all the same," growled Picqueux. Jacques, half blinded, removed his spectacles and wiped them. His heart beat hard. He no longer felt the cold. But abruptly he remembered a deep cutting, some 400 yards away from La Croix de Maufras. It opened in the direction of the wind, and the snow must have accumulated there in a considerable quantity. He at once felt certain that this was the rock marked out, whereon he would founder. He bent forward. In the distance, after a final curve, the trench appeared before him in a straight line, like a long ditch full of snow. It was broad daylight, and the boundless whiteness sparkled amid the unceasing fall of snowflakes. L'Olisson skimmed along at a medium speed, having encountered no further obstacle. By precaution, the lanterns had been left burning in front and behind, and the white light at the base of the chimney shone in the daylight like a living cyclopean eye. The engine rolled along, approaching the cutting with this eye wide open. Then it seemed to pant, with the gentle short respiration of an affrighted steed. It shook with deep thrills, it reared, and was only impelled forward under the vigorous hand of the driver. The latter had rapidly opened the door of the firebox for the firemen to put in coal, and now it was no more the tail of a comet illuminating the night. It was a plume of thick black smoke soiling the great shivering pallidness of the sky. L'Olisson advanced. At last it had to enter the cutting. The slopes, to right and left, were deep in snow, and at the bottom not a vestige of the line could be seen. It was like the bed of a torrent filled up with snow from side to side. The locomotive passed in, rolling along for 60 or 70 yards, with exhausted respiration that grew shorter and shorter. The snow it pushed forward formed a barrier in front which flew about and rose like an ungovernable flood threatening to engulf it. For a moment it appeared overwhelmed and vanquished, but in a final effort it delivered itself to advance another 40 yards. That was the end, the last pang of death. Lumps of snow fell down covering the wheels. All the pieces of the mechanism were smothered, connected with one another by chains of ice, and L'Olisson stopped definitely, expiring in the intense cold. Its respiration died away. It was motionless and dead. "There, we're done for now," said Jacques. "This is just what I expected." He at once wanted to reverse the engine to try the previous maneuver again, but this time L'Olisson did not move. It refused either to go back or advance. It was blocked everywhere, riveted to the ground, inert and insensible. Behind, the train, buried in a thick bed reaching to the doors, also seemed dead. The snow, far from ceasing, fell more densely than before in prolonged squalls. They were in a drift, where engine and carriages, already half covered up, would soon disappear amid the shivering silence of this hoary solitude. Nothing more moved. The snow was weaving the winding sheet. "What?" exclaimed the chief guard, leaning out of his van. "Has it begun again?" "We're done for," Picqueux simply shouted. This time, indeed, the position proved critical. The guard in the rear ran and placed fog signals on the line to protect the train at the back, while the driver sounded distractedly with swift brakes the panting, lugubrious whistle of distress. But the snow loading the air, the sound was lost, and could not even have reached Barrington.
End of section 12. Section 13. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13.
What was to be done? They were but 4, and they would never be able to clear away such an immense mass. A regular gang of laborers would be necessary. It became imperative to run for assistance, and the worst of it was that the passengers were again in a panic. A door opened. The pretty dark lady sprang from her carriage in a fright, thinking they had met with an accident. Her husband, the elderly commercial man, followed, exclaiming, "I shall write to the minister. It's an outrage." Then came the tears of the women, the furious voices of the men, as they jumped from their compartments, amid the violent shocks of the lowered windows. The 2 young English girls, who were at ease and smiling, alone displayed some gaiety. While the head guard was trying to calm the crowd, the younger of the 2 said to him in French, with a slight Britannic accent,
"So it is here that we stop then, guard?"
Several men had got down, notwithstanding the depth of snow in which their legs entirely disappeared. The American again found himself beside the young man from Havre, and both made their way to the engine to see for themselves. They tossed their heads. "It will take 4 or 5 hours to get us out of that," said one. "At least," answered the other, "and even then it will require a score of workmen." Jacques had just persuaded the head guard to send his companion to Barrington to ask for help. Neither the driver nor the fireman could leave the engine. The man was already far away. They soon lost sight of him at the end of the cutting. He had 3 miles to walk, and perhaps would not be back before 2 hours. And Jacques, in despair, left his post for an instant, and ran to the first carriage, where he perceived Séverine, who had let down the glass. "Don't be afraid," said he rapidly. "You have nothing to fear." She answered in the same tone, avoiding familiarity lest she might be overheard. "I'm not afraid, only I've been very uneasy about you." And this was said so sweetly that both were consoled, and smiled at one another. But as Jacques turned round, he was surprised to see Flore at the top of the cutting, then Missard, accompanied by 2 other men, whom he failed to recognize at first. They had heard the distress whistle, and Missard, who was off duty, had hastened to the spot along with his 2 companions, whom he had been treating to a morning draught of white wine. One of these men proved to be Caboche, thrown out of work by the snow, and the other Ozil, who had come from Moulonnais through the tunnel to pay court to Flore, whom he still pursued with his intentions, in spite of the bad reception he met with. She, out of curiosity, like a great vagabond girl, brave and strong as a young man, accompanied them. For her and her father this was a great event, an extraordinary adventure, this train stopping, so to say, at their door. During the 5 years they had been living there, at every hour of the day and night, in fine weather and foul, how many trains had they seen dart by? All were borne away in the same breath that brought them. Not one had even slackened speed. They saw them dash ahead, fade in the distance, disappear, before they had time to learn anything about them. The whole world filed past. The human multitude carried along full steam, without them having knowledge of aught else than faces caught sight of in a flash. Faces they were never more to set eyes on, apart from a few that became familiar to them, through being seen over and over again on particular days, and to which they could attach no name. And here in the snow, a train arrived at their door. The natural order of things was reversed. They stared to their heart's content at this little unknown world of people whom an accident had cast on the line. They contemplated them with the rounded eyes of savages, who had sped to a shore where a number of Europeans had been shipwrecked. Those open doors revealing ladies wrapped in furs, those men who had got out in thick overcoats, all this comfortable luxury, stranded amid this sea of ice, struck them with astonishment. But Flore had recognized Séverine. She, who watched each time for the train driven by Jacques, had perceived during the past few weeks the presence of this woman in the express on Friday morning, and the more readily as Séverine, on approaching the level crossing, put her head out of the window to take a glance at her property at La Croix de Maufras. The eyes of Flore clouded as she noticed her talking in an undertone with the driver. "Ah, Madame Rubard!" exclaimed Missard, who had also just recognized her, and at once assuming his obsequious manner, he continued, "What dreadful bad luck! But you cannot remain there, you must come to our house." Jacques, after pressing the hand of the gateman, supported his invitation. "He is right," said he. "We may have to wait here for hours, and you will be perished to death." Séverine refused. She was well wrapped up, she said. Then the 400 yards in the snow frightened her a little. Thereupon Flore drew near, and looking fixedly at her with her great eyes, ended by saying, "Come, madam, I will carry you." And before Séverine had time to accept, she had caught her in her arms, vigorous as those of a young man, and lifted her up like a little child. She set her down on the other side of the line at a spot which had been well trodden, and where the feet no longer sank into the snow. Some of the travellers began to laugh, marvelling at the achievement. What a strapping wench! If they only had a dozen of the same kidney, the train would be free in a couple of hours. In the meanwhile, the suggestion that Missard had been heard to make, this house of the gatekeeper, where they could take refuge, find a fire, and perhaps bread and wine, flew from one carriage to another. The panic had calmed down when the people understood that they ran no immediate danger. Only the position remained none the less lamentable. The foot-warmers were becoming cold, it was 9 o'clock, and if help tarried, they would be suffering from hunger and thirst. Besides, The line might remain blocked much longer than was anticipated. Who could say they would not have to sleep there? The passengers divided into two camps. Those who in despair would not quit the carriages, and installed themselves as if they were going to end their days there, wrapped up in their blankets, stretched out in a peevish frame of mind on the seats. And those who preferred risking the trip, in the hope of finding more comfortable quarters, and who above all were desirous of escaping from this nightmare of a train stranded in the snow and being frozen to death. Quite a small party was formed, the elderly commercial man and his young wife, the English lady and her 2 daughters, the young man from Havre, the American, and a dozen others all ready to set out. Jacques, in a low voice, had persuaded Séverine to join them, vowing he would take her news, if he could get away. And as Flore continued observing them with her clouded eyes, he addressed her gently, like an old friend. "All right, it's understood. You will show these ladies and gentlemen the way. I shall keep Missard and the others. We'll set to work and do what we can until help arrives." Caboche, Ozil, and Missard in fact at once caught hold of the shovels to join Picqueux and the head guard who were already attacking the snow. The little gang strove to clear the engine, digging round the wheels and emptying their shovels against the sides of the cutting. Nobody spoke. Nothing could be heard but the sound of their impulsive labor amid the gloomy oppression of the pallid country. And when the little troop of passengers were far away, they took a last look at the train, which remained alone, showing merely a thin black line beneath the thick layer of white weighing on the top of it. The travelers remaining behind had closed the doors and put up the glasses. The snow continued falling, slowly but surely, and with mute obstinacy, burying engine and carriages. Flore wanted to take Séverine in her arms again, but the latter refused, wishing to walk like the others. The 400 yards were painful to get over, particularly in the cutting where the people sank in up to the hips, and on 2 occasions it became necessary to go to the rescue of the stout English lady who was half smothered. Her daughters, who were delighted, continued laughing. The young wife of the old gentleman, having slipped, consented to take the arm of the young man from Havre while her husband ran down France with the American. On issuing from the cutting, walking became easier. The little band advanced along an embankment in single file, beaten by the wind, carefully avoiding the edges rendered uncertain and dangerous by the snow. At length they arrived, and Flore took them into the kitchen, where she was unable to find a seat for all, as there proved to be quite a score of them crowding the room, which fortunately was fairly large. The only thing she could think of was to go and fetch some planks and rig up a couple of forms by the aid of the chairs she possessed. She then threw a faggot on the hearth, and made a gesture to indicate that they must not ask her for anything more. She had not uttered a word. She remained erect, gazing at these people with her large greenish eyes in the fierce, bold manner of a great blonde savage. Apart from the face of Séverine, those of the American and the young man from Havre alone were known to her. These she was familiar with through having frequently noticed them at the windows for months past, and she examined them now just as one studies an insect which after buzzing about in the air has at length settled on something, and which it was impossible to follow on the wing. They struck her as peculiar. She had not imagined them exactly thus, having caught but a glimpse of their features. As to the other people, they seemed to her to belong to a different race, to be the inhabitants of an unknown land fallen from the sky, who brought into her home, right into her kitchen, garments, customs, and ideas that she had never anticipated finding there. The English lady confided to the young wife of the commercial gentleman that she was on her way to join her eldest son, a high functionary in India, and the young woman joked about the ill luck she had met with on the first occasion she happened to have the caprice to accompany her husband to London, where he went twice a year. All lamented being blocked in this desert. What were they to do for food, and how were they going to sleep? What could be done, good heavens? Flore, who was listening to them motionless, having caught the eyes of Séverine, seated on a chair before the fire, made her a sign that she wanted to take her to the adjoining room. "Mamma," said she as they entered, "it's Madame Rubard. Wouldn't you like to have a chat with her?" Faisie was in bed, her face yellow, her legs swollen, so ill that she had not been able to get up for a fortnight, and she passed this time in the poorly furnished room, heated to suffocation by an iron stove, obstinately pondering over the fixed idea she had got into her head, without any other amusement than the shock of the trains as they flew past full speed. "Ah, Madame Rubard," she murmured. Very good, very good. Fleur told her of the accident and spoke to her of the people she had brought home and who were there in the kitchen. But such things had ceased to interest her. Very good, she repeated in the same weary voice. Suddenly she recollected and raised her head an instant to say, "If Madame would like to see her house, the keys are hanging there, near the wardrobe." But Séverine refused. A shiver had come over her at the thought of going to La Croix de Maufras in this snow, in this livid daylight. No, there was nothing she desired to do there. She preferred to remain where she was and wait in the warmth. "Be seated, madam," resumed Fleur. "It is more comfortable here than in the other room, and besides we shall never be able to find sufficient bread for all these people, whereas if you are hungry, there will always be a bit for you." She had handed her a chair and continued to show herself attentive, making a visible effort to attenuate her usual rough manner. But her eyes never quitted the young woman. It seemed as if she wished to read her, to arrive at a certainty in regard to a particular question that she had already been asking herself for some time, and in her eagerness she felt a desire to approach her, to stare her out of countenance, to touch her, so as to know. Séverine expressed her thanks and made herself comfortable near the stove, preferring indeed to be alone with the invalid in this room, where she hoped Jacques would find means to join her. 2 hours passed. Yielding to the oppressive heat, she had fallen asleep, after chatting about the neighborhood. Suddenly, Fleur, who at every minute had been summoned to the kitchen, opened the door, saying in her harsh tones, "Go in, as she is there." It was Jacques who had escaped with good news. The man sent to Barrington had just brought back a whole gang, some 30 soldiers, whom the administration, foreseeing accidents, had dispatched to the threatened points on the line, and they were all hard at work with pick and shovel, only it would be a long job and the train would perhaps not be able to get off again before evening. "Anyhow, you are not so badly off," he added. "Have patience. And Aunt Phaisy, you will not let Madame Rubard starve, will you?" Phaisy, at the sight of her big lad, as she called him, had with difficulty sat up, and she looked at him, revived and happy, listening to him talking. When he had drawn near her bed, she replied, Of course not. Ah, my big lad, so there you are. And so it's you who have got caught in the snow, and that silly girl never told me so." Turning to her daughter, she said reproachfully, "Try and be polite anyhow. Return to those ladies and gentlemen, show them some attention, so that they might not tell the company that we are no better than savages." Fleur remained planted between Jacques and Séverine. She appeared to hesitate for an instant, asking herself if she should not obstinately remain there, in spite of her mother. But she reflected that she would see nothing. The presence of the invalid would prevent any familiarity between the other two, and she withdrew, after taking a long look at them. "What, Aunt Phaisy!" exclaimed Jacques sadly. "You have taken to your bed for good? Then it's serious?" She drew him towards her, forcing him even to seat himself at the edge of the mattress, and without troubling any further about the young woman, who had discreetly moved away, she proceeded to relieve herself in a very low voice. "Oh, yes, serious. It's a miracle if you find me alive. I wouldn't write to you, because such things can't be written. I've had a narrow escape, but now I am already better, and I believe I shall get over it again this time." He examined her, alarmed at the progress of the malady, and found she had not preserved a vestige of the handsome, healthy woman of former days. "Then you still suffer from your cramps and dizziness, my poor Aunt Phaisy?" said he. She squeezed his hand fit to crush it, continuing in a still lower tone. "Just fancy, I caught him. You know that do what I would, I could not find out how he managed to give me his drug. I didn't drink, I didn't eat anything he touched, and all the same, every night I had my inside afire. Well, he mixed it with the salt. One night I saw him, and I was in the habit of putting salt on everything in quantities to make the food healthy." Since Jacques had known Séverine, he sometimes pondered in doubt over this story of slow and obstinate poisoning, as one thinks of the nightmare. In his turn he tenderly pressed the hands of the invalid, and sought to calm her. "Come, is all this possible? To say such things you should really be quite sure. And besides, it drags on too long.
Ah, it's more likely an illness that the doctors do not understand. An illness, she resumed, with a sneer. Yes, an illness that he stuck into me. As for the doctors, you are right. 2 came here who understood nothing, and who were not even of the same mind. I'll never allow another of such creatures to put a foot in this house again. Do you hear? He gave it me in the salt. I swear to you I saw him. It's for my 1,000 francs. The 1,000 francs Papa left me. He says to himself that when he has done away with me he'll soon find them. But as to that, I defy him. They are in a place where nobody will find them. Never, never. I may die, but I am at ease on that score. No one will ever have my 1,000 francs. But Aunt Faisie, answered Jacques, in your place, if I were so sure as all that, I should send for the gendarmes. She made a gesture of repugnance. Oh, no, not the gendarmes, said she. This matter only concerns us. It is between him and me. I know that he wants to gobble me up, and naturally I do not wish him to do it. So you see, I have only to defend myself. Not to be such a fool as I have been with his salt. Who would have ever thought it? An abortion like that, a little whippersnapper of a man whom one could stuff into one's pocket, and who in the long run would get the better of a big woman like me if one let him have his own way, with his teeth like those of a rat. She was seized with a little shiver, and breathed heavily before she could conclude. No matter, said she at last. He will be short of his reckoning again this time. I am getting better. I shall be on my legs before a fortnight, and he'll have to be very clever to catch me again. Ah, yes, I shall be curious to see him do it. If he discovers a way to give me any more of his drug, he will decidedly be the stronger of the 2, and then so much the worse for me. I shall kick the bucket. But I don't want to have any meddling between us. Jacques thought it must be her illness that caused her brain to be haunted by these somber ideas, and to amuse her he tried joking, when all at once she began trembling under the bedclothes. Here he is, she whispered. I can feel him coming whenever he approaches. And sure enough, Missard entered a few seconds afterwards. She had become livid, a prey to that indomitable fright which huge creatures feel in the presence of the insect that preys upon them. For notwithstanding her obstinate determination to defend herself single-handed, she felt an increasing terror of him that she would not confess. Missard cast a sharp look at her and the driver from the threshold, and then gave himself an air of not having noticed them side by side. With his expressionless eyes, his thin lips, his mild manner of a puny man, he was already showing great attention to Séverine. I thought Madame would perhaps like to take advantage of the opportunity to have a look at her property. So I managed to slip away for a moment. If Madame wishes, I will accompany her. And as the young woman still refused, he continued in a doleful voice. Madame was perhaps surprised in regard to the fruit. It was all worm-eaten and was not really worth packing up. Then we had a gale that did a lot of harm. It's a pity Madame cannot sell the place. One gentleman came who wanted some repairs done. Anyhow, I am at the disposal of Madame, and Madame may be sure that I replace her here, as if she were here herself. Then he insisted on giving her bread and pears from his own garden which were not worm-eaten, and she accepted. As Missard crossed the kitchen, he told the passengers that the work of clearing away the snow was proceeding, but it would take another 4 or 5 hours. It had struck midday, and there ensued more lamentation, for all were becoming very hungry. Flore had just declared that she would not have sufficient bread for everyone, but she had plenty of wine. She had brought 10 quarts up from the cellar, and only a moment before had set them in a line on the table. Then there were not enough glasses, and they had to drink by groups, the English lady with her 2 daughters, the old gentleman with his young wife. The latter had found a zealous, inventful groom in the young man from Havre, who watched over her well-being. He disappeared and returned with apples and a loaf which he had found in the wood-house. Flore was angry, saying this was bread for her sick mother, but he had already commenced cutting it up and handing pieces to the ladies, beginning with the young wife, who smiled at him amiably, feeling very much flattered at his attention. Her husband was not offended, indeed he no longer paid any attention to her, being engaged with the American in exalting the commercial customs of New York. The 2 English girls had never munched apples so heartily. Their mother, who felt very weary, was half asleep. 2 ladies were seated on the ground before the hearth, overcome by waiting. Men who had gone out to smoke in front of the house to kill a quarter of an hour returned perishing and shivering with cold.
Little by little, the uneasy feeling increased, partly from hunger having only been half satisfied and partly from fatigue, augmented by impatience and absence of all comfort. The scene was assuming the aspect of a shipwrecked camp, of the desolation of a band of civilized people cast by the waves on a desert island. And as Missard, going backward and forward, left the door open, Aunt Phaisy gazed on the picture from her bed of sickness. So these were the kind of people whom she had seen flash past, during close upon a year that she had been dragging herself from her mattress to her chair. It was now but rarely that she could go on to the siding. She passed her days and nights alone, riveted there, her eyes on the window, without any other company than those trains which flew by so swiftly. She had always complained of this outlandish place, where they never received a visit, and here was quite a small crowd come from the unknown, and only to think that among them, among those people in a hurry to get to their business, not one had the least idea of the thing that troubled her, of that filth which had been mixed with her salt. She had taken that device to heart, and she asked herself how it was possible for a person to be guilty of such cunning rascality without anybody perceiving it. A sufficient multitude passed by them, thousands and thousands of people, but they all dashed on. Not one would have imagined that a murder was calmly being committed in this little low-roofed dwelling, without any set out. And Aunt Phaisy looked at one after the other of these persons, fallen as it were from the moon, reflecting that when people have their minds so occupied with other things, it is not surprising that they should walk into pools of mire and not know it. "Are you going back there?" Missard inquired of Jacques. "Yes, yes," replied the latter. "I'm coming immediately." Missard went off, closing the door, and Phaisy, retaining the young man by the hand, whispered in his ear, "If I kick the bucket, you'll see what a face he'll pull when he's unable to find the cash. That's what amuses me when I think of it. I shall go off contented all the same." "And then, Aunt Phaisy, it'll be lost for everybody," said Jacques. "Won't you leave it to your daughter?" "To Flore? For him to take it from her? Ah, no, for certain. Not even to you, my big lad, because you also are too stupid. He'd get some of it. To no one. To the earth, where I shall go and join it." She was exhausted, and Jacques, having made her comfortable in bed, calmed her by embracing her, and promising to return and see her again shortly. Then, as she seemed to be falling asleep, he passed behind Séverine, who was still seated near the stove, raising his finger with a smile to caution her to be prudent. In a pretty, silent movement, she threw back her head, offering her lips, and he, bending over, pressed his mouth to them in a deep, discreet kiss. Their eyes closed, and when the lids rose again, it was to find Flore standing in the doorway, gazing at them. "Has Madame done with the bread?" she inquired in a hoarse voice. Séverine, confused and very much annoyed, stammered out, "Yes, yes, thank you." For an instant Jacques fixed his flaming eyes on the girl. He hesitated, his lips trembling, as if he wanted to speak. Then, with a furious, threatening gesture, he made up his mind to leave. The door was slammed violently behind him. Flore remained erect, presenting the tall stature of a warrior virgin, coiffed with a heavy helmet of fair hair. So she had not been deceived by the anguish she had felt each Friday, at the sight of this lady in the train he drove. She was at last in possession of the absolute certainty she had been seeking since she held them there together. The man she was in love with would never love her. It was this slim woman, this insignificant creature that he had chosen, and her regret at having refused him a kiss that night when he had brutally attempted to take one, touched her so keenly that she would have sobbed, for, according to her simple reasoning, it would have been she whom he would have embraced now, had she kissed him before the other. Where could she find him alone at this hour, to cast herself on his neck and cry, "Take me, I was stupid because I did not know"? But in her impotence she felt a rage rising within her against the frail creature seated there, uneasy and stammering. With one clasp of her arms, hard as those of a wrestler, she could stifle her like a little bird. Why did she hesitate to do so? She vowed she would be revenged, nevertheless, being aware of things connected with this rival that would send her to prison. She whom they permitted to remain at liberty, and tortured by jealousy, bursting with anger, she began clearing away the remainder of the bread and pears with the hasty movements of a beautiful untamed girl. "As madam will take no more, I'll give this to the others,"
said she. 3 o'clock struck, then 4 o'clock. The time dragged on immeasurably long, amidst increasing lassitude and irritation. Here was livid night, returning to the vast expanse of white country. Every 10 minutes the men who went out to see from a distance how the work was proceeding returned with the information that the engine did not appear to be cleared. Even the 2 English girls began weeping in a fit of enervation. In a corner the pretty dark lady had fallen asleep against the shoulder of the young man from Havre, a circumstance the elderly husband did not even notice, amid the general abandonment that had swept away decorum. The room was becoming cold. Everyone was shivering, and not a soul thought of throwing some wood on the fire. The American took himself off, thinking he would feel much more comfortable stretched out on one of the seats in a carriage. That was now the general idea. Everyone expressed regret. They should have remained where they were. Anyhow, had they done so, they would never have been devoured by the anxiety to learn what was going on there. It was necessary to restrain the English lady, who also spoke of regaining her compartment and going to bed there. When they placed a candle on a corner of the table to light the people in this dark kitchen, the feeling of discouragement became intense, and everyone gave way to dull despair. The removal of the snow from the line was nevertheless coming to an end, and while the troop of soldiers who had set the engine free were clearing the metals in front, the driver and fireman had ascended to their post. Jacques, observing that the snow had at last ceased, regained confidence. Ozil, the pointsman, had told him positively that on the other side of the tunnel, in the neighborhood of Moulins, the state of the line was much better, but he questioned him again. "You came through the tunnel on foot and were able to enter and issue from it without any difficulty?" said he. "When I keep on telling you so," answered the other, "you will get through, take my word for it." Caboche, who had been working with the energy of a good giant, was already retiring in his timid, shy manner, which his recent difference with the judicial authorities had only increased, and it became necessary for Jacques to call to him. "I say, comrade," he shouted, "hand me those shovels that belong to us, over there against the slope, so that if we happen to want them we shall be able to find them again." And when the quarryman had rendered him this last service, he gave him a hearty shake of the hand, to show him that he felt esteem for him in spite of all, having seen him at work. "You are a good fellow, you are," said he. This mark of friendship agitated Caboche in an extraordinary manner. "Thank you," he answered simply, stifling his tears. Missard, who had made friends with him again, after accusing him before the examining magistrate, gave his approval with an inclination of the head, pinching his lips into a slight smile. He had long since ceased working, and with his hands in his pockets, stood gazing at the train with a bilious look, as if waiting to see whether he would not be able to pick up something lost between the wheels. At length, the head guard had just decided with Jacques that an attempt could be made to go on again, when Piqueux, who had got down onto the line, called the driver. "Come and look," said he. "One of the cylinders has had a shock." Jacques, approaching him, also bent down. He had already discovered, on examining L'Olisson carefully, that it had received a blow at the place indicated. In clearing the engine, the workmen had ascertained that some oak sleepers left at the bottom of the slope by the plate layers had been shifted by the action of the snow and wind, so that they rested on the rails, and the stoppage even must have been partly due to this obstruction, for the locomotive had run against the sleepers. They could see the scratch on the box of the cylinder, and the piston it enclosed seemed slightly bent. But that was all the visible harm, and the fears of the driver were at first removed. Perhaps there existed serious interior injuries. Nothing is more delicate than the complicated mechanism of the slide valves, where beats the heart, the living spirit of the machine. Jacques got up again, blew the whistle, and opened the regulator to feel the articulations of L'Olisson. It took a long time to move, like a person bruised by a fall, who has difficulty in recovering the use of his limbs. At last, with a painful puff, it started, gave a few turns of the wheels, still dizzy and ponderous. It would do, it could move, and would perform the journey. Only Jacques tossed his head, for he, who knew the locomotive thoroughly, had just felt something singular in his hand, something that had undergone a change, that had grown old, that had been touched somewhere with a mortal blow. It must have got this in the snow, cut to the heart, a death chill, like those strongly built young women who fall into a decline through having returned home one night from a ball in icy cold rain. Again Jacques blew the whistle. after Picou had opened the exhaust pipe. The 2 guards were at their posts. Missard, Ozil, and Cabouche had got on the footboard of the leading van, and the train slowly issued from the cutting between the soldiers, armed with their shovels, who had stood back to right and left along the base of the slopes. Then it stopped before the house of the gatekeeper to pick up the passengers. Flore was there in front. Ozil and Cabouche joined her and remained at her side, while Missard was now assiduous in his attentions, greeting the ladies and gentlemen who left his dwelling, and collecting the silver pieces. So at last the deliverance had come, but they had waited too long. All these people were shivering with cold, dying of hunger and exhaustion. The English lady led off her 2 daughters, who were half asleep. The young man from Havre got into the same compartment as the pretty dark lady, who looked very languid, and made himself most agreeable to the husband. And what with the slush caused by the trampled-down snow, the pushing, the free and easy manners, anyone might almost have imagined himself present at the entraining of a troop in flight, who had lost even the instinct of decent behavior. For an instant, Aunt Phasie appeared at the window of her room. Curiosity had brought her from her mattress, and she had dragged herself there to see. Her great hollow eyes of sickness watched this unknown crowd, these passers-by of the world on the move, whom she would never look on again, who were brought there and borne away by the tempest. Séverine left the house the last. Turning her head, she smiled at Jacques, who leant over to follow her to her carriage with his eyes. And Flore, who was on the lookout for them, again turned pale at this tranquil exchange of tenderness. Abruptly she drew nearer to Ozil, whom hitherto she had repelled, as if now in her hatred she felt the need of a man. The head guard gave the signal. L'Alisson answered with a plaintive whistle, and Jacques this time started off, not to stop again before Rouen. It was 6 o'clock. Night was completing its descent from the black sky onto the white earth, but a pale and frightfully melancholy reflex remained nearly level with the ground, lighting up the desolation of the ravaged country. And in this uncertain glimmer the house of La Croix de Maufras rose up aslant, more dilapidated than ever, and all black in the midst of the snow, with the notice nailed to the shut-up front, "For sale."
End of section 13.